Chapter 151 Disaster. The first artillery was successfully cast, and the atmosphere in the equipment department was as hot as coal in a blast furnace. Every craftsman's face is full of smiles. Over the past month, they have lost 10 jins day and night in order to complete the tasks assigned by King Qi. Now only waiting for the test firing of the artillery. If it succeeds, it means that the Department of Equipment has truly mastered the artillery production technology since then. His Royal Highness, let's try it. These craftsmen are all waiting eagerly. Chen Qi was afraid that Xiaoming would not let them observe the test firing of the artillery. He just gave birth to a child before he knew Chu Jun was brought in. It's just as uncomfortable. Yes, Your Highness. Let us see it. The craftsmen in the equipment department asked one after another, and their eyes were expecting the power of the artillery. The craftsman's body was covered with sweat and iron powder, and a smell of metal and sweat wafted in the equipment department. With so many requests, Xiaoming naturally couldn't refuse. He was just joking with Chen Qi just now. The test of this artillery certainly requires the participation of these craftsmen, and only in this way can problems be discovered and rectified in time. Well, it must be too late today. We need a suitable venue, and the artillery is very heavy. Transportation is also a problem, and it is also the artillery shell. Xiaoming's tone became heavier when he mentioned the shell. The shells of the artillery must be suitable for the current artillery. If it is too large, the effectiveness of the small gunpowder will be greatly reduced, and the shells may hit the feet. Before the artillery was produced, the equipment department could not accurately calculate the caliber of the shells required for this artillery, because it did not dare to produce shells. Xiaoming was a little helpless about this. After all, there was no accurate measurement system in this era, and the products produced could not be accurate. At present, the caliber of the muscle can only be compared to the production of shells. Otherwise, the produced shells may not fit in. He thought that this precise measurement system should also be established, so that the production of artillery and the production of shells would not interfere with each other. It only needs to be produced strictly according to the size, and this is also necessary for the future industrial development of King Zhu. After all, after the lathe can participate in production, a metric is needed to produce parts in batches. Although Chen Qi and others are in a hurry, if the artillery is to be tested, some preparations are needed, not just the shells, location, and transportation. There is another problem that Chen Qi can't manage, and that is gunpowder. Thinking of this, Xiaoming left from the equipment department and went directly to Lu Tong's chemical laboratory. At this time, the chemical laboratory and the equipment department were also held by guards at various levels, and everyone involved in the production of gunpowder was closely monitored. The important weapon of the country cannot be easily revealed to others. This confidentiality measure is naturally understandable. These things involve the safety of the fief. These people have become accustomed to this environment. Compared to the production of artillery, the production of gunpowder is much easier, but what Xiaoming wants is high-quality gunpowder, because the work of Lu Tong and others is not easy. Many unqualified granular gunpowder will start again. In such a place, in order to avoid danger, any metal objects are not allowed to be brought in, and the tools inside are basically wooden. The purpose is to prevent gunpowder from exploding. His Royal Highness, why are you here? It's too dangerous. Lu Tong looked anxious when he saw Xiaoming coming over. This chemistry laboratory is not the one in Bowen College, otherwise Xiaoming is really worried that one day the entire Bowen College will be blown up by Lu Tong. Now this chemical laboratory is located outside Kingzhou City and adjacent to the workshop area, but it is separated by several hundred meters and surrounded by several walls. You are not afraid of danger. What is this king afraid of? Xiaoming said with a smile. Lu Tong was stunned when he heard this. He had never contacted other vassals, but he still believed that the prince in front of him must be different. In King Qi's body, he did not feel any sense of superior isolation. On the contrary, Xiaoming was always approachable and friendly. With emotion, Lu Tong reacted and said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, The granular gunpowder you ordered has already been produced. Really? How many? Xiaoming asked with interest. Lutong led Xiaoming through the front yard, leading to the backyard. When this place was designed, it was a laboratory and a factory. The first half was the factory and the laboratory was behind. 20 buildings of different sizes are distributed throughout the area, each with a different function. The warehouse was also in the backyard, and Lutong moved all the gunpowder he produced to the warehouse. When he arrived at the warehouse, Lutong pointed to a sack and said, "His Royal Highness, this is it. I don't know if it is enough." The sack that Lutong pointed at was about half a person tall, and it was so thick that a person held it. "It's far from enough," Xiaoming said. "You have to speed up. If you don't have enough manpower, just tell me that I can transfer it to you at any time, and I must increase production." Generally speaking, this ancient war lasted a long time, and the artillery was fired a lot. This bag of granular gunpowder was not enough for one artillery. Lutong nodded. "Yes, Your Highness, I will make people speed up. But Your Highness, this material, the gunpowder is not enough?" Xiaoming frowned. "Yes, this saltpeter usually comes from a few caves in the Shi area. There is no production in other places." Before Your Royal Highness came, Chen Bing and Cao just left. He said that now the saltpeter on the market can buy all the saltpeter, but it will never happen in the future. No merchants sell saltpeter to King Zhu. Lutong's words made Xiaoming cool. The current saltpeter in Dayu State mainly comes from several open-air nitrate caves in the Shi area. Because it is easy to mine and the demand is not large, Dayu State is very interested in this saltpeter. It doesn't pay much attention to it, and there is basically no special mining of saltpeter in other places. Xiaoming once checked the resource distribution map in the Science and Technology Library. There were saltpeter mines in his fief. He also asked Qian Defu to look for it, but there is no news yet. For this, he can't blame the wealthy. In this era, apart from open-air minerals, finding those buried minerals is no less than finding a needle in a haystack. He asked Qian Defu to look for a lot of minerals, and Qian Defu has been looking for it now. Although it is very hard to sleep and eat, but so far, there is very little harvest, and there is no news about the saltpeter mine. Now that the source of saltpeter had a problem, it was a heavy blow to Xiaoming. Seeing that Xiaoming's expression was uncertain, Lutong hesitated and asked, "His Royal Highness, do you think this is the ghost of King Shu?" To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 152 The Problem with Saltpeter. The King of Shu. Xiaoming said gently. What followed was the memory of his predecessor, Xiaoming, about this King of Shu. Among the princes, the fifth prince had the worst relationship. The two clashes constantly in Qing'an. Xiaoming and the King of Shu fought many times because of their jealousy, so they were often scolded by Xiao and Xuan. The fifth prince is now in the domain of Shu, but he hasn't thought of him for a long time. In Xiaoming's memory, Shu was remote and mountainous, and its location was also remote. However, since ancient times, Shu has been called the land of abundance, and there has never been a lot of food. The only shortcoming is that Nanban in the south of Shu and Tubo in the west often disturb the border. But overall the situation of the King of Shu is slightly better than him, but he is not much better. In addition, Shu is in the inland area and the mountain roads are rugged, which seems to make the fifth prince more uncomfortable. Yes, Your Royal Highness, think about it. Originally King Zhu purchased a large amount of saltpeter. The merchants from Shu were very happy and wanted to make this money, but suddenly the merchant couldn't get saltpeter, except for the King of Shu. Who can do it if you have the ability? Lutong complained. If this is the case, the King of Shu is simply harming His Royal Highness. The barbarian clan is short of time to go south. He also gave His Highness the envoy. This is not to show Your Royal Highness what a joke. If it was someone else, Xiaoming might still think about it, but if it was the King of Shu, he really believed that the King of Shu had this mind. Shu Road is difficult, and it is difficult to climb to the sky. Because of this, the land of Shu is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Now the King of the South and the King of the North have two minds. The King of Shu naturally belongs to the vassal kings in the South. If the North is lost, he can be happy just by guarding a place of Shu. Moreover, the king of Shu also knew that the throne of the kingdom of Great Yu was not destined to him, but when the chaos happened, it would be different. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, "Did the king of Shu do it?" "It is not yet known how much gunpowder can be produced from the remaining materials." "Up to 500 catties of gunpowder," Lu Tong said. Xiaoming felt agitated, and 500 catties of gunpowder was not enough to fill the teeth of the barbarians. Today's artillery fires solid shells. The power is only equivalent to a direct fire stone thrower, but the range is longer and the damage is not great. If the shells don't directly hit the body, they can't kill people, not like blossoms. Shells can also kill the enemy with shrapnel and shock waves. This gunpowder is sufficient, and the battle is still difficult. If this gunpowder is not enough, I am afraid that Kangzhou City will only be reduced to a short-armed battlefield. I'll figure out how to deal with materials. You'd better produce it as soon as possible, Xiaoming said with a gloomy expression. The front is iron and coal, because this matter has been discussed in the court. The other vassals did not deliberately make things difficult for him. In addition, the coal mines and iron ore mines were flooded with water, but the locals could barely provide some, not without them, and the king of Y was willing to do his best to make Xiaoming a shield for himself. Therefore, coal and iron have not been a problem, but now this saltpeter is really killing him. Dayu is already using gunpowder, but the use of gunpowder has not yet reached a large-scale level, so the demand for gunpowder is not great. The saltpeter used to produce gunpowder also came from Shu, but because it was used by the Cheng'an Machinery Division, the king of Shu naturally did not dare to make a fuss about it. After leaving the workshop area, Xiaoming returned directly to the palace, and now he can only write to Cheng'an and let Xiao Wenxian resolve the matter. At the same time, he was going to ask King Y for some saltpeter and gunpowder, but it is estimated that the gunpowder that he can get from King Y will not be much. Because Wang Y did not pay much attention to firearms, after writing the letter, Xiaoming asked Hasta to go to the inn and sent him to Cheng'an quickly. This Great Yu country is not modern. If there is a problem, a phone call can solve the problem. The fastest way to send messages between cities is the inn, but it takes at least 9 days to go back and forth for an 800-mile journey. And if there are any more forks later, you have to send letters back and forth to pass information. Thinking of this, Xiaoming became more and more annoyed. The one thing he feared most was that King Shu deliberately did it. If so, King Shu only needed a drag formula to make him overwhelmed. When Kangzhou City was finished, the saltpeter came late, and it was useless at that time. If Kangzhou City was breached, he didn't need to send saltpeter. Instead, Xiao Wenxian would rely on him in the future. King Shu, if you do it intentionally, this king will peel you off sooner or later. Xiaoming hated his teeth, but he couldn't help it. The land of Shu and Kingzhou are thousands of miles away, and he is beyond reach. While asking Cheng'an for help, Xiaoming consciously couldn't sit still, so he sent a letter to King Y. At the same time, someone was sent to inform Qian Fu to come back. In the evening of the next day, Qian Fu, who got the news, arrived at the palace. His Royal Highness, Wen was so anxious. Qian Fu is also exhausted from eating and sleeping. These days, he has suffered a lot from mining, and he has lost a lot of weight. Don't look for other minerals for the time being. From now on, you have to search for saltpeter and sulfur with all your strength, and delay the rest for now, Xiaoming said. The upgrading of industry can be postponed, but it is urgent to deal with the barbarians. Moreover, once he uses artillery to defeat the barbarians, Dau country will inevitably attach importance to gunpowder. At that time, saltpeter will become a killer for all forces to restrain themselves. This is the same as modern oil. An oil-poor country is very sad. If oil is blocked, the economy will soon collapse. His Royal Highness, what happened? Qian Fu asked puzzledly. Xiaoming said about the saltpeter, and Qian Fu's expression suddenly became serious. This saltpeter is related to the king's life, so let me transfer 5,000 young and strong slaves to you in the saltpeter mine area. Even if you are digging, You must find the saltpeter. Xiaoming, the sound is loud and loud. Realizing the seriousness of this problem, Qian Fu bowed and said, the old slave will now withdraw the mining teams from all over the place and try his best to search for saltpeter. Having said that, Qian Fu turned around and left the palace. As soon as he arrived at the door, he met Pang Yukan, who was walking over. Steward Qian looked anxious. What happened? Pang Yukan had always been good at observing words, and couldn't help asking. Hey, there is a problem with the saltpeter. Your Royal Highness is getting angry. You have to be careful when you go in, Qian Fu said. Pang Yukan frowned. It's really a blessing and misfortune that does not come singly. I am afraid that your Royal Highness will get angry again. Qian Fu was eager to find mines and had no time to inquire about other things. He just arched his hands and turned on his feet and galloped away. Pang Yukan gave a wry smile after looking at Qian Fu's leaving back, hesitated and entered the palace. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 153. Misfortune never comes singly. What? The cement was robbed? Exactly, Your Highness. This is the news I just got. Pang Yukan said. Zhang Xingqing was responsible for repairing Kangzhou City, but Pang Yukan was responsible for the logistics and transportation, and naturally he was the first to know that something happened. Because of the saltpeter matter, Xiaoming's fire had not gone down, and he was immediately angered by the news. He said, you can go to the Kingzhou army camp with me now. These remnants of the wealthy clan, it's hard not to break them into pieces. Solve the hatred in my heart. Pang Yukan's face turned pale. He had never felt such violent emotions from Xiaoming. But this is not to blame for Xiaoming. The local wealthy clan was destroyed by Xiaoming, and the harvest was reaped. It was just that the wealthy clan had been deeply rooted for so many years, and it was not so easy to clean up completely. The tycoons of Kingzhou were wiped out very quickly and cleanly because of the existence of the Kingzhou army, but the troops of other states were weak, which gave the tycoons a chance to respond. Many tycoons took the opportunity to rebel with the tribe, and the chaos in the state and counties became a pot of porridge. But with the support of the people and the strict training of the new army, these rebellions were quickly suppressed. But some remnants fled into the deep mountains and days, coming out to cause chaos from time to time. His Royal Highness, don't worry, these bandits have been surrounded by the Kangzhou army who rushed over to Yubao, but this Yubao was once the Yubao of Kangzhou's wealthy Liu family. Among the many Yubaos in the 6 states, it is the easiest to defend and difficult to attack. The army attacked several times and retreated, killing and wounding dozens of people. Pang Yukan said, can you do it in a hurry? This cement is related to the repair of Kangzhou City. If it is delayed, the consequences will not be conceived. Xiaoming said. This time he really experienced what Fu Wushwang meant to be a disaster. Pang Yukan stopped speaking, but followed Xiaoming to Kingzhou Ding. At this time, Nu Ben was standing on the stage and watching the soldiers training the battlefield in the camp. Lu Fei and Liu Oxen each performed their duties and were responsible for corrections. Xiaoming and Pang Yukan appeared at Ding, and Nu Ben immediately stopped training. His Royal Highness. Nu Ben stepped down from the stage. He was so drunk and unconscious, he woke up the next day quite regretful, for fear that he would lose his temper in front of Xiaoming. Xiaoming was anxious at this time. He was afraid that these bandits would destroy the cement, so this matter could not be delayed. He bluntly said, Old General, I am afraid that you will be allowed to go out this time. A band of bandits have taken Yubao and grabbed the supplies destined for Kangzhou City. Nu Ben was startled, but he didn't think it was strange. He had experienced so many things in his life, and he had already seen no surprises. Since this is the case, the general will now lead the Kingzhou army to suppress it. Nu Ben said calmly. Then he asked, I wonder how many people are in this gang? According to the information received, there are probably 1,000 people. Pang Yukan said. Nu Ben frowned and said, the art of war is that the number of siege is 5 times the number of defense. So, it will take 5,000 people to go. After all, he asked Lu Fei and Liu Oxen to order soldiers. At this time, Xiaoming gradually calmed down. Now that one soldier and one soldier are important, These remnants of the wealthy family know that they will die if caught, and will definitely resist. At that time, the casualties of the King's army would definitely be very high. He had an idea. He was worried that there was no place to test the artillery. "Isn't this an opportunity?" he said. "The old general will go ahead and trap the bandits in Yubao. The king will come afterwards and will attack the city. When I arrive." Nu Ben hugged his fists and said, "Yes, Your Highness." When Xiaoming was talking with Nu Ben, Lu Fei and Liu Oxin didn't dare to interrupt. It seemed that Nu Ben was obeying the two. Leaving the King's camp, Xiaoming also remembered a question at this time. He couldn't help asking, since Liuji or Yubao is easy to defend and difficult to attack, how did these bandits get in? This Yubao originally belonged to the Liu family. The members of the Liu family among the gangsters are naturally aware of the structure of Yubao. No one thought that there was a tunnel hidden in this Yubao. Those who escaped said that the bandits were meant to robbery. They looted the Kofko in Yubao, but they saw that the cement convoy thought it was a valuable thing, so there was such a big noise. Afterwards, the Kangzhou army came and wanted to attack from the tunnel, but this tunnel was bombed by this gang of bandits. Pang Yukun said, "It exploded." Xiaoming was shocked. "You said it exploded?" "Yes, Your Highness. These bandits exploded the tunnel with gunpowder." Pang Yukun said again, but this time he suddenly realized something. "Why do these bandits have gunpowder?" The two said almost simultaneously. Gunpowder is not a secret in Dayu, but it is not just that one person can prepare gunpowder, which involves the issue of the material. For example, this time Xiaoming was stumped by this material. But at this time, these remnants of the wealthy clan actually had gunpowder in their hands, which had to make Xiaoming feel a little bit thinking. "Anyway, let's take down these gangsters first," Xiaoming said calmly. Back in Kingzhou City, Xiaoming went to the weaponry department, and at the same time asked the weaponry department to prepare a carriage to transport the artillery to Liuzhou Yubao. In addition, he urged Chen Qi to polish some cannons out overnight, and sent someone to Lutong to fetch the gunpowder. The next day, a 4-horse-drawn carriage carrying an object wrapped in linen cloth left Kingzhou City. Guarding the carriage is the elite cavalry of the Kingzhou army. There are more than 400 miles between Kangzhou and Kingzhou, and this Liuzhou Yubao is estimated to be 200 miles away from Kingzhou. The artillery weighed about 1 ton, and it was very laborious even if it was pulled by 4 horses. It would take 5 or 6 days for such a long distance. Xiaoming went to Liuzhou Yubao this time, saying it was to suppress the bandits, but actually to test the power of the artillery. Although he has seen countless images, he has never seen the real situation. Because it was a test artillery, Chen Qi and others would naturally go there too, but they went with the artillery. Xiaoming, Nu Ben and others set off first. 3 days later, they finally saw Liuzhou Yubao surrounded by the Kangzhou Army Corps. Kangzhou Military Academy Lieutenant Chen Fu has seen His Highness. The person responsible for besieging this Liuzhou Yubao was the Kangzhou Army. This Chen Fu was also a veteran of the Kingzhou Army before being dispatched to Kangzhou by Xiaoming. "What happened?" Xiaoming asked. "Returning to Your Highness, these bandits occupy Yubao and cannot leave the city. There is sufficient food and water in Yubao, which can last for several months. It is indeed troublesome." Chen Fu said. "He has tried to siege the city and failed several times." Xiaoming looked at Yubao in front of him. It was different from the Yubao where Wang's family was solidified. This Liuzhou Yubao was all stone masonry, and the wall was more than 10 meters high. The most important thing is that this Liuzhou Yubao guards the official road between Kangzhou and Kingzhou, so after Yubao was taken down, it became a transit point between the two states. But building Yubao on the official road shows how arrogant the Liu family was back then. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 154 Artillery arrived. Wait. Looking at Yubao Xiaoming in front of him, he gave an order. At this moment, a figure who appeared to be the leader appeared on the wall of Yubao, and they were looking at the Kingzhou army who was reinforcements below. At this time, Chen Fu pointed to the man on the city wall and said, "His Royal Highness, this man is the leader of this group of gangsters. Liu Kuang has further participated in the Lotus Bonds conspiracy against His Highness. After the defeat, the general led the Kangzhou army to take it by surprise. He killed Liu Ji or Yu Bao and killed most of Liu Jia's tribe, but he still let Liu Kuang run away. The dazzling sunlight caused Xiaoming to squint his eyes. After the barbarians in the Lotus Bond were wiped out, the news was blocked. At the same time, Xiaoming ordered the arrest of the rich family who participated in the rebellion. At that time, many tycoons were wiped out by the army before they could react. If the Liu family had been on guard at that time, Yu Bao would not have been taken down by the Kangzhou army so easily. According to Lif, at that time Chen Fu also used the method of combining inside and outside, pretending to send people to Yu Bao to buy food, and suddenly attacked Yu Bao before taking the Yu Bao. Unexpectedly, a month later, Yu Bao was taken back by the same method in the Liu family. The old way is to persuade them to delay time first, so that they are negligent. This group of chaotic bandits is different from the trilogy of the Sun family or the Wang family. It is fashionable and can be persuaded to surrender, and this group of bandits are still resisting after annihilating the barbarians for so long, indicating that they have already held the idea of fighting him to the end. Moreover, these bandits are probably the sons of the rich family. Unlike the trilogy of the Wang family and the Sun family, there are many servants in them. These servants are dissatisfied with the rich family themselves. They are only taken under the coercion of the rich family and are easy to persuade. The children of these tyrants are different, and persuading them to surrender will not have any effect on them. Chen Fu replied. Before he went out to the battlefield, he began to shout to the chaotic bandits on the tower, which meant nothing more than surrendering and not killing. Just before he finished speaking, a sharp arrow suddenly shot down from the city gate and stuck at his feet diagonally. Nu Ben looked at the tower and said, "There is a master in this gang of bandits who can shoot arrows so far." Estimated the distance between the tower and Chen Fu, it was at least 230 meters. And even if the barbarians' bow and arrow range was only about 180 meters, it can be seen that there is an archer with amazing arms. Then, Nu Ben suddenly said to Lif, "Go get my bow and arrow." Liu Oxin smiled upon hearing the words. This band of bandits dared to make an axe in front of the old general. Who doesn't know that the old general's bow and arrows are unique to the Forbidden Army? I haven't practiced in 5 years, and I don't know what it is now. Just don't lose face in front of the temple." Nu Ben said, but everyone else could hear the confidence in his mouth. Xiaoming smiled and said, "The old general's archery is famous all over the world. Please." Nu Ben nodded, and then took the bow and arrow from Lif. Unlike other Kingzhou army archers, the bow and arrow in Nu Ben's hand was significantly stronger, and he knew that it would take a lot of strength to pull it. At this time, I saw Nu Ben not dismounting, but directly bent his bow and set an arrow on the horse. With a swish, the bow and arrow flew out as quickly as lightning. Before everyone could react, a scream suddenly sounded from the city gate, and the archer who had just provoked fell from the city gate, with an arrow sticking straight into his chest. "Good!" Lu Fei and Liu Oxin shouted at the same time. Chen Fu was stunned. He still didn't know who this great man was. After all, this great man couldn't run for a few days, and he couldn't get it in Kangzhou. The soldiers of the Kingzhou army were also surprised at this time. When this veteran first arrived, many soldiers were not convinced. After all, in their eyes, Lu Fu was the commander of the Kingzhou army. Now that he has been taken by such a person who has never seen him before, many people feel uneasy. But at this time, they realized that His Royal Highness Qi's employment was not random. The corner of Xiaoming's mouth rose slightly. After 2 consecutive bad news, his mood finally improved. At least the Nu Ben veteran is well known, and it is equivalent to having a strong general to deal with the barbarian cavalry. The bandits at the city gate were obviously frightened by Nu Ben's trick, and the few people who showed up immediately hid behind the battlements. Generally speaking, the range of the bow and arrow is basically about 180 meters, and the effective range is basically about 120 meters. Within this effective range, the bow and arrow can effectively kill the enemy, And this is still a projectile. The power lies in the projectile Nu Ben can use throwing to kill the enemy within this distance. This is the real horror. Without decades of practice, it is impossible to do it. However, it can also be seen that Nu Ben's arm strength is different from ordinary people. How about, let me say that bows and arrows are much more powerful than crossbows? Liu Oxin said at this time, His Royal Highness, Yu King's army is equipped with a large number of crossbows instead of bows and arrows. I don't agree with this. At this time, Nu Ben handed the bow and arrow to Luf and snorted, Your father doesn't know how to teach you. It is right for your Royal Highness to equip a large number of crossbow arrows in the army. This archer has at least 3 to 5 years. Training can be used on the battlefield, and this single crossbow only needs a little training. When defending the city, the crossbow can be much more useful than the bow and arrow. In a short distance, the crossbow can be more powerful than the bow and arrow, and it can shoot accurately. Liu Oxin was scolded, and Luf was cheating on the side, looking gloating. In fact, he didn't understand Xiaoming's approach at first, but he gradually remembered it later. Now that the barbarian race is about to go south, they have no time to train archers. The old general is right. This king is also out of this consideration, and in 2 days you will see something more powerful than bows, arrows, crossbows, and catapults. Xiaoming bought a pass. Nu Ben was surprised when he heard this. Could this be the reason why His Royal Highness I was busy in the department of equipment these days? Exactly. At that time, it was better for the old general to dismount more safely. Xiaoming joked. The gangsters in Yubao are already like turtles in the urn. You reading www.yuukanzu.com. They obviously did not think that even the King's army would be sent out in large numbers for a Yubao, let alone because they inadvertently robbed the cement and caused a killing. 3 days later, under the of cavalry, a carriage slowly entered the temporary barracks stationed outside Yubao. In the past 3 days, the King's army and the chaotic bandits were basically persuading to surrender, and they were scolded by the chaotic bandits. The ladder in the barracks was also ready, but he didn't want to damage the soldiers to internal consumption, and this Yubao had to be taken, because not only there was cement in it, but Yubao also occupies the traffic arteries, which poses a great threat to Kangzu's logistics. His Royal Highness, the artillery has arrived. Chen Qi and the 12 craftsmen from the equipment department arrived together. Looking at the artillery wrapped in layers on the carriage, Xiaoming smiled and said to Nu Ben, Old General, this is the King's secret weapon. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 155 Amazing One-Shot. His Royal Highness, what is it? Luf couldn't wait to ask. It was not a crossbow or a catapult. He had been hanging this question for several days. Liu Oxin also leaned over, with eye feces still on the corners of his eyes. These 3 days of confrontation were boring enough. At this time, Xiaoming couldn't hide it. He asked Chen Qi and others to lift the linen cloth. Suddenly dark artillery, exuding a metallic cold texture, appeared in front of them. Hey, isn't this a fire tube? Liu Oxin looked strange. But this looks much stronger than a fire tube. Nu Ben carefully looked at the artillery in front of him. Unlike Liu Oxin, he did not come to a conclusion as easily as Liu Oxin. Instead, he walked around the artillery and looked at the artillery carefully. His Royal Highness, I don't know what it is called. Nu Ben asked. This king calls it artillery. Xiaoming said, Liu Oxin's words are not wrong. After all, this barrel is the predecessor of artillery. Nodded, Nu Ben turned around the artillery again, and slapped the barrel of the artillery. He held his head against the muzzle and looked inside for a while. This artillery is well made, but it is not comparable to a barrel. Moreover, the barrel of fire is thick and short, with a range of only 200 meters. His Royal Highness will definitely not use this to attack the city with this as a trifling matter. The old general is well thought out. The reason why this artillery is different from a barrel is naturally subtle. You will see the difference later. Liu Oxin shouldn't be scared to pee your pants at that time. Liu Oxin smiled happily. His Royal Highness, then you can underestimate me. In the army, I have lighted a torch. Really? If that's the case, You can only leave this gun to you. Others have no experience, Xiaoming said solemnly. Liu Oxin grew up in Qing'an City, and his father was General Liu Oquan. He naturally had the frivolity of the son-in-law, but he was not so straightforward as the others. He said, "This is too simple." If Lif usually snatched this life away, but he knew Xiaoming very well. Seeing the smirk on Xiaoming's face, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. This time, he was honest and didn't fight with Liu Oxin. Liu Oxin wanted to be the first death squad. Chen Qi and others were quite helpless, but they still called dozens of people to help unload the artillery from the car and fix it on the gun mount. At this time, the artillery pointed at the gate of Yubao at an oblique angle. Then Chen Qi unloaded the artillery shells, gunpowder, arquebus, and tools for cleaning the artillery from the car, and placed them in front of the artillery. On the tower at this time, Liu Kuang was watching the movements of the King's army below. When he saw a strange thing placed in front of the King's army, he suddenly felt a very unclear feeling. He asked the people around him, "When can the tunnel be cleared?" Not known to outsiders. In fact, there are 2 tunnels leading to the outside in Liuji or Yubao, one of which was blown up by him. Originally, Liu Kuang wanted to escape through another tunnel, but he never thought that because the tunnel was in disrepair, part of the tunnel had collapsed and was trapped in this Yubao. But these few have always allowed the subordinates to clear the tunnel, and once the clearing is successful, they can escape. In the past few days, the King's army besieged and did not attack. It was exactly what he wanted, but this situation seemed to be ending today. More than 200 people have been sent to clear the tunnel. Now more than 50 meters have been cleared. It should be fast. I remember only this section of the soil is very soft, and there should be no problem afterwards. Speed up, otherwise we'll be planted here this time, and take away all the food and payment. Liu Kuang said. Yes, the man replied, and then said, "Then what about this cement? Take it away too, idiot. How can I take this thing so heavy? It can't be eaten, it can't be used." From catching the slave, Liu Kuang learned that this thing was called cement, but it was obviously useless to him. The man nodded, turned and went down the tower. Liu Kuang looked down the city again, and saw a man dressed as a captain was holding a long stick and stabbing in the strange thing. This person is Liu Oxin. He is cleaning the barrel, and what he holds in his hand is the barrel cleaning rod for cleaning the barrel. The artillery produced by the Department of Equipment is a front-loaded smoothbore gun. Gunpowder and shells must be loaded from the front, and the firing of artillery requires a certain process, not random. Xiaoming understood the loading procedure of the artillery, so naturally he didn't need to explore it separately, because when the artillery was being produced, he asked Chen Qi to prepare all things such as the barrel rod, the barrel cleaning rod, the gunpowder shovel, the ignition rod, etc., so as not to be in a hurry. When Liu Oxin came up, he had to stuff gunpowder and shells into it, and he stopped in time. This artillery is not a fire tube, and the airtightness of the fire tube does not need to be mentioned. The shell of this artillery is almost the same size as the muzzle, which can just be inserted. Only in this way can it be ensured that the ammunition explodes and the shell has sufficient power and range. If something like sand is mixed into it, it is likely to cause a stuffy bomb. The barrel was cleaned according to Xiaoming's requirements, and then the gunpowder and shells were filled. Liu Oxin used a gunpowder shovel to take out a fork full of gunpowder and put it into the barrel. The top of this gunpowder shovel is in the shape of a groove, which is exactly the amount required for the gun to fire. Finally, Liu Oxin stuffed the solid shells into the barrel, and compacted the shells and gunpowder with the barrel rod. His Royal Highness, it's all right now? Liu Oxin asked at this time. He had never been so delicate before when using a torch. Sure, Xiaoming said. The firing of the barrel is the same as the artillery, so the rest of Xiaoming didn't teach it anymore, but stepped back a few steps and stood far away. Seeing Xiaoming doing this, the others followed suit, and they all stepped back. When Liu Oxin turned round, he suddenly realized that he was alone. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. He looked at Lif, dragging the to death, and said, "Lieutenant Liu, come together. You should invite Captain Liu O, and I will give you the credit." Lu Fu looked humble. Liu Oxin looked at Xiaoming again, only to see Xiaoming giving him an encouraging look. After gritting his teeth, Liu Oxin stuffed the match rope into the hole from the back of the artillery and into the ammunition room, and the ignition stick Chen Qi had already ignited for him. "He only needs to light the match rope, Your Highness," I ordered. Liu Oxin shouted to Xiaoming. Xiaoming nodded. Although Liu Oxin was a bit mischievous, he reminded him, "Don't forget to cover your ears and stand further." Liu Oxin nodded, holding the ignition stick, and lighted the rope. Zizzy. When it touched the flames, the fire rope quickly began to burn. This kind of hemp rope twisted string was soaked in oil and burned quickly. After Liu Oxin ignited the fire, he took a step back and immediately covered his ears. At this moment, a loud noise like thunder suddenly came out, and flames and blue smoke emerged from the muzzle, and black shells hit the city gate like lightning. In the King's army, the war horses neighed in panic and chaotic. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 156. Break the city. A faint smoke was floating in the air, and a strong smell of gunpowder came over. Liu Oxin in front of the artillery shook his body at the moment when the loud noise occurred. Although he insisted that he did not sit on the ground, everyone could see that his legs were shaking slightly. Nu Ben and Luf's faces were a little pale. They didn't cover their ears just now. As generals, they still wanted face in front of the soldiers. So Liu Oxin kept staring during the ignition, showing a look that he was not afraid of anything. At this moment, Nu Ben couldn't help but gratefully glanced at Xiaoming. Fortunately, he didn't ride a horse just now, otherwise he would be thrown to the ground by the frightened horse. Looking at the soldiers who were chasing the escaping horses, Nu Ben looked at the artillery in front of Liu Oxin again, his eyes gradually changing. If this artillery is used in front of the battle, it will inevitably make the horses of the barbarian cavalry upset. His Royal Highness, why is this thing so loud? Liu Oxin turned around and said to Xiaoming. At this time, he gradually recovered his composure, pretending to be calm as usual, and said to Xiaoming, "Can it be called a cannon if it doesn't sound?" Xiaoming said as he approached the cannon. "Because of the strong recoil, the position of the artillery has moved a little bit backwards, and the position needs to be recalibrated for the next launch. It seems that the weight of the artillery base should be increased." He looked at Liu Zhuobao again, and at this time Liu Zhuobao's gate was smashed out of a hole by artillery. Artillery is a straight-line kill, and the aim is precise, which is why artillery can kill a large number of enemies on the battlefield. One line to play out. In the ancient times, when accustomed to a dense formation, it was basically similar to a bunch of candied haws. Although the power of the catapult was great, it was only a small amount of damage, and it was not enough to deal with soldiers. The siege effect was good. A few more shots and blast open the gate of Zhuobao. This first shot was successfully fired, and the artillery performed well. The gate of Zhuobao is also very thick, but at this time, it can withstand the bombardment of solid artillery shells. After a few more shots, it is estimated that it will basically fall apart. "I'm not coming." Liu Oxin went back into the army like a cat with his tail stepped on. The moment the artillery was fired, his scalp was numb. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the army. It was the laughter of the soldiers, but they were not mocking Liu Oxin when they thought that they were scared just now. In fact, the artillery sounds like thunder, and people and animals have an instinctive fear of this sound. This is why the artillery needs a long time to train. King Zhu was chaotic here, and Liu Kuang in Zhuobao was even more unbearable. At the moment of the loud noise, many gangsters were directly frightened to the ground. The bandits guarding the city gate were even more chaotic, because as soon as the sound appeared, the gate shattered. But the terror was still behind. A black object went straight through the gate and through the 10 soldiers behind. The first soldier's chest was bloody, the second soldier's arm was broken, and the third soldier's head was broken. It became a paste directly, and his death was very miserable. What is this? It is said that King Qi is capable of magic. Is it true? The gangsters who survived the infantry turned pale. Liu Kuang on the tower was not much better. At this moment, someone came up and explained the situation below, and he was shocked. At this time, The king's army outside the city seemed to be ready to use that thing again. They are going to blast open the city gate. What is this? How terrifying! Liu Kuang exclaimed in his heart, but he would believe that this was King Chi's magic like other soldiers, because this was what he saw with his own eyes. He vaguely understood that it was an explosion of gunpowder. What to do? Many people at the gate of the city are too scared to approach, the man said. Liu Kuang felt desperate for the first time, and now the tunnel has not been opened, and this strange weapon will soon smash the gate of the city. Fight with them, Liu Kuang said angrily. Let the brothers prepare the guys. Yes, the man responded and quickly walked down the tower. They knew very well that there was no room for negotiation between their sons of wealthy clan and King Chi. Either you died or I died. Outside the city, Chen Chi was calmly cleaning the barrel and refilling it. Liu Oxin was unhappy, so he replaced Chen Chi, because Chen Chi and other craftsmen had long been itchy hands. After the artillery was loaded, Chen Chi and others used the aiming star on the artillery to aim at the gate of Yubao again. Boom! There was another sound, and there was another hole in the Yubao gate. Behind the artillery, Nu Ben and Xiao Ming stood side by side. After 5 years of hard work in the mines, Nu Ben thought by himself that nothing could make his mood ups and downs. But today, his long silent heart wavered again. He said to Xiao Ming, "No wonder your Royal Highness dared to guard Kangzu alone. With this weapon, the barbarian will inevitably be caught off guard. I am afraid that the barbarian will encounter a hard bone when going south. The old general values this artillery so much, and I feel relieved. This artillery is only the first one. The subsequent production artillery will be installed on the city gate of Kangzu to resist the barbarians," Xiao Ming said. Nu Ben nodded and asked, "His Royal Highness, how many artillery can be produced in a month? When the barbarians attack the city, how many doors can Kangzu City have?" "At most 50. This is still the case with sufficient materials." Xiao Ming frowned. "The production of a gun requires a lot of procedures. Even if there is an iron mold now, casting a gun is not a day or two. It is May now, and he has not much time to produce artillery. If the ammunition is sufficient, 50 doors are enough," Nu Ben said. "You only need to destroy the barbarians' siege vehicles and ladders. The barbarians will never be able to attack Kangzu City." Nu Ben talked about the key point. The most important thing in siege is to break through the gate. Breaking through the gate basically relies on the siege equipment. Soldiers can't climb the tower with their hands and feet. And this artillery has a long range, great power, and accurate shooting. When the time comes, the siege equipment will be hit anywhere, enough for the barbarians to drink a pot. When the two were talking, there was another boom. Only Chen Chi's voice was heard. "The door is open, the door is open." Xiao Ming saw that there was a gap in the city gate of Yubao, and a hole was broken in the middle of the city gate. Presumably the position of the door bolt was hit. Nu Ben saw it at the same time, then drew a knife and shouted, "Kill!" The king's army, who had been holding back for 3 days outside the city, had already complained about this gang of bandits, and rushed towards Yubao like a hungry wolf. On the tower, Liu Kuang looked at the silver steel torrent and immediately turned and went down the tower. The king's army was 5 times more than themselves, and they were also wearing this invulnerable armor. Their defeat was determined. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 157. Capture the thief on the battlefield. The sound of fighting covered everything. The golden sunlight reflected on the soldiers' shiny armor like a rugged lake. Standing on a high place, watching the charge of 5,000 regular moments, the shock of such a blockbuster made Xiao Ming's heart full of enthusiasm, and he couldn't wait to rush forward. It's just that he is going up at this time to add chaos to Nu Ben, because he has to take care of himself when killing the enemy. When the soldiers rushed to Yubao, the formation began to change in Luf's loud voice. These months of training have made the soldiers accustomed to the change, even if they charge collectively. At the gate of the city, the swordsmen quickly formed a formation to resist the arrows coming from the gate, and the crossbowmen followed up with 3 shots to fight back. This shooting method is basically similar to the shooting method of the musketeers, because the crossbow arrow needs to be reloaded after it is shot. Because the crossbow is difficult to pull, some soldiers have to put the crossbow on the ground, fix it with their feet, and then pull it to reload. This process is very slow, not as flexible as the bow and arrow, so there is a three-stage shooting method. At this time, the first row of crossbowmen quickly withdrew after firing, the second row of crossbowmen fired, and then the third row of crossbowmen fired. Although the bandits in the city gate were made up of sons of the Hao clan, they had not received training either. The archers could no longer fight back after the first round of shooting, because they were faced with rounds of crossbow arrows, and they were not given time to shoot again. In an instant, most of the archers among the bandits were killed and injured. Seeing that the situation was not right, the remaining bandits did not dare to pile up at the gate of the crowded city, but ran like Yu Bao. These bandits are still smart. Luff spat. Don't underestimate the enemy. Now that the bandits are scattered, it's not easy to catch them. Let the soldiers hunt in teams of 100. Nu Ben said. Now these bandits clearly knew that facing the enemy with the King's army, they would only lose even worse, so they fled into Yu Bao and used the buildings in Yu Bao to fight with the King's army. After receiving Nu Ben's order, Luff yelled division. At this time, the King's army who entered Yu Bao immediately divided into small formations of 100. This small array of swordsmen, crossbowmen, and spearmen have everything, which is a match for long, medium and long attacks. Seeing this change in formation, Xiaoming nodded secretly, which was quite a modern street fighting team. After another change, the King's army entered Yu Bao, 5 times as large as the enemy, full plate armor, and Nu Ben command. Such a small-scale conflict is only a matter of time. After waiting for a while outside the city gate was occupied by the King's army. At this time, Xiaoming walked towards Yu Bao. Generally speaking, the area of Yu Bao is not very large. Even if the bandits are scattered, they can't get far. At the gate of the city, Xiaoming could still hear the sound of fighting inside, but gradually only the neat footsteps of the King's army's phalanx remained. His Royal Highness, the remnants of the gangsters have basically been eliminated, and now there is a wave of gangsters who have fled into the tunnel, and there is no way to get in for the time being. Nu Ben walked over and said, "Authentic? Didn't it mean it was bombed?" Xiaoming asked strangely. "There is another. It is estimated that this gang of bandits just wanted to use this tunnel to escape, so they attacked Yu Bao so boldly, but this tunnel seems to be blocked because it doesn't know what happened." Nu Ben laughed. As they talked, they reached the tunnel where the bandits fled, and saw a hole in the black hole below, which could only accommodate one person. "You have the courage to come up to me," Luff was yelling. "HMPH, you are a hero with more deception and less deception. You have the ability to come down." A voice came from the tunnel. Liu Oxin frowned and said, "This is a bit troublesome. This tunnel can only hold one. Wouldn't it be broken by each one?" "The battle depends on the formation, and every general knows it clearly. This situation is indeed tricky. It can't be delayed. This tunnel doesn't know where it leads. At this time, they are definitely breaking through the tunnel. If they all run away, they will come out and make trouble." Nu Ben said angrily, "I will go down first, and you will follow me." At this time Xiaoming smiled and said, "Don't be impulsive, the old general. Isn't it easy to deal with them? This king can let them surrender by themselves." "His Royal Highness, it's not that Luff is disrespectful. You are a bit big talk. Is it possible that your highness will not be able to bombard with artillery?" Luff laughed. Xiaoming has always had a very harmonious relationship with his officials, so everyone can say anything. He scolded, "Then let's make a bet. If I let them come out by themselves, you will give me the skin of the tiger you hunted." Luff was startled and said with a smile, "I knows that your Royal Highness has taken a fancy to the tiger skin of my house. Not to mention the tiger skin, I will give it to your highness." "You'd better keep the wine to drink," Xiaoming said with a smile. Then he said to Liu Oxin, "Go and find some firewood and straw." Liu Oxin nodded, and immediately let people look for them. There are many things in Yu Bao. Nu Ben stroked his beard and smiled. He immediately understood Xiaoming's thoughts. It seemed that the tiger skin of Luff's family could not be kept. After a while, Liu Oxin found firewood and straw. Xiaoming asked the soldiers to pile up everything at the tunnel entrance. At this time, he let the soldiers ignite, and at the same time kept dripping water inside to prevent the flames from burning. Suddenly, a thick smoke came out of the firewood. Xiaoming's purpose in doing this was to catch alive, because he also wanted to understand how these people exploded the tunnel, and where the gunpowder came from. A soldier was asked to fan the thick smoke into the tunnel, and after a while, a cough came from the tunnel. Luf's face was a little green, and he realized that he was talking too much this time, and he hated his trouble of picking thorns, and now even the housekeeper is about to lose. Xiaoming still saw this trick against the enemy in the tunnel on TV, but it was used by the enemy at that time. Cough cough cough. The violent coughing continued to intensify. Suddenly there were curses in the tunnel, and many of them urged the people in front to get out. Then the first person came out of the smoke. After the first person came out, the second and third people came out of the tunnel one after another. Every time one came out, the king's army would catch one. After a short while, all the 100th people were arrested, and the last one even came out and fainted on the ground. No one from the tunnel came out anymore. Xiaoming asked, "Where is Liu Guang?" Chen Fu pointed to a gray-headed person and said, "Your Highness, he is Liu Guang." Xiaoming saw that this was a fair-skinned, bookish person. He walked up to Liu Guang. "You are so brave that you have taken Yu Bao and grabbed my king's cement." Liu Guang knew that he was going to die, and said angrily, "Ha, faint king, if you want to kill, you have to do it, and stop talking." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 158. Shut your bones are hard enough, but Luf likes to break people with hard bones the most. Liu Guang 22's brutal attitude made Luf furious. This Liu Guang's reputation is clear to Luf. Although the Liu family is not as powerful as the Wang family in Qingzhou, the Liu family's notoriety is stronger than the other four. Rumor has it that the Liu family's ancestor was not clean. He was a robber who made his living by robbery. Later, he gathered some money and bought the land here. The manor gradually became the so-called rich family today. But even so, the Liu family's bandits are still very strong, often bullying the weak, and the people nearby are all complaining. What's more, for this thief today, he also lost the baby tiger skin at home to Xiaoming, and was even more annoyed at Liu Guang. Since Xiaoming suddenly started to encircle the wealthy family, Liu Guang has taken many of the wealthy families who escaped into the grass. During this period, there were a lot of murders and illegal activities. Now he is caught by Xiaoming and cannot live anymore. Because of this, he was heartbroken, but showed a face of fearlessness. Even if he died, he would set an example for other wealthy families and inspire other wealthy families to continue making chaos. Seeing that Luf was about to hit his sleeves, Xiaoming stopped him, and said, "Wait, this method of death is too cheap for him." Since this member of Liu is dressed in such a luxurious dress, his righteousness is lingering. He prepared a decent way to die. Up to now, Xiaoming has encountered many wealthy families who are not afraid of death. This has surprised Xiaoming. But think about it, he will understand. Now he and the rich family are in the same situation, either you die or I die. To be more important, this involves the survival of the rich family, and these rich family naturally defend their own interests with death, especially since the beginning of the millennium. The clans have controlled the government, professed to be orthodox, and constantly consolidated the power of the rich. What Xiaoming is doing now is no different from going against the sky in the eyes of the tyrants. Relatively speaking, Xiaoming is extremely vicious in the eyes of the tyrants. After thinking about this, Xiaoming smiled bitterly. "I am afraid that the hard road in the future has just begun." In the hearts of the great family of Dayu, he was basically the first heir to the throne to be eliminated, because a pig would definitely not let the pig killer lead him. From then on, he estimated that he would have to face all kinds of difficulties and traps of life and death from the great people of the Great Yu country. However, he already had a countermeasure in his mind. It was the most effective way to deal with a solidified class and to cultivate a new class to fight against. I don't want a decent way to die. It's extremely hypocritical. Wait for Xiaoming. The tycoons of Luzhu will not stop here, and the tycoons of the world will not stop. You will wait for the world to rise and attack. Right? Liu Guang scolded. "Asshole, I will cut off your tongue right now. Lu was furious. Xiaoming's expression is calm and daily. For him, not reforming is dead. Reforms still have a ray of vitality and develop in a regular manner. Sooner or later, letting him have the ability to reach the sky will become a victim of the throne competition. The last assassination had already sounded the alarm for him. If there were no tycoons in it, he would not believe it, but which tycoon cooperated with it can no longer be found. But this matter, he can keep staring. Looking at Li Kuang, who was furious and depraved, Xiaoming said indifferently, I refused before seeing what kind of death method was. It would have been a waste of my king's heart. All of you thieves are stained with the blood of innocent people. The king should chop your heads 10,000 times. Then he turned to Chen Qi and said, how many shells are there in the artillery? Return, your highness. There are still 32, Chen Qi said. Xiaoming nodded and sneered. Then let the Liu member who is not afraid of death understand what an artillery decision is. This kind of punishment began in the Mughal Empire of ancient India. This empire was founded by Mongolian descent. It is said that this torture was specially used to deal with insurgents. It suddenly occurred to me that this method was not because Xiaoming had a tendency to become a tyrant, but because he wanted to use this deterrent effect to make Liu Kuang explain where the gunpowder came from. Because Liu Kuang, who is now like this, can't be defeated by a mental man. Even if he is tortured, he may not speak. He never underestimated the ancients, because narrow thinking prevailed in ancient times, and there are still some hard bones. Instead of using criminal laws like Ling Kai, it is better to be clean. Firefight. Combined with Xiaoming asking about the number of artillery shells, Lu suddenly realized something, and he couldn't help feeling cold behind his back. Liu Oxin is the same, with a weird look, but Nu Ben looked as usual. In his opinion, this kind of punishment was relatively pleasant. To deal with the insurgents, the criminal law tools in the dungeon of the Great Yu country were full of the room. Liu Kuang naturally didn't understand what an artillery battle was. But when he and the remaining bandits were escorted to the weapon that had just attacked the city, his expression changed. At this time, the soldiers of the King's army, all the remaining bandits, and stood in rows under the walls of Wu Bao. At the same time, the man dressed as the craftsman started to manipulate the weird thing, and the muzzle of the black hole aimed at his men. Xiaoming noticed Liu Kuang's look, and he asked, where did the gunpowder that blew up the city wall come from? Hey, I don't know, Liu Kuang said coldly. Xiaoming knew that this would be the result, so he stopped asking. But he knew Ben and others stood behind the artillery. Lu lined up all the gangsters under the city wall and turned back and said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, let's start with the first one. This person is Liu Wei, Liu Kuang's most powerful family member. This person is extremely vicious and poor. Not less than 30 lives, and even the man who once occupied other people's wives and daughters and poisoned this woman, and killed the baby boy. Although Liu Oxin was born in a powerful family, he is also a jealous enemy, otherwise he will not always be at odds with Xiaoming, and angrily said, this kind of person really should be cut at all times. This is simply cheap for him. Shut up, your Royal Highness has his own plan, talk a lot. Nu Ben said. He knew Xiaoming's thoughts very well. Nodding slowly, Xiaoming turned to Chen Qi. Let's start. The words of Lu made Chen Qi already angry. He adjusted the angle of the artillery. This time the position of the artillery was pulled to within 60 meters, which made it easier to hit. Liu Kuang was taken to the muzzle of the artillery at this time, just to disturb his mind. Everything was ready. Chen Qi lit the matchstick. Boom! There was a loud bang. The flashlight flashed, and the shells shot straight towards the city wall. With a boom, the shells hit the city wall severely, and a half-meter pit appeared on the city wall, only half a meter away from Liu Wei. The shell did not hit, but Liu Wei had fallen soft to the ground. Standing at the muzzle, Liu Kuang shook, his ears hummed, his face pale as paper. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 159 Pit Hunting Outside Liu. How powerful is this artillery? Xiaoming's voice passed through the smoke of burning gunpowder to Liu Kuang's ears, which made him despair. Can King Qi, who possesses such a murderous weapon, be defeated. This idea flashed in his mind and was soon broken. In front of the city gate, Liu Wei heard a horse begging for mercy, and the fear of death passing by made him almost crazy. I think now Liu Wei would be more willing to tell the source of gunpowder, but if you still want to die decently, I will give you this opportunity. Xiaoming's voice, Yujing Wubo, seemed to have a chance to win. Liu Kuang laughed lowly. He was defeated, and the moment the artillery exploded, fear filled his whole body. The formula for this gunpowder was uploaded by the ancestor of my Liu family. Liu Kuang said decadently, I hope that King Qi can give me a whole body. The superstition prevails among the people of Taiyu. The people all believe in the theory of reincarnation. Many people believe that only a complete body can reincarnate again. Therefore, the whole body is a vicious curse here. The potholes within half a meter of the city wall made Liu Kuang understand that if the gun went down without breaking one arm and one leg, he would probably be beaten into meat. I'm asking where the saltpeter comes from, Xiaoming asked. This is what he really cares about now. Regardless of whether or not the king of Shu is in the middle, the problem that Xiaoming faces now is the shortage of gunpowder materials, which will cause him not to have enough gunpowder to deal with the barbarians. Hey, if your highness wants it, you can go to the cesspit to dig. Liu Kuang laughed. Frowning, Xiaoming was disappointed after all. He thought that Liu Kuang and others were in control of the location of the saltpeter mine, but he did not expect it to be the saltpeter obtained through this method. He waved his hand and said to Nu Ben, kill all, leave them a whole body. Nu Ben nodded and gestured to Liu Fei and Liu Oxin. The two understood. The blade flashed, and Liu Kuang fell into a pool of blood. The surrounding soldiers looked cold and indifferent, and it was not a pity that 1,000 people of this kind died. Test fired the artillery and at the same time solved the siege of Wubao. It was time to retreat to the city. Now Xiaoming must find a way to solve the problem of saltpeter. Now it is impossible to find the saltpeter mine immediately, but Liu Kuang's words made him determined to look for saltpeter from the pit. Asking Chen Fu to the cement to Kangzhou city himself, Xiaoming said to Nu Ben, Old General, although the Lazu tyrants have been destroyed, many remnants are still in trouble. I hope that the old general will go to encircle and suppress the 6 states, so as not to bring disaster to the 6 states. His Royal Highness, this matter can be handed over to the last general. It is my duty to raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use them, Nu Ben said with a fist. Xiaoming nodded. Zhang Xingqing was supposed to be responsible for this matter, but the barbarian went south and broke his plan. Now Zhang Xingqing is mainly responsible for the repair of Kangzhou city. After stopping the soldiers and returning to the city, more than 10 days passed in order to encircle Liu Kuang and his gang. But at least the artillery test was successfully completed, and then the equipment department could fully produce artillery. And he has to continue to solve the saltpeter problem. This artillery is one of them. He also needs a lot of bulk gunpowder to make gunpowder cans. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope, thinking that Liu Kuang knew the location of the saltpeter mine, but now his hope was shattered. However, he was not without gain. At least Liu Kuang proved that it is feasible to make nitrate and remanufacture gunpowder, and this nitrate pit is underground, but the amount is very small. But now the mosquitoes are meat no matter how small they are. When they returned to the palace, he immediately called Lu Tong over. There is saltpeter in the Maokeng? Lu Tong blinked his eyes in disbelief. For Xiaoming, there are still many ways to extract soil nitrate in the Science and Technology Library, and the principles are very clear. Generally speaking, the soil near pig pens and toilets in rural areas often contains a lot of organic matter. After the organic matter decomposes, nitrifying bacteria will generate nitric acid. Nitric acid further reacts with arsenic, calcium, and magnesium in the soil to produce potassium nitrate and its calcium magnesium nitrate, which is called nitrate. Generally speaking, the content of potassium nitrate in the fluffy white mold that precipitates on the soil walls of pigsty and toilets is high, sometimes as high as 75%. I told Lu Tong about the formation principle of saltpeter. At this time, Lu Tong nodded slowly if he had an understanding. This method is a bit more troublesome, but it can only be done now. Let's pass this difficulty first. Let's talk about it. Xiaoming said. If he could use saltpeter mine, no one would go to the toilet to find saltpeter. He was forced to do it. In addition to directly looking for saltpeter on the surface of the pit and pig pen, Xiaoming also asked Lu Tong to dig out the old soil and plant ash under the toilet to cook, so that saltpeter crystals can also be extracted. His Royal Highness, this is no problem. When you say this, I remember that there is this kind of thing on the pit of my house, but it is a little too small. And how many pits are needed? Lu Tong asked. Xiaoming already had an idea in his heart, and now he can only mobilize the masses of people. Asking Lu Tong to go back to prepare the utensils, Xiaoming asked Fan Zheng to come to the palace, and he personally wrote a manuscript for the newspaper. The content of this manuscript is to mobilize the people to find the fire nitrate from Moking and give it to the local government. Anyone who provides fire nitrate will cost 1 cent per catty. The next day, the news was immediately circulated with the newspaper, and reporters from all states were dispatched at the same time, down to the county and the village to convey the contents of the newspaper to the people. The white hairs in this pit can still be sold for money. In Zhu's village, Zhu Liu asked the person who had just finished reading the newspaper in surprise. His elder brother Zhu Sanxi has gone to King Zhu City and successfully entered the King Zhu army. Now there are still eldest brother Zhu Ye, Zhu Xioma and him at home. Now that the food can be harvested immediately, the family is full of hope, but his family is still very poor before the food is harvested, but it must have been much better before. And after Zhu Sanxi entered the King Zhu army, the local government office sent a stone of grain and a piece of cloth to the family. These things made many people in the village enviable, and no one would have thought that the military government would also send food to eat. In the past, they were directly arrested and served as soldiers. Because of this, many hesitant people in the village joined the army, because every time the government sent something home, it was a glorious thing with a bright face. In addition to his second brother, his eldest brother is now unloading and loading goods on the wharf exclusively for merchant ships. In the past 6 months, the number of merchant ships going to and from King Zhu Wharf has increased suddenly, and many people are needed to carry goods. Naturally, the wages have risen again. Zhujia village is not far from the dock, and most of the young men in the slack season go to the dock. Compared with the eldest brother and the second brother, Zhu Liu has been at home helping to look at the fields at home, but he also wants to make some money. Therefore, he was immediately moved. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 160 Action. For all the warm wind is floating, blowing the golden wheat waves in the field. Zhu's village, which is close to the wheat field, is hot at this time, and every family is busy looking for fire in their cesspools. Zhu Liu ran the fastest. At this time, he already had a large handful of white powder in his hand. He carefully searched the pit in his home before and after. Zhu Liu carefully wrapped the white powder and immediately went to King Zhu City. Zhu Liu, you go and see first. If you can really sell money, we will go. Yes, you run fast. We wait for you to come back. Many people in the village are digging, and many people are watching. The people who are suffering are not yet fully convinced of the government. Although the farming order and the production team have benefited them some, the impression that the government has deep-rooted in their hearts is difficult to change for a while. They were afraid that they would just send things for nothing. Zhu Liu's footsteps did not stop. His brother Zhu Sanxi was in the army. He believed in the current King Zhu government office and the current King Qi more than others. Holding the white powder tightly, Zhu Liu arrived at King Zhu City and went directly to the palace. At this time, at the gate of the government office, a teenager who was similar in grade seemed to be waiting for something. Zhu Liu hesitated and stepped forward and asked, "Is Huo Xiao brought here?" This young man is Lu Tong's subordinate. In order to distinguish the fire, Lu Tong sent the surplus people to the state government offices to be responsible for the acquisition. "Yes," the boy said in surprise. "So far no one has come here to pay saltpeter. This boy is the first one." Zhu Liu lightly breathed a sigh of relief, handed Huo Xiao over, and said, "I have found so many." There was a pole in front of the boy. He weighed the things Zhu Liu brought, and said, There are 5 tools in total, because you are the first one. Your Majesty said, the saltpeter brought by the first 100 people is 20 bayajin of money to encourage it. This is $10. Take it well. With the 10 copper plates in hand, Zhou Liu smiled with joy. At this time, the boy said to Zhou Liu, by the way, there is another way to get more saltpeter. Do you want to learn? Yes. Zhou Liu agreed without hesitation. The temperature of the copper coin in his hand made him believe in King Zhu's government office. The boy nodded, and told Zhou Liu the method of digging out the old soil mixed with plant ash to make fire. Zhou Liu nodded and immediately returned to the village. At this time, seeing Zhou Liu coming back, many villagers gathered around and asked, how is Zhou Liu? Zhou Liu brightened the copper coin in his hand. I said that Our Highness will not deceive the people. The people of the government office said that the first 100 people will buy it for 20 cents per catty. As soon as these words came out, the people around Zhou Liu immediately ran away, picked up the saltpeter from the house and ran to King Zhu City. In an instant, hundreds of people seemed to be chased by a dog. Zhou Liu smiled, squeezed the copper coin in his hand, thinking how to use the money he earned. At this time, the news that Huo Xiao could really pay back the money spread out, and the spread slowly spread, and more people joined in the search and production of Huo Xiao. After half a month of shortage of materials for the chemical laboratory in the workshop area of King Zhu City, the first batch of saltpeter arrived. Although the saltpeter had a strong smell of urine, it was better than nothing. His Royal Highness, you are really amazing. That's how you solved the saltpeter problem. The King of Shu still wants to take advantage of His Royal Highness. Now it seems that he will have no place to sell the saltpeter in the future. Lu Tong was almost fainted by the sack of saltpeter he sent, but he still danced happily. Xiao Ming smiled bitterly. If he could use normal saltpeter, whoever would look for it in the cesspool? And this is not a long-term solution. After all, the formation of saltpeter takes time, and this folk method of taking saltpeter cannot replace saltpeter mines. This time, he disclosed this method of soil smelting, one to save the emergency, the other to disgust the King of Shu. When the people of Dau country understand how to get saltpeter, he sees where to sell saltpeter in this land. Now that there is enough saltpeter, the gunpowder must be prepared as much as possible. Xiao Ming ordered. Regarding King Shu, his letter to Qing'an has not come back yet, and I don't know how Xiao Wenxuan will handle the matter. In any case, he temporarily passed this barrier. With sufficient gunpowder, he will now think about how to achieve the throwing of gunpowder cans. Xiao Ming has his own ideas about this gunpowder pot, and there is never a single weapon on the battlefield. This artillery is designed to deal with catapults and to kill enemies further away, but this gunpowder canister is different. It is to kill the barbarian army gathered under the city and climbing the ladder. And the power of this clay pot is that it can be filled with a large amount of gunpowder. If the gunpowder is just a shock wave, it can make the barbarians turn their backs. This is different from the linear damage of artillery, but it belongs to the range of damage. Aiming at the fragile shortcomings of clay pots, Xiao Ming plans to wrap a thick layer of straw on the outside of the pots and bundle them layer by layer. As long as a small catapult is erected on the city wall at that time, the artillery can be fully realized at a long distance, within 200 meters of the catapult, and the short-range coverage of the soldiers thrown so that the barbarians can enjoy the feast of gunpowder at any place. While thinking about this frenzied defensive tactic, Xiao Ming went to the Department of Equipment. Chen Qi is very busy now, but there is no way. This matter has to be left to him. At the same time, in Qing'an, a group of unwelcome people arrived in Qing'an City. These people are barbarian messengers from the Golden Horde. Their arrival broke the calm atmosphere of Qing'an City. From the first-grade members to the Li people, everyone was spying on the purpose of these barbarian messengers. This will also mean that the Great Yu Kingdom and the Golden Horde will be at peace in the future. 3 messengers, please go to the post and rest for a while. Tomorrow your Majesty will summon 3 messengers from afar. The messenger in charge of entertaining the barbarians is Hong Temple King Zhao Crossing. All the affairs of foreign messengers in the country of Dau will be handled by Hong Temple tomorrow. Today we are going to see your Emperor. We have delayed our major events, beware of the dog. The barbarian messenger who came this time was tall, with his hair draped behind his back, braided braids on both sides, golden rings on his ears gleaming with cold light. His face was dark and his expression was cold. Along with him were two guards wearing leather armor and felt hats, and it was one of the guards who was speaking badly at this time. Zhao Xing was yelled and couldn't help feeling a little frightened. The barbarians are so powerful that the officials in Chang'an and the upper and lower officials mentioned the barbaric discoloration. Of course, Zhao Xing was one of them. This was when he saw the barbarian messenger. His legs trembled and his head was flustered, for fear that these barbarians' uncles would be alive. "My messenger," Zhao Xing said with a flattering smile, "the official is also to convey the emperor's will. It is really powerless. Please forgive me for the 3 adults. I will immediately arrange the wine and food for the 3 adults. Can you?" To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 161 Humiliation. There are beautiful women, or be careful of your dog's life. The messenger, who had been silent, glanced at Zhao Xing and said. Zhao Xing paled with fright and repeatedly accused him of crimes before slowly retreating. Seeing Zhao Xing's obedience, one of the guards said, "Gee, this time we come to Chang'an, we should enjoy it before going back. It is said that Chang'an is not only a good wine, but also a beautiful woman." "Yes, these southerners are afraid to die when they see us, like a dog sees a wolf," another guard said. The barbarian messenger sneered, "Sooner or later, I will turn this place into my bedroom, and then I will choose all the beauties in the world like the dog emperor of the southerner. You should not forget us at that time." The guard laughed lewdly. The barbarian messenger laughed and nodded, and suddenly his expression became serious. "Unfortunately, Father Khan is old, and now he has no ambitions. If I become a Khan, why would he waste his tongue like this?" Ji's statement is reasonable. "Our noble prairie people will go where they want to go like eagles in the sky." The guard laughed. The other guard said, "But Bishan Taiji, Taiji has always been dissatisfied with you, so you have to be careful." The barbarian envoy nodded, his eyes narrowed slightly. "How can that cowardly person be my opponent? I worry about others." As the 3 of them were talking, Zhao Xing, who had just left, turned back and said, "The 3 messengers, JKI, and the beautiful woman have already ordered them properly. Would you like the 3 messengers please?" Bishan snorted at this time, pushed Zhao Xing away, and strode out of the post house. Zhao Xing was pushed and staggered, but he was still full of smiles. He was Wang Zhao's, and he did not dare to show any disrespect to the barbarians. What's more, the moment he entered just now, the guard called this person Qi, which means the prince among the barbarians. According to the person's appearance, the messenger who came this time seemed to be Bishan, the youngest son of the Khan of the Golden Horde. Rumor has it that this Bishan Taiji can conquer good warfare, and this has changed in the western regions. When the barbarians marched to the west, half of the small western regions were defeated by him. Thinking of this, Zhao Xing even squeezed out a flattering look. Maybe Zhao Wang will rely on this Qi in the future. Early the next day, Xiao Wenxian saw the barbarian envoy who had come to Chang'an. He knew the news yesterday, but deliberately delayed seeing these barbarians in order to beat the arrogance of these barbarians. "I just don't know if this barbarian messenger was dissatisfied." Zhao Xing came to report in the morning, and the singer and girl club who served the 3 of them at night was dead, and it was terrifying. When Xiao Wenxian heard this, an anger rose in his heart. Although these singers were nothing but cheap in his eyes, they were also citizens of the Great Yu Kingdom. These barbarians killed him when they said they were killed, and they were slapped him in the face. However, after learning that this person might be Taiji Bishan of the barbarian tribe, Xiao Wenxian suppressed his anger. The 3 envoys got up this time, and I hope to forgive me for the lack of hospitality. Xiao Wenxian first said, "The barbarians are strong in national power, but the Great Yu Kingdom is not enough." Xiao Wenxian is unwilling to fight the barbarians as a last resort. "Thank you, Emperor Dayu. The reception was good last night, but those singers couldn't stand the toss and died." Bishan's voice was proud. Liu Oquan was furious and was about to step forward, but when he saw Xiao Wenxian's warning eyes, he backed away. "Ha ha! The messenger is a dragon and a fierce tiger. Xiao Wenxian smiled fakely. I wonder why the messenger came to Chang'an this time? Shan glanced contemptuously at the officials. Except for a few officials who looked unhappy, most of the officials had a flattering look. In his heart, he despised Dayu country more and more. This time, in the name of Khan, I will hand over the letter of credence to your majesty. First, I hope that your majesty will cede to us the 5 states of Kangzhou, Qingzhou, Yezhou, Dengzhou, and Lzhou. Second, we will add an additional annual tribute of 1 million taels of silver each year. Third, send the princess and Khan's most beloved Beshantaji to make peace. If your majesty promises, the Khan promises not to meet the soldiers of the Great Yu country within 10 years. Fourth, from then on, the emperor of the Great Yu country will become a minister to the Khan, calling himself the emperor. If not, in 3 months, my Khan will personally take the army to take down Kangzhou city. At that time, not only will Kangzhou city be left alone, but other prefectures and counties will also be left alone. Shan said. It is not clear that he has been guessed. As soon as this remark came out, there was a lot of discussion in the whole court, and Liu Oqing clenched his hands and gritted his teeth with hatred. But at the same time, many ministers showed delighted expressions, whispering and nodding secretly. Xiao Wenxian fainted almost angrily, cutting land, paying compensation, and having to marry him. Since the founding of the country, Dayu has never been humiliated by barbarians like him. A burst of anger rushed to his head, and he suddenly fainted. The emperor! The emperor! The little yellow gate serving by Xiao Wenxian was shocked. At this time, Fiji said to Bishan, please also ask the 3 envoys to go back. Your majesty is in a state of illness. When I wake up, I will reply to the 3 envoys. No, if you agree, I will send the princess here. If you don't agree, see you in Kangzhou city in 3 months. After Bishan said, he laughed away. The barbarian messenger left, and within a few days, there were rumors in the market. When the emperor of the dynasty seemed to be so angry by the barbaric messenger, he was sick and bedridden. The news made the people of Chang'an sigh. It's really useless. In the Bishui pavilion, concubine Zhen was serving Xiao Wenxian with a bowl of lotus seed porridge. The emperor, I have to eat something to regenerate. Xiao Wenxian's face was sallow at this time, and his expression was gloomy. If the barbarian going south is just a guess, then the arrival of the barbarian messenger can be said to have put this matter on the bright side. How can I eat? At that day, the barbarian envoys openly asked me to cede the land of Kangzhou, Qingzhou, and Dengzhou, and let the emperors of the Great Yu Kingdom call themselves emperors of the barbarian tribe and add 1 million 2-year tribute. In addition, Dayu was also required to send a princess and relatives, while the barbarians promised not to use soldiers against Dayu within 10 years. If not, the Khan will lead soldiers to the generals in 3 months. Will seize the land of Kangzhou. After a pause, Xiao Wenxian said, however, this is not the most annoying. The most annoying is that most of the courtiers are now requesting me to agree to the conditions of the barbarians. Speaking of this, Xiao Wenxian thought more and more angry. Concubine Zhen sighed when she heard the words, and said, these ministers are also, how can such a humiliating condition be agreed? Yeah, there are still a few people in this Great Yu country nowadays. Xiao Wenxian sighed. At this moment, he remembered something and said, Concubine Zhen, I remember that King Qi sent a letter. What did the letter say? These days, Xiao Wenxian has been ill in bed, and Fiji takes care of all the affairs. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the letter Xiao Ming had sent 10 days ago. Your Majesty, the dragon body is the most important thing. Your Majesty, don't bother about this matter. Zenf sighed quietly. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 162 Preparation before the war. Bishu is fresh and elegant, quiet and peaceful, just like a concubine's temper. I don't know when. 23 Xiao Wenxian began to get tired of those vulgar fans, greedy for this peaceful tranquility. Here he seems to be able to temporarily forget all his worries. Maybe he is old, maybe he is too tired. In recent days, he always remembered when he was the prince. At that time, he was surrounded by King Wei, King Ning, and many other princes, but now, he only has a cold throne. The throne he was crazy for all his life. If the throne now belongs to King Ning, would this great Yu country still suffer such humiliation? A terrible voice remembered in his mind, and he was driven away in horror. After returning to his senses, a cold sweat formed behind him. With a wry smile, what he has to face now is the barbaric credential and the endless quarrels of ministers. Looking carefully at the slender eyelashes of the concubine Zenzin, Xiao Wenxian seemed to have made up his mind. He said, "Now that King Qi is carrying a heavy burden, how can I ignore it? Now his affairs are national affairs." Concubine Zen sighed and said, "There is nothing else. It seems that there is no saltpeter on the ground. It is said that no merchants sell this thing in King Zhu." "Saltpeter?" Xiao Wenxian frowned. "Is King Qi making gunpowder? I didn't expect him to be a city now. I'm also surprised. Minga seems to know a lot now, and I don't know where to learn it for him." Concubine Zen took the lotus porridge and fed Xiao Wenxian. Xiao Wenxian shook his head. "No matter where he learns from, it is better than before." Then he said, "The saltpeter of this great Yu country is only found in the nitrate caves of the Sha area. It must be the king of Sha who was in the middle of it." The two were at odds when they were in Qing'an. At this time, the king of Sha knew that he needed saltpeter, so he must made a fuss about it. Knowing the son is not like the father, Xiao Wenxian has a clear picture of the character of the king of Shu. Hey, at this time, the princes are still in such intrigue. Zen furrowed her brows and couldn't help being a little angry. Xiao Wenxian rarely sees Zenf's annoyance, and he can't help being a little strange, but he said, "This is just my guess. Even if it is from the king of Shu, I guess he will not admit it even if I ask him." "Then what can I do?" "This saltpeter seems very important to Minga." Zenf worried. "It's okay. I will now transfer the gunpowder and saltpeter from the armament department to him, and then order the king of Shu to send the saltpeter to Qing'an, and see if he dares not follow it." After all, Xiao Wenxian had been emperor for more than 30 years, and he was used to such small tricks in court. Concubine Zen nodded. Like Xiao Wenxian, she is still unclear about the importance of this gunpowder to Xiao Ming, except that it is the same as coal and iron. After sighing, Xiao Wenxian got up from the bed, and then said, "There are still 20 fire tubes in the equipment department, and they are sent together this time." "Your Majesty, where are you going again?" Seeing Xiao Wenxian getting up, Zen asked worriedly. "King Qi's affairs can't be delayed. Besides, these ministers must be dealt with." Xiao Wenxian put on his clothes and walked out. At this time, the minister who knelt outside the Chenqing hall saw Xiao Wenxian coming out. At this time, the minister cried out, "Look at the emperor and think twice." This time the barbarian messenger is a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. "I also hope that your Majesty will think about the world. In that case, whoever has a daughter in your family will be sent to the palace. I am willing to accept him as a righteous daughter. This matter of marriage depends on you." Xiao Wenxian's complexion was unwavering. He won the throne not only because of the support of King Zhao, but also his extremely smart mind. If it had been in the past, he might have agreed to the barbarian's request in exchange for more than 10 years of stability. But since the last time in the court, he saw that these different surnamed princes were unpredictable, and after that, he recalled. Because of this, the royal family's land is getting less and less, and the princes of different surnames actually ask for money and food in the name of resisting the barbarians. In this way, the royal family becomes weaker, and the princes of different surnames become stronger. Decades later, the country of Dau is about to change his surname, so this time he simply pushed the matter out. All the ministers looked at each other when they heard the words, "Look at me and I look at you." It doesn't matter if the emperor's daughter sends it out, but it's different if it's his own daughter. Who doesn't know the brutality of this barbarian? Can they survive this scent? No one answered for a while, and then Xiao Wenxian said, "As for the treasury, you must be very clear that the annual tribute has already stretched the treasury. It is better for you aching to borrow some money from which feudal king to deal with this tribute." This remark once again surprised the ministers. Looking at these ministers who hesitated when it came to their own interests, Xiao Wenxian snorted coldly, flung his sleeves and left, leaving a sentence, "This matter does not need to be discussed again, and it will be handled as stated in the court last time." If it is Qi Wang King, why couldn't hold Kangzu? And I also recognize that this is imperial incompetence. If he can hold it, whoever talks about peace, I will chop off his head. Xiao Wenxuan left. When the ministers stood up, the crowd asked the leading minister, "Master Kui, how can this be good? What to do? Do you want to send your daughter out?" "This Kui master is Kui Hao." "Naturally, I don't want to." The minister shrank his neck. "In that case, wait for Kangzu City to be broken. Our emperor never sees the coffin or shed tears." Kui Hao sneered, humming and leaving. When the other ministers saw this, they knew that no matter how much they were kneeling, they would lose their minds. King Zhu. It has been 20 days since the news of the acquisition of saltpeter was published in the newspapers. The acquisition of real gold and silver in the government office has made the people no longer hesitate, and the production of saltpeter has gradually become hot. Although the fleet from Chang'an also brought a lot of saltpeter, Xiaoming didn't want to stop buying saltpeter. Because of the information coming from the fleet, he had to prepare gunpowder with all his strength. 3 months. So now we only have more than 2 months left, Pang Yukan said in the governor's mansion. Before the fleet arrived, Xiaoming received Xiao Wenxuan's reply. In the letter, Xiao Wenxuan reported the actions of the barbarian envoy in Chang'an. The angry words in the letter showed that Xiao Wenxuan was very angry this time. However, the time for the barbarian to attack is basically determined, and it seems that it has only been more than 2 months now. Looking at the 20 fire cylinders that were sent to the ground at the same time, Xiaoming said, "Yes, so I must prepare now." If I remember correctly, the wheat outside the city can be collected in 3 days. You now notify the prefectural government to prepare to purchase grain reserves, and organize civilian husbands to deliver supplies to Kangzu City. Pang Yukan nodded. "Leave these matters to the lower officials, and it won't delay the important matters of your highness." To be continued. The new website was launched. Chapter 163. The wheat is ripe. 20 burners lined up on the ground. After instructing Pang Yukan about the logistics, Xiaoming looked at these yellow-orange fire tubes, which were different in structure from the artillery. These fire tubes were narrow at both ends and thick in the middle, and they were basically primitive fire guns. Moreover, the caliber is also small compared to his artillery. Not to mention the range. Xiao Wenxuan was humiliated by the barbarians this time and turned into anger. This time, he was willing to give him the torches. These torches were all made of brass. In Xiaoming's eyes, this was a torch, and it was clearly copper. It's no wonder that many emperors couldn't help but use this brass artillery to make money. His Royal Highness, what should I do with this flame? Do you want to send it to Kangzu City together? Pang Yukan asked. Xiaoming smiled and said, "No, 20 fire tubes should be enough to make a brass artillery. Let's send it directly to the equipment department." "Yes, Your Highness," Pang Yukan said. He never liked to talk too much about things he didn't understand. Xiaoming was quite satisfied with Xiao Wenxuan's reaction this time. He thought that the procedure would be Xiao Wenxuan writing a letter to curse King Shu, and then King Shu made a bunch of excuses to shirk, and Xiao Wenxuan wrote him again to make him wait. What surprised him was that Xiao Wenxuan handled it properly this time, first solved his urgent need, and then went to clean up the King of Shu. It can be seen that people are pressed into a hurry and can always do something. This time he would like to thank the barbarian envoy for humiliating this cheap father. After inspecting the supplies sent this time at the Dudu's mansion, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan went outside the city. Now Chen Qi and Lu Tong can only count on Chen Qi and Lu Tong to produce artillery and gunpowder, and he doesn't have much to worry about. However, not only the fields of the people's homes have to harvest wheat, but his official houses also have to harvest wheat. He once promised that Lu's acquisition of Chengde from these official villages belonged to the King's army, and it was time for him to fulfill his promise. On the riverside of Xiaoqing River, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan stopped and looked. Opposite was the King's army's official field. At this time, the golden wheat was endless, and a gust of wind blew by, rolling up the layers of wheat. Looking at the crops in the field, Xiaoming was even more happy than seeing the success of the first artillery. Food is the heaven for the people, and agriculture is the foundation of the country. With food, the people will settle down and the soldiers of the army will fight with peace of mind. Otherwise, the people will only rise up in exchange for the poor. Because it was about to harvest, Luff specially arranged for soldiers of the King's army to patrol Guangshan to prevent people from stealing wheat. Most of the people are safe and secure, but there will always be people who are lazy and get something for nothing. 3 days ago, a corner of this official village was secretly cut a small piece of wheat at night, which caused Luff's anger into thunder. In his heart, this official village is more important than his life, but he and the soldiers are leading the cattle to farm, holding the to weed, and looking mature day by day. Immediately he sent soldiers to guard him day and night, and went to the government office personally, asking the arrest to investigate the matter quickly. The government office knew the seriousness of this incident, and within 2 days it caught the person who stole the wheat, and Luff was beaten when he left. But despite this, things like this often happen in the people's fields. His Royal Highness, after this harvest, the people's life should be better. Pang Yukun stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes dyed golden yellow by the wheat. Xiaoming is working on a large workshop area outside the city. At present, the main benefits are merchants, but the people don't get much benefit. After all, this workshop area is only an extremely small commercial area that cannot drive the entire Qingzhou city, let alone the other 5 states. Yes, tax is reduced or exempted for 3 years. The government doesn't take a point for this harvest. People should have surplus food in their homes. Xiaoming also smiled. Once the people have surplus food in their hands, they will sell part of it for money. Only when there is money left in the family will they be consumed. In this way, the economy of the 6 states will slowly revitalize. It's just that I have to work hard to do business to enrich the treasury, Pang Yukun said with emotion. During this period of time, everything Xiaoming did was seen by him. A feudal lord who can consider the people in this way, I am afraid that Dayu Kingdom cannot find a second one. The longer he gets along with Xiaoming, the more he feels that Xiaoming seems to have a thought that he can't even understand. And he doesn't know where this strange thought came from. Among them, I don't want to die here miserably. Xiaoming sighed in his heart. Why didn't he ever want to enjoy the fun of being a feudal king and lead an extravagant life? Just like farming, if you want to harvest food, you have to work hard, which is why he farms and engages in industry. After all, when he came to such a place, he had nothing except technological advantages. He didn't have a family of princes like other princes. And he is not good at conspiracy and tricks. After all, he grew up in modern times and the education he received from childhood is that the world is full of love. Therefore, his goal has always been very clear, to win the hearts of the people, to climb technology, and to engage in business. The two were talking, a sound of horseshoes came from afar, and soon the cow ran in front of them. Luff and Liu Oxin followed behind them, and the 3 were relaxed. His Royal Highness, what a coincidence, you are here. Nu Ben laughed and got off the horse. Luff said directly, the governor must look at the King's army's own manner, and the general brought him over. Pang Qingshi and I are also talking about this manner. You King's army should not be careless about the wheat harvesting. When the time comes, hurry up and grab the harvest so that it will not rain and the wheat will rot in the ground. Xiaoming said, yes, Your Majesty. This time the captain came to harvest the wheat. Luff said. At this time, Nu Ben said, His Royal Highness can take out his property to the King's army. It is really something very people can do. I admire it. Thanks to the old general. This is also a helpless move. King Zhu is embarrassed. This is also because the King's army will not be short of food and clothing, and the slack training of troops busy farming does not delay the training of the King's army. Nu Ben nodded, but he could understand Xiaoming's thoughts. It's normal for the frontier army to mobilize fields from ancient to modern times. While talking, the group crossed the stone bridge and walked towards the wheat field. When he arrived in the field, Nu Ben skillfully pinched a wheat ear and rubbed it, then bit the wheat grain in his mouth, and said, well, the wheat is still a bit moist. and it can be harvested in 2 days. 1,000 people should be enough at that time. Xiaoming's land yield is 100 hectares, which is 10,000 mu of land. Nowadays, Dau country can harvest about 3 stones of grain per mu. If nothing happens this time, 300,000 shi of grain is enough. After all, the King's army now has only 20,000 people, and this 300,000 food is enough to feed 20,000 people for more than a year. In addition, another season can be harvested this year, and there are arable land reclaimed by the army in other places. In this way, the army's food problem is solved. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 164 Barbarian tricks. The fragrance of wheat mixed with soil bursts, and the clear river water is rippling with blue waves. The natural and beautiful scenery made everyone standing in the ridge relaxed and happy. If there were no threats from the barbarians, this would be a quiet field picture. The 5 people talked about the trivial details of the harvest. At this time, Xiaoming told the Nuben 3 people that the barbarian envoy had entered Qing'an more than 2 months. Nuben frowned. Seeing Nuben's attitude, Xiaoming asked, "Old General, is there anything wrong with this?" Nuben said, "His Royal Highness, the totem of this barbarian is a prairie wolf. This is also the cunning of the wolf pack. Don't believe this barbarian's 3-month siege." "Yes, Your Highness. Judging from the situation when I was waiting for the barbarian clan, this is indeed the case. This barbaric clan never talks about credibility, is cunning, and is unscrupulous in order to achieve the goal." Pang Yukan and Xiaoming glanced at each other, their faces darkened. They didn't deal with the barbarians much, and no Nuben and others understood the characteristics of the barbarians. "Please also the old general to elaborate," Xiaoming asked sternly. Nuben said, "The barbarians say that they will be attacking the city for 3 months. It seems that the general must be letting His Highness be negligent, so we can be caught off guard. From now on, His Highness should send scouts to explore the grassland news, guard against the barbarians' sudden attack on Kangzhou." "Exactly, and before the barbarian army attacks the city, it will inevitably send out small tribes on the grassland to conduct a tentative attack in order to investigate the defense of the city." Lu Forso looked solemnly. Liu Oxen wanted to say something, but found that the 2 had said it, so he stopped talking. Xiaoming nodded. The information the 2 said is very important to Xiaoming. If the barbarian really has a tentative offensive, then this time the artillery must not be exposed in advance, but can only be used until the main barbarian arrives. In that case, I invite the old general to go to Kangzhou to supervise the battle, leaving only some soldiers to harvest wheat. Nuben nodded. His Royal Highness is at ease. With me Nuben, Kangzhou city is as solid as a rock. After agreeing on this matter, Nuben and the 3 left first. They needed to lead the Kingzhou army to Kangzhou city immediately to avoid accidents. And Xiaoming and Pang Yukan continued to ride their horses to see other Guanchans. Nuben is responsible for this marching battle, and what they have to do is to ensure the logistics of Kangzhou city. At noon, the 2 basically saw all the official fields, and Pang Yukan returned to the Dudu mansion. Nuben's words completely brought Kingzhou into a state of combat readiness ahead of time, and Pang Yukan needed to be responsible for transporting various materials to Kangzhou city, so as not to be in a hurry. In the afternoon, Xiaoming went to the Department of Equipment and asked Chen Qi to deliver the 10 artillery produced by Pang Yukan to Kangzhou city. The remaining artillery was reserved for training. Said, his plan was completely disrupted. "This is really the plan to keep up with the changes. His Royal Highness, are these 10 enough?" Chen Qi looked worriedly at the slave who was about to transport the artillery away. "It's not enough. I just hope that the barbarian army can come later." Xiaoming frowned. "By the way, what happened to the gunpowder cans you made?" Speaking of Chen Qi's weird look, he said, "His Royal Highness, there are rusty iron nails in this gunpowder canister. I understand, but what is the purpose of stuffing it in?" "You don't understand this. You just need to do it. Now you immediately allocate extra manpower to fill the gunpowder cans. This can slightly make up for the lack of artillery," Xiaoming said. Chen Qi nodded dejectedly. The matter of the gunpowder pot was really surprising to him. After talking about the gunpowder cans, Xiaoming asked again, "What happened to the catapult? This one already has 30 cars." "I asked Zhang Liang to borrow a lot of carpenters. This is a simple catapult, which is very fast." Chen Qi pointed to the yard next door. "Now they are assembling the catapult there." This time, the range of the catapult manufactured by Xiaoming was only within 200 meters, and the catapult was so small that it was easy to transport to the city wall. Now no one knows when the barbarians will come. He can only speed up the production of this gunpowder can and use quantity to compensate for quality. In the yard next door, hundreds of carpenters were beating. This is a catapult similar to a bow and arrow structure, with a pole-like bamboo bent in the front, hemp rope on both sides, and a spoon-like object in the middle for putting a gunpowder can. When launching, you only need to hold the handle of the spoon, just like winding a bow and arrow. When you let go, you can shoot the gunpowder can in the spoon. But even so, this requires 3 soldiers to operate simultaneously. This catapult was found by Xiaoming from the Science and Technology Library. It has the simplest structure. In order to cope with the immediate crisis, he had to rely on this fast production catapult. Let Zhang Liang mobilize some more craftsmen. Kangzhou City needs at least 50 units, and Kangzhou City needs it these days," Xiaoming said. From Xiaoming's ecology and urgent tone, Chen Qi realized something. He asked, "Your Highness, is it possible that the barbarians are here?" "I'm afraid so. From now on, the city defense must be prepared properly," Xiaoming said. Chen Qi nodded and realized the seriousness of the problem. He said, "His Royal Highness, the 4th iron mold is about to be formed soon. By the end of next month, the Department of Equipment will be able to build 16 artillery pieces. A total of 26 artillery pieces. I hope it can be enough to deal with." Xiaoming smiled bitterly. In Nu Ben's tone, "The barbarians 3 months can actually give 2, which is the same as counting 1, 2, 3 in a boxing, and punching the opponent before the 3rd strike. However, the soldiers are tricky. If the barbarians are well behaved, the army of Great Yu will not be beaten without fighting back." Chen Qi scratched his head. This was his fastest speed. Thinking of something, he suddenly said, "Yes, Your Majesty, the glass you have polished in the glass workshop is in place." You reading www.yuukanzu.com is here with me. Really? Give it to me. Nu Ben will go to Kangzhou tomorrow. Before that, he must bring this thing for investigation," Xiaoming said. Chen Qi turned and walked out, and soon came over with a box in his hand. Xiaoming opened it. Inside were 3 pairs of round glasses. The glass was thick in the middle and thin on both sides. It was a modern magnifying glass, and the other half was a concave lens with a sunken middle. Naturally, let Chen Qi prepare these to assemble the telescope, but this telescope is not enough for 2 magnifying glasses, because the image seen by it will be inverted if it lacks a prism. So Xiaoming used a magnifying glass and a concave lens to assemble a telescope so that the image he saw would be positive, but the field of view will be relatively narrower, and the multiple will be smaller. For the current situation, Xiaoming pursued simplicity in everything, and the single-scope telescope was sufficient. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 165 Burning Official Village. The lonely moon hangs high, and the silver light spreads all over the ground like the morning hoarfrost. In the woods, dozens of figures shook, leaving behind black figures. "Brother, what should I do?" Now this official village is being held by the King's army day and night, and there is no chance at all. A voice that can be suppressed said. This is a small forest opposite Xiaoking Guanzhuang. Through the gaps between the trees, the reflection of the silver armor on the soldiers can be clearly seen. "Yeah, this wheat will be harvested soon, and if you miss it, it will be too late." The man called the eldest brother was wrapped in black, and the silver full moon was reflected in his eyes. He said, "Beshantaji will soon attack Kangzhou. The merchants on the grassland have brought news. Let us think about it." The waiter cut off the grain and grass of King Qi's army, We will burn the wheat tonight anyway. Yes, I can't help it. A long time ago. When did Xiaoming's turn in King Zhu City be his turn to speak? Since he has driven us to death, we will let him die first. One person said. It is precisely that this time the prairie merchants brought news. Bishantaji said, if we do this thing beautifully, after we break King Zhu, they will allocate the land of these 6 states to us. At that time, we were also a little vassal. These words made the people in the forest more excited, and the man in black said, so this time we must give Bishantaji a gift. Big brother, just say what to do, someone said. The black man pondered and said, the King Zhu army is so guarded against the dead, we may not succeed in rushing over. In this way, you lead 10 people from the east to attract the attention of the King Zhu army, but don't fight them, but put them. It was led away, and we took the opportunity to go up and burn the wheat. Brother really did a trick. You follow me. Another person in black said, leading 10 people across the stone bridge and fumbled towards Guanzhuang. When he got closer, one of them took out the huazizi and gave a violent breath. The huazizi suddenly burned, and the man threw the huazizi into the wheat field. Because it was a good sun during this period, the wheat field was very dry, and when it touched on Mars, the wheat field suddenly burned. At this time, the King Zhu army noticed the 10 men in black who were illuminated by the flames, and shouted, someone burns cornfield, assassin, assassin. When this sound came out, the guarding King Zhu army was shocked. Seeing that the wheat field was on fire, they immediately carried the bucket to fight the rescue, otherwise the entire official village would be over. The other part of the King Zhu army immediately rushed towards the men in black. The man in black is not in love with war, but keeps a distance from the hunting soldiers. The other people in black who were hiding in the woods crossed the Xiaoqing River in the chaos and sneaked into dozens of corners of the Guanzhuang. When they reached the place, they blew the firefolds one after another, and the flames instantly filled the official village. The King Zhu army of the garrison officials Wang was shocked. The fire on this side had not been extinguished, and the fire on the other side had risen again, and they had to disperse and fight continuously. And this hit the trick of the men in black. They gathered at this time, showing the short sword in their hands and rushing towards the scattered King Zhu soldiers. A sound of metal penetrating the armor came, and Zhu Sansi felt a sharp pain behind his back. The training on weekdays made him immediately aware of something. Instead of turning around, he rolled around on the spot and pulled out his waist knife. Because of the resistance of the plate armor, the man in black's dagger did not penetrate too deeply. Enduring the severe pain, Zhu Sansi stared at the man in black in front of him. It has been more than 2 months since entering the King Zhu army, and his recruit training will end in 1 month. The soldiers guarding the mead are all outstanding in this training. He stared at the man in black calmly, and shouted, the assassin is here. The black-clothed man who attacked looked at the King Zhu army soldier in front of him with a bit of astonishment, and this blow did not kill the soldier. But the soldier's shouts attracted the attention of other soldiers, and soldiers who had been fighting the fire rushed here. The man in black looked at the soldier, turned around and was about to flee, and then went into the darkness again and tried to seek opportunities to assassinate again. It's just that Zhu Sansi didn't give the man in black this opportunity. He bounced like a cheetah and slashed at the black man who stabbed him. The man in black had to avoid the knife. He did not have such a thick armor. Zhu Sansi's slashing move was just a false move, and the sword was halfway, and suddenly he slashed towards the man in black. The man in black couldn't dodge, the arm was stabbed, and he screamed suddenly, "Big brother!" When the other people in black saw this, they immediately surrounded him, and Zhu Sansi immediately put the knife in front of him for defense. Go! The man in black was injured, and when he saw other soldiers getting closer, he hesitated and shouted suddenly. The other people in black understood, no longer love the battle, and plunged into the darkness one after another. At this time other soldiers rushed over and asked, Zhu Sansi, how are you doing? With the sting behind the ninja, Zhu Sansi mentioned a bucket of water and said, I'm fine. Hurry up and put out the fire. Although these soldiers wanted to eat the meat of these men in black, they knew even better that if all the wheat was burned, the entire King Zhu army's food and grass would be gone for a year. So even if these people in black may be waiting for an opportunity nearby, they still carry water to fight the fire regardless of danger. At this time, the soldiers who went to King Zhu's camp for rescue had already set off. They only hoped that others could come quickly. Because the flames of this wheat field burned more and more vigorously, the water could not be extinguished at all. In the woods on the opposite side, the man in black looked at the burning flame and laughed triumphantly. There were other official houses below, and he wanted to see how these soldiers could save them. The red flames are getting higher and higher, the smoke is filled, the sparks are flying, and the sky seems to be burnt red gradually. And this discoloration was quickly discovered by the people of King Zhu. In the Prince Chi's mansion, Xiaoming was pulled up from the bed by Luluo. When he saw the red sky in the north of the city, his expression changed greatly. That was the location of the official village. He grew up in the countryside since he was a child, and he is very aware of the color of the sky. There is only one situation, that is, large-scale burning of wheat stalks. And these people would not burn wheat stalks, because every family counted on the wheat stalks to cook. The only explanation is that the wheat is burned. Prepare the horse. Xiaoming was shocked. Asta said, "Your Highness, the horse is ready." Upon hearing this, Xiaoming immediately led the guards of the palace and galloped out of the city. At this time, the King's army also learned the news of the burning of Guanzhuang, and the soldiers from the barracks all came out. At the same time, people in nearby villages were moving because they were afraid that their rice would be stolen. When the farmers were busy, every household would send people to live in the fields while looking at their wheat fields. The official residence of King Chi is on fire. A commoner shouted, "Everyone, go and put out the fire." The people in front of the field picked up their sickles and ran towards the official village. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 166 Lost. The dark night was red with flames, and the smell of thick smoke was pungent. In front of the Guanzhuang site, bursts of burnt smell of wheat made Xiaoming feel like a knife. This is the grain of the King's army for several months, and the grain for several months. Your Highness. There was a loud shout, a rush of horseshoes came. Nu Ben, Luf brought the King's army. The one who killed 1,000 knives. Who did it? Luf shouted frantically, rushing into the wheat field angrily, and kept stepping on the burning wheat. Nu Ben's face sank like water. Seeing Xiaoming's extremely distressed look, he said, "His Royal Highness, now is not the time to be sad, so quickly figure out how to stop this flame from spreading, otherwise the wheat will be burned out, and it will spread." The wheat fields of the people nearby. Xiaoming also just arrived. He recovered from his anger and said, "Let all soldiers stop using water to put out the fire." Everyone immediately cut wheat along the edge of the burning wheat to build a fire belt. At this time, Nu Ben had no time to think about what a fire belt is. He ordered, "Everyone is going to cut the wheat." Xiaoming saw a lot of people who were alarmed at this time. He walked over and said, "Everyone, please help this king to control this flame." A man said, "His Royal Highness, we are obliged to do this." After speaking, many people immediately rushed into the wheat field, arched their bodies and cut the wheat expertly. Another shouted, "I will go to the village to find someone to help." This time came the King's army cavalry. The number was only 1,000, and the infantry was still behind. If they arrived, they would lose more. On the contrary, there were many villages nearby. Nu Ben said, "Get on the horse, I will take you." In order to save the wheat in Guanzhuang, Xiaoming was not idle, and entered the wheat field with a knife. Not long after, a rush of hurried footsteps sounded, and the people from neighboring villages rushed into the fire. Suddenly there were more people so proficient in harvesting, and the burning range of several hundred meters was quickly surrounded. After another half an hour, the King's army infantry arrived and joined the ranks of wheat harvesting. Until the early morning, the flame was finally extinguished under the barrier of the separation zone. The cyan smoke made the red sun looming in the early morning. At this time, Xiaoming's body was full of the pungent smell of burning straw. "His Royal Highness, the 500 mu of land is over." Luf's face was black and white. It was smoked, and the other soldiers and people were the same. The flame finally went out, and they breathed a sigh of relief. 500 acres. Xiaoming repeated, 500 acres and 1,500 she of grain. But the problem now is not the issue of food, but who is so bold, now frantic, so disregarding the barbarian siege is about to destroy the logistics of Kangzhou. To him, this is traitorous, rebellious, and traitor. Not killing such people is not enough for civilians to be angry. Where are the soldiers guarding Guanzhuang last night? Xiaoming asked coldly. Luf's body was chilly, and he felt a strong killing intent from Xiaoming, which was very different from Xiaoming, who was easygoing in the daytime. His Royal Highness wants to punish the crime. Just punish the last general's crime. It is the last general's negligence that the thief burns the wheat. Luf knelt down on one knee and pleaded, His Royal Highness, this has nothing to do with the school lieutenant, it's the trick we got in the trouble. At this moment, a dozen soldiers knelt down. You all get up. This king didn't say to punish you. Xiaoming said, I just want to know what happened. The scale of the Guanzhuang is so large that the soldiers can only patrol them separately. If someone deliberately does it, they can't prevent it. Last night we were training. Suddenly a group of people in black touched the Mei's spot and caught fire. We found out that we chased it. We never thought that there would be another group of people in black in ambush. They set fire when we chased them out. The man in black wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill. Zhusansi was stabbed in the back, but he said that the man in black also let him chop his arm. A soldier said. At this time, Xiaoming noticed a soldier kneeling on the ground. His back was red. He sighed in his heart, and how he could blame the soldier who was injured and still snatched it all night. It was his fault. So negligent before the battle. He said, You are Zhusansi. Since you are injured, don't you go to the medical officer for treatment? Don't you die? Lieutenant Lu said, This wheat is the life of the King's army. Zhusansi said dumbly. Xiaoming suffocated. With such a soldier, the King's army would not become the first hero. He said, He likes to fart. Go to the medical officer. The wheat is burned, and the king does not want to lose a good one. Soldiers. Zhusansi's eyes were warm, and Qi Wang's words of concern moved him. Luf laughed awkwardly, and said to Zhusansi, What are you still doing? I'm not going to the medical officer. Zhusansi responded and walked out with the support of a few soldiers. Pang Yukan also rushed over last night, and he said, His Royal Highness, Zhusansi said that someone had been chopped up. Now you should immediately search for anyone with an arm injury and catch this rebel, otherwise these people will continue to make trouble. Xiaoming nodded, and he said to Nu Ben, Old General, this wheat can't wait anymore. Let the soldiers harvest the wheat today. It's hard to get the wheat in the air. It's better than in the ground. As soon as he finished his words, one of the people dressed up and said, His Royal Highness, since we want to harvest wheat, let us also help. Your Highness has done so many things for the people, and now we should also help your Highness. Yes, you can't let the King's army's food run out. It doesn't matter if our wheat is harvested a few days later. The people said rushingly. Xiaoming was touched in his heart. These people just responded to Nu Ben's words. The king treats me as a scholar, and I will repay it as a scholar. He was moved in his heart and said with a fist, Thank you all, thank you all. Pang Yukan's mouth is smiling, and those who win the hearts of the people win the world. Now the people repay virtue by virtue, which proves that the degree these days have not been wasted. Nu Ben took a deep look at Xiaoming, and shouted to the soldiers of the King's army, What are you waiting for? The people have already cut rice. We can't cut less than them. Yes, roared in unison, and the soldiers went down to harvest. Seeing such a scene, Xiaoming felt relieved that for these lovely soldiers and for these lovely people, even if he was crushed to pieces, he still had to guard Kangzhou city, and would no longer allow this barbaric clan to step into the fief, and would no longer expose the people to foreign clan. Silently and Pang Yukan returned to the city. Xiaoming ordered Kingzhou city and the nearby counties to immediately search for people who had their arms wounded. Those who reported relevant clues would be rewarded with silver. At the same time, he hurriedly summoned Li San to the Qi Palace. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 167 Trap Li San, I order you to send someone to stare at all the hospitals now. Anyone who buys medicinal materials for bruises cannot be spared." In the palace of Prince Qi, Xiaoming solemnly said to Li San. On the way back, Li San had already learned that the Guanzhuang was burned. Now Wang Xuan is in Kangzhou City and is responsible for collecting intelligence on the grasslands, while he is responsible for matters on the fief. This incident made him feel guilty, because he had not received any news beforehand. When the official came, someone had been arranged to investigate the matter secretly. Li San hesitated and continued, "By the way, Your Highness, these days," the official asked the secret guard to keep staring at the merchants who came back from the grassland, but found a few businessmen behaved suspiciously. After entering Kingzhou City, these people searched for news everywhere, and they also wandered around the workshop area and the equipment department. "You mean these merchants are spies on the grassland?" Xiaoming said. "That's right. These smuggling merchants are profiteering. They can do things with our money, and they can also do things with the money of the barbarians." Li San said. "Take our money to do things?" Xiaoming frowned. "Does the secret guard also buy news on the grassland from them?" Li San nodded. "On the vast grassland, only these merchants can penetrate into the barbarian tribe." During this time, the barbarians were very wary of the unfamiliar caravan. The official ordered the counterfeit caravan to be almost caught by the barbarian. "Therefore, we can only obtain some information by bribing these merchants. In reality, there are no double agents." Li San does not believe that these businessmen are right. Xiaoming said, "In that case, you will now secretly arrest these suspicious businessmen and torture them to confess." "We don't have much time and they are going in circles. At this time, they would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one pass." Li San nodded, his expression suddenly gloomy. Just as Li San was leaving, Xiaoming was about to go out, when Li Kaiyuan suddenly asked to see him outside the palace. During this period of time, he was busy preparing for the war in Kangzhou. He didn't care too much about the business of the Chamber of Commerce, but handed it over to Li Kaiyuan. "Your Highness." Li Kaiyuan bowed and said. When he arrived in the main hall, "No gift. You, the Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce, are so busy. How come you have time to come to me?" Xiaoming asked. Li Kaiyuan said with a smile on his face, "His Royal Highness, no matter how busy you are, you can't forget Your Highness." "Hey, Your Highness, I have something great to tell you this time." "What's the matter?" Xiaoming lacked interest, and the successive events made him a little irritable. Li Kaiyuan saw that Xiaoming was not in a high mood, and said, "His Royal Highness, you must be happy to hear this. I sent 2 ships of saltpeter to His Highness." "2 ships of saltpeter? Didn't Chen Wenlong say that there is no saltpeter on the market now?" Xiaoming asked strangely. Li Kaiyuan said, "His Royal Highness must thank the Qin member. A few days ago, I came back from Jinling City and met the Qin family merchant ship who was going back to Kingzhou together. I never thought that the saltpeter was transported on it. Because of the lack of saltpeter, I thought of this and went to Qin Yuanwei." Qin Yuanwei was very happy and said that this saltpeter was about to be sent to His Highness. Oh? Not only was Xiaoming not happy after listening, he frowned. "His Royal Highness, what's the matter? Isn't this a good thing?" Li Kaiyuan asked. "A good thing? It is indeed a good thing, but Qin Yuan didn't come to claim credit for this good thing, so why did he give it to you?" Xiaoming said. Li Kaiyuan was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly recalled, "Yes, this kid was much more diligent than me before." "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Xiaoming did not answer, but asked, "Where did you see Qin Yuan?" "He is on the dock and seems to be going to another place." Li Kaiyuan said. Xiaoming's eyes rolled, and the two things connected. This Qin Yuan felt more and more wrong. "You go to Li San and call back," Xiaoming said anxiously. Seeing Xiaoming's face embarrassed, Li Kaiyuan dared not ask any more, and immediately ran out. After a while, Li San was chased back. Xiaoming and Li San talked about the situation and immediately took the secret guard to the Chuojiang wharf. Only when I arrived at the dock, there was still Qin Yuan's shadow at this time. The guards in the city soon reported that, except for some servants and Qin Yuan's concubines, All important members of the family were not in the city. Qin Quinyan, this king is not then to you, Xiaoming said angrily. Li San cautiously said, His Royal Highness, Qin Yuanwei is always a wealthy clan, but I didn't expect that he could be so forbearing. He not only blinded His Royal Highness, but also let me relax my guard against him and be guilty of going down to the government. It's not your fault, it's the king's fault. The rich are always the rich, how can they be willing to become commoners? Xiaoming muttered to himself. Li Kaiyuan said at this time, His Royal Highness, this fashion is not yet finalized. Maybe Qin Yuanwei is just taking his family out. Look. Aren't all the merchant ships of the Qin family here? These 2 ships are loaded with saltpeter. As the 3 of them were talking, an old man suddenly walked out from the bow and saw Li Kaiyuan. The skinny old man said, Treasurer Li, Qin Yuanwei and his family have gone back to save relatives. Before leaving, he specially ordered the old slave, give the things on this ship to His Royal Highness to relieve his urgent need. His Royal Highness. Look. Maybe this is just your guess. Li Kaiyuan said. 2 merchant ships with a length of more than 30 meters were docked at the pier. These were Qin's standard water transport merchant ships. If the warehouses were filled with saltpeter, this would really save King Zhu from worrying about the source of the gunpowder. Frowning, Xiaoming and Li San got on the boat together. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little bit too sensitive. After all, it is not possible to assert that Qin Quinyan did it based on guesswork. His Royal Highness, this saltpeter is here. The old man led Xiaoming into the cabin, and it was full of saltpeter. Li Kaiyuan said, Look, Your Highness, maybe Qin Yuanwei has really done a good thing. The old man said at this time, These saltpeters were bought from a Shu merchant at a high price. I heard that the salt cave in the Shu region was sealed by the King of Shu. Only by getting the order of the King of Shu can we continue mining. When talking, the old man raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, because he was standing close to the old man, and a faint smell of the old man's hand drifted into his nose. Xiaoming was shocked suddenly. He shouted, Gunpowder! Get out of here! Li San was startled. He raised the knife and fell. The old man clutched his chest and fell down with a snort. The 3 of them fled out quickly, and before they had stepped out of 20 meters, a deafening bang came, and Xiaoming quickly got down under Li San and Li Kaiyuan. At this moment, a wave of air passed over the 3 of them in an instant. Li Kaiyuan, you bastard, I am going to kill you. With his body broken, Li San got up from the ground and hit the blind Li Kaiyuan with a punch. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 168 Militia Decree. A burst of ghost crying and wolf howling sounded in the ear, and the memory of the experimental explosion was recalled again. This is a similar experience to how he once stood up and touched his whole body. Xiaoming felt like he hadn't died for a while. In front of him, Li Sanxing was riding on Li Kaiyuan, punching Li Kaiyuan in the face with punches. The pier was in a mess at this time. The Qin family's merchant ship slowly sank in the flames, and the violent explosion also affected nearby ships. From time to time, there were wailing sounds from the boat. Qin Quinyan, barbarian, you have successfully angered this king. Xiaoming's eyes were hollow, and his faint voice seemed to come from the abyss. He kicked Li San. Don't fight. Is this time for infighting? No matter what method you use, I will catch Qin Quinyan back to me, and I will hang him in Kangzhou City. On the city gate, Li San stood up at this time. If it weren't for Li Kaiyuan's defense of the Qin family, they would not have entered the boat. This time, fortunately, Xiaoming was very familiar with the smell of gunpowder. If it were other unearthly feudal kings, this time all 3 of them would have died on board. His Royal Highness, go now. If you can't catch Qin Quinyan, you can take my Li San's head to feed the dog. Li San was almost blown up with anger, which made Xiaoming how to trust him in the future. He stopped talking, and took the secret guard and headed for the city. Li Kaiyuan was beaten into a pig by Li San. He climbed from the ground and hugged Xiaoming's leg and cried out, Diana, His Royal Highness, I really don't know Qin Quinyan can be so insidious, Your Highness. Xiaoming looked at him coldly, and it was really exhausting to meet such a pig teammate. He kicked Li Kaiyuan's ass. "Don't blame this king for not believing you. Before you find out this matter, I can only wronged you and stayed in the prison for a few days. If you don't talk about Li San, this king can't help but doubt you." I have to say that this time it was Li Kaiyuan who introduced Xiaoming into the cabin step by step, which had to make people think. Li Kaiyuan said, "His Royal Highness, I am wronged. I just want to make your highness happy." Xiaoming was too lazy to pay attention to him, and the guards of the palace immediately stepped forward and took Li Kaiyuan away. Recalling the process just now, Xiaoming still had a lingering fear of the two ships. The next ship was blown apart, which shows that the gunpowder was actually lit by the adjacent ship. Because of this, they would not be able to detect in time. If it weren't for the powder of gunpowder on the old man's hand, he would really be dead this time. Back to the city. Xiaoming went directly to the prison, and Li San had arrested all the businessmen he suspected and tortured. One of Li San's subordinates who were in charge of torture and extorting a confession was called Luzi. At this time, he said, "His Majesty, I have asked. These really don't cry without seeing the coffin. They have to force me to use Lin Kai's means. They have brought news to the local wealthy people. The barbarians have given them a lot of benefits. Let them tell the local tycoons cut off His Royal Highness's logistics and assassinated them. Whoever deserves the highest credit. In the future the barbarians will rule King Zhu. The greater the fief will be." Liu Zi threw a knife on the ground with human flesh still stuck to it. This extreme criminal law was taught to Li San by Xiaoming. This time Li San also seemed to hate it very much. "How did Qin Quan Yun's gunpowder come from? Did you ask?" Xiaoming's face flickered in the light of the cell torch. The sixth son said, "I have asked. It is the gunpowder formula given by the barbarian. These who eat inside and out. Don't worry about letting them die. This king is still useful," Xiaoming said with a cold expression and left the cell. 1,000 guards against a thief is hard to guard against. Now Xiaoming has finally suffered a great loss in this matter, but this is not what he hates most. What he hates most is these traitorous people. These traitorous running dogs. They eat the food and water of the country of Dau. They are stepping on the land of the country of Dau, but for their own prosperity and wealth. They do not care about the lives and deaths of thousands of people, and harm themselves. The country's compatriots and countries are just dog food for foreigners. He can tolerate anything, but this one alone cannot tolerate it. At the same time, the sound of the explosion at the pier alarmed Nu Ben and the others, and they led the cavalry into King Zhu City. In the Dudu's mansion, they saw Xiaoming in a panic. "His Royal Highness, what is going on?" Lu was shocked. Nu Ben rarely showed concern on the ground. "His Royal Highness." Pang Yukan already knew what happened before and after, and he told Qin Quan Yun's trap to murder Xiaoming. This Li Kaiyuan was a killer when he was in the King Zhu army. "I will kill him now," Lu said angrily. Nu Ben said solemnly, "Don't add trouble to your highness anymore. What is needed at this time is to be united. Don't do things that your loved ones hurt the enemy quickly." This can only show that Qin Quan Yun is extremely good at tolerance. This step one step in a row, no one can predict. "Yes, I first burned the official house, and then used Li Kaiyuan to announce the good news, which roused the suspicion of His Highness. He knew that His Highness placed high hopes on the Qin family and would definitely catch him personally, so he set a trap at the dock and waited for His Highness to take the bait," said. Xiaoming gradually regained his composure. At this time, he said, "You don't want the general behind the horse. Li San has already led people to chase him. Don't be idle. You must catch Qin Quan Yun." Nu Ben nodded, and the three clasped their fists and left. At this time Pang Yukan said, "His Royal Highness, the heart of the dead is not dead, and the rebellion is coming out. We can no longer respond passively like this. We should kill them in advance. This king came to you naturally for this. Today you drafted a decree to inform the people of the 6 states that the traitor would die. From today, anyone who sees suspicious behavior can be arrested first, and then questioned by the government. If it is found to be a barbaric spy, the participants will be rewarded." At the same time, Each village can organize militias to patrol the township, maintain law and order and arrest me carefully. Militia? Pang Yukan's eyes lit up. This is another method he has never heard of. Wonderful. In this way, each village will have its own self-defense force. Xiaoming sighed. He couldn't do anything about it. To deal with these traitors and seek glory, we must mobilize the masses of people to participate. Next, he and Pang Yukan talked about the specific operation methods of the militia. In short, this militia belongs to the armed forces spontaneously organized by the villages. It defends against foreign enemies during wartime, and is responsible for maintaining public order and patrolling their defense areas. In fact, this is a way of defending against the enemy during the war, and fully mobilizing the power of the people. In this way, we have the help of 1 million people in the fief. Xiaoming said. Pang Yukan nodded. Well, and this militia can also suppress the rebellion of the local tycoons. It's a great deal. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 169 Capture Father, I want to be a militia. Zhu Liu held it in his hand. His expression agitated. You're a bullshit, be a fart militia, and you can leave the house with your father and me. In a courtyard in Zhujia village, Zhu Liu was protesting to his father. Yesterday's newspapers reported that each village had to organize a militia of 100 people to patrol, maintain law and order, and arrest the barbarians. And it is said that the militiamen will be rationed with special clothes in the future. Why, I also want to catch the work of the barbarians. These people dare to harm our King Qi, and I want to smash his head with the hoe. Zhu Liu said. Why? Because I am your father, and because I am the captain. This team has to listen to me. Rolled the ball. Zhu Da glared at Zhu Liu. At this time, Zhu Liu's mother came over and said, your father is right. When you marry a daughter-in-law and give birth to a baby, your father and I don't care what you are doing. Now you are honestly at home and will pay tomorrow. Go to the threshing ground to throw wheat. Zhu Liu squatted down with a decadent expression. Then you hurry up and marry me a wife. When I sell some wheat, I will give you a dowry, Zhu Liu's mother said with a smile, and then he asked her husband, this government office really collects wheat this year? How much is 1 stone? This is still false. When the captain of the village went to the government office, the prefects and counties said it. Now the 6 prefecture government offices buy food, and it costs 50 words and 1 stone. So expensive? Zhu grinned. Zhu Da is also satisfied. The harvest of 150 shi in his family's 50 acres is no problem. He leaves 20 shi, and the remaining 130 shi is used to sell grain, which is more than 6 tons of silver. There is still another season this year, and I haven't run a dozen or so tons a year. Thinking of this, Zhu Damon would wake up with a smile. When did he have so much money in his hand? But the government office also said that if the quantity of the purchase is enough, it will not be collected, so we should quickly get the wheat out. Zhu Da explained. After this he walked out. Since this farming cooperative came out, the village is gradually not being accepted by the villagers, and no one listens to what they say. On the contrary, the farming cooperative has gradually become the place for the village to talk, and a village has a dozen team leaders who decide the affairs of the whole village. Now that the decree in the newspaper comes, he and the other team leaders have to go to the farm to discuss how to implement the matter. Many people in the village had long-term jobs for the wealthy people in the past, and now they have their own land. Seeing that they will have a better life in the future, they are even more grateful to His Royal Highness King Qi. Therefore, the decree in the newspaper has never been delayed. Now he is going to talk about this militia. Someone assassinated King Qi. It was a big deal for them. They were really afraid that if King Qi had an accident and changed to a feudal lord in the future, they might have to go back to the old days. So after the reporter finished reading the newspaper in the village, the people in the village were angry, and every household urged the farming cooperative to organize the militia quickly. Otherwise, the team captains of them will be replaced, so that those who have the ability to go. I want to be beautiful. Zhu Da is capable. While thinking, Zhu Da walked to the farm. At the same time, the fiery militia decrees quickly spread to counties outside King's Zoo like a spring breeze. and militias from various villages gradually appeared on the roads around the village. They maintain law and order in the village, questioning suspicious people passing by. As long as there are people, you can see militiamen patrolling with a variety of agricultural tools. Any suspicious person will be sent to the government by the militia. A mountain forest in Yazoo. Dozens of figures shuttled through the woods. They looked tired, covered in mud, and their clothes were shaved torn by branches. King Kun-yun glanced at the wound on his arm. He had not been treated for a long time, and the wound had become suppurative. After plotting a conspiracy against Xiaoming, he immediately fled southward along the Chuojiang River in a boat, trying to leave King Qi's fief. However, King Qi was faster than him, and soon there was an additional checkpoint on the wharf along the Chuojiang River to strictly check the passing ships. As a last resort, they can only abandon the boat and take the path. However, it didn't take long for people to patrol on the rural roads. These people interrogated the merchants who passed by and checked the arms of everyone who passed by. They had to dig into the forest. After such a month, the rations they brought have been completely eaten, so people are very tired. "Father, I can't walk anymore." Qin Mu suddenly sat down. He was originally a scholar, and his physical strength was not as good as King Kun-yun. King Kun-yun looked at his 70-year-old mother, his wife and his own brothers. All of them looked tired. For the first time, he felt regret. A momentary impulse completely ruined him. King Qi was not dead, and only he could use this strange method. "Can't stop, be caught, none of us can run." King Kun-yun roared. This voice from the woods alarmed the flying birds. A shepherd boy outside the woods was dozing off. When he heard this sound, he looked back and ran away, yelling, "Father, there are people in the woods." The man who was catching fish by the river heard it, and immediately hit the spot wisely. He stopped the cattle and ran into the village with the shepherd boy. He was going to inform the militia that there was a suspicious person here. King Kun-yun was shocked. The shepherd boy was sleeping in the shade under the bush, and he didn't notice it. Qin Mu also stood up from the ground in fright, and the others were even more flustered. "Run! Run into the woods!" King Kun-yun roared. Others sank into the depths of the woods after hearing this. After a while, hundreds of villagers appeared in the woods, and a leader asked the shepherd boy, "Are you sure that the man has an arm injury and is wearing silk?" "Yes, hurry up, or let other villagers catch it, and the silver reward will be gone." The shepherd boy shouted. The militiamen nodded, and hundreds of people scattered and chased through the woods. These people are healthy, often drill forests and climb mountains, and their physical strength is much stronger than King Kun-yun, who is usually rich and noble. Among them were Orion, who was proficient in hunting down, and King Kun-yun and his party were soon discovered by the militia. Hundreds of villagers speeded up their steps and surrounded King Kun-yun. Kingsu City. Wang Xuan returned from the grassland with an important news. Huianchuo department has moved to Kangsu City. Xiaoming asked. The last explosion only caused him some skin injuries, but that's fine. For the past month, he has been urging the Department of Equipment and Lutong, arresting the formation of militias, harvesting wheat, and rigorously investigating 4 things. Now another batch of 16 artillery pieces has been completed and shipped to Kangsu City. At the same time, 50 catapults and 2,000 gunpowder cans were shipped. This is already full production. Wang Xuan's face was dark, and he obviously suffered a lot of rushing these days. He said, "This Huianchuo tribe is likely to try to attack Kangsu City." Xiaoming nodded. The barbarian attack was imminent. It was time to go to Kangsu City. The two were talking, and Pang Yukun suddenly laughed and walked in. He said, "Congratulations, Your Highness. That old thinking Kun-yun was caught." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 170. Kangsu City's skynet is wide and sparse without leaking. King Kun-yun, you will never escape from this King's Five-Finger Mountain. Xiaoming's spirit was shocked, and he was almost killed by the old fox. He kept this account in mind. When Wang Xuan came back, he had learned the news of the Qin family's rebellion. He said, "Such a wolf-hearted person should be hanged at the gate of the city in order to follow suit." and the Qin family should be killed so as not to leave trouble. Pang Yukan had no objection. This murder of King Qi was a crime of treason. According to the law, the 9 tribes should be punished. Now the Wei family, who were conspiring with the Qin family, have all been taken to prison and beheaded at the end of the autumn, while the rest of the Qin family has been beheaded in the East City. The 4 tycoons who were once domineering have completely disappeared in Qingzhou. A few days ago, Xiaoming still had illusions about the wealthy, and he was soft-hearted. But after the assassination of the Qin family, he would no longer have any sympathy for these tyrants, because he knew that the conflicts between himself and the tyrants could not be reconciled. It was either you or me, he said. Qin Kuan-Yun and other participants in the burning of official villages and the merchants who acted as meticulous merchants were all escorted to Kangzhou. In order to follow suit, this king will hang them on the walls of Kangzhou to let those rebels understand what they will end up with. Yes, Your Highness, I will do it now. Pang Yukan smiled. The Qin family and the Wei family were punished, and Kingzhou no longer had a wealthy clan. From then on, it was the King of Qi's world. The news brought by Wang Xuan meant that the cloud of war was finally coming to Kangzhou, which was a fateful battle for Xiaoming. The barbarian can lose, but he cannot. Because once he loses, he will lose everything. If he wins, he can not only change his position in the vassal of the kingdom of Dau, but from then on his fief will also win a stable development period. And this is what he needs. After all, he has a technological spar, and as a civilization maker, his task is to promote the explosion of civilization. In modern times, it is precisely because of the bug-like technological explosion in Europe after the 15th century that Western civilization defeated Eastern civilization for the first time. Here, in this time and space, he would never allow his country to be bombarded by Western artillery again. His Royal Highness, when you go to Kangzhou, you must take care of your health and don't try to behave. The safety of your Royal Highness now concerns the millions of people in the fief. After the tentative attack of the Huan Chuo tribe, the barbarian army will inevitably be ushered in. The matter in Kangzhou was so important that Xiaoming had to go to Kangzhou to give command in person, and this was also to be foolproof. Xiaoming held the little hand that Asta used to arrange his cloak. Asta blushed slightly and did not refuse. He said, I haven't watched the Jinghongwu arranged by you and Luluo yet. How could he be willing to die? Luluo smiled and said, yes, elder sister, you can stay in the palace with peace of mind. With my care, there will be nothing wrong with your daily life. Asta nodded and sighed. This time Xiaoming went to Kangzhou, but only took Luluo with him, while Asta stayed in the palace. After all, he needed a confidant to stay in Kangzhou. Rubbing the small hand of the Asta again, Xiaoming said to Luluo, let's go, time is running out. Luluo nodded and followed Xiaoming obediently except for the palace. Outside the door, the 500 cavalrymen who escorted Xiaoming to Kangzhou city had been waiting for a long time. Xiaoming glanced at the worried Asta and smiled knowingly. The two were originally the servants and maidservants given to them by the concubine Zen, and they can be said to be their own personal belongings in this era. What they do relative to the two of them is simply irresistible. The only problem is whether they are happy or not. Although he was transformed into a prince, Xiaoming still resisted the use of strength in his heart, and servants needed to be cultivated. Obviously, the two of them have become much closer to themselves during this period, and some small movements are also natural. Set off. With an order, the cavalry slowly marched towards Kangzhou city. 3 days later, the group arrived in Kangzhou city. At this time, Nu Ben, Lu Fei and Liu Oxin had been stationed in Kangzhou city for more than a month, and Zhang Xingcheng's repairs to the city wall had also been completed. Riding a horse into the city of Kangzhou, a sense of sudden desolation came over. Unlike Kangzhou, the city of Kangzhou is only 10 miles long and sparsely populated. Even if you enter the city, there are only sparse people. These people have yellow muscles, ragged clothes, and fear of the coming war in their eyes. In the past month, a large number of troops entered Kangzhou city, enough to make them guess what. As for the folk square inches the city, Xiaoming can still see the ruins left by the war 3 years ago. Because of the war, Most of the people in Kangzhou were either killed or taken away. There were very few people who came back in the later period. There were many houses in the city and few people. Naturally, these burnt houses were not repaired. In the city of Kangzhou, Xiaoming's hallway was ready. After entering the city, he went directly to the station where the hallway was. "Your Highness." As soon as he settled down in the row, Nu Ben rushed over. Xiaoming said, "The old general has waved the salute." "Thank you very much for the old general. I also found such an exquisite yard for this king." The hall is a courtyard, but there are many rockery, flowers, and gardens. Although it is not as good as the palace, it has its beauty. "Your Highness likes it," Nu Ben said with a smile. "There are still a few nice courtyards in the city, but Your Highness said that it is closer to the city gate, so the general chose this one." Xiaoming nodded and talked about business. "Is there any change in the barbarians these few days?" Nu Ben's expression also became solemn. "The last time I will come to business to talk about this. The Huian Chuo tribe is less than 100 miles away from Kangzhou City, and it is estimated that I can go to Kangzhou City tomorrow." "How are the defense preparations in the city?" According to the plan, the artillery did not go up this time. The old logs, hot oil, and stones were used. The catapult went up. But the stones are also used, and the gunpowder cans are not ready to be used. Nu Ben said, "Well, in this way, some gunpowder cans will also be transported." "Don't use it when it's a last resort," Xiaoming said. In Qin Quan Yun's case, the prairie merchant made it clear that the formula for this gunpowder came from the barbarians, so the barbarians understand gunpowder. This is not surprising. After all, gunpowder has been around for hundreds of years, and the country of Dau is also using gunpowder weapons such as torches against the barbarians. It is impossible for the barbarians to not know what this is. In this case, he was even more worried, because the methods he used to deal with the barbarians might also be learned by the barbarians. Because of this, he pays attention to artillery. Gunpowder cans are easy to learn, but artillery cannot be made without technology. When I arrived in Kangzhou, it was of course not for enjoyment. He got up and said, "It's still early, let's go to the city wall and see what happened to Zhang Xingcheng." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 171 Brutal. The green grass mixed with the fragrant smell of soil blows from the land in the north of Kangzhou City. Outside the city of Kangzhou, golden sunlight is shining on the endless grassland. A path leads to the distance, and occasionally a collapsed thatched house on the side of the road tells the past here. After the barbarians captured Yaozhu, they burned the houses and woods and captured the people. A prosperous land has been overgrown with weeds for 10 years, and it has become a grazing land for Huian Chuo. On the city wall, Nu ran towards the endless grassland, and his words were full of desolation. 10 years ago, he stood on this wall and witnessed the barbarian cavalry galloping here. The flames will not extinguish for months, burning the sky as red as blood. Zhang Xingcheng was also on the city wall. After busying for more than 2 months, everyone else lost to circle. However, under the circumstances of tens of thousands of slaves, a majestic city wall appeared. It's a pity that King Yong guards Yaozhu. He was once the most powerful clan king, but he couldn't resist the barbarians. Zhang Xingcheng said. Xiaoming looked at the fertile soil outside the city. From Kangzhou City to Yaozhu, a total of more than 400 miles, and this Yaozhu was the location of the modern Ming Dynasty Forbidden City. Known as the Emperor Guarding the Country Gate, the Ming Dynasty, where the Emperor died of Shiji, disappeared from history like dust after the loss of Shanhai Aiguan, and the Emperor Yong was also trampled by the barbarians after the break of Shanhai Aiguan. If it hadn't been for Nu Ben to defend Kangzhou City at that time, and the western regions encountered the Ottoman Empire, the barbarians would definitely not give up their plan to go south. In this case, the Ottoman Empire inadvertently delayed the destruction of the Great Yu Kingdom. Don't raise the ambition of others and destroy your own prestige. Xiaoming said indifferently. Great Yu nation has become savagely discolored. What is needed most at this time is morale. Now Xiaoming has no way to retreat. If he doesn't defend Kangzhou, he will not be far from death. Zhang Xingcheng was awakened. and he fell into the same compassion as many scholars in Dayu. Nu Ben nodded. The barbarians are nothing to fear, they are also flesh and blood. There is nothing to fear, the only thing to worry about is that the soldiers are timid before fighting. Zhang Xingqiang looked embarrassed and said, "Let His Royal Highness and the general laugh." Xiaoming patted him on the shoulder and said, "But what you said is not entirely wrong. You must attach importance to the enemy tactically, and despise the enemy strategically." Ha ha ha. His Highness's sentence is a classic, but it can be written into the art of war. Nu Ben was taken aback and said suddenly. After hearing this, Zhang Xingqiang was lost in thought. Xiaoming said with a smile, "I didn't say these words, but a great man said, but these words are in response to the current situation with the barbarians." As the three of them said, they patrolled the city wall. The city wall facing the grassland was 500 meters long. Now Xiaoming has transferred most of the fief's troops to Kangzhou City. The number is the same as originally expected, totaling 50,000. In addition to the King's army equipped with new style plate armor and weapons, the other new troops are poorly equipped and can only serve as a backup. After inspecting the city walls of Kangzhou, Zhang Xingqiang basically realized the original idea. Nowadays, every 10 meters on the tower is a gun tower, and every 50 meters is a prominent battlement. These battlements are perpendicular to the walls, so that soldiers can have more defensive positions. At this time, bed crossbows and catapults have been arranged in the battlements, and crossbowmen are already in place, ready to fight. At this time, the walls outside the battlements are still piled with rolling logs, stones, iron briars, long forks and other guarding tools. The long fork is used to push the ladder away, and all the others are for throwing away. Along the inner side of the city wall are hanging baskets leading to the city. Below the hanging baskets are more city defense materials. If the rolling logs on the top and the stones are used up, the upper ones will be picked up by the auxiliary soldiers. At the same time, every 20 meters under the city wall is a large iron pot, which is filled with oil, also to deal with the climbing barbarian soldiers. Under the wall outside the city is another scene. A trench was dug along the city wall with a depth of 3 meters and a width of 3 meters. In the trench were buried raised and sharpened bamboo pieces. In this era, the barbarian soldiers wore nothing but leather boots, and the soft bottom could not withstand such sharp bamboo pieces. On the outer side of the trench are densely packed, half-person high pillars, which are buried underneath the foundation, in order to prevent the barbarians from charging on a large scale, so that the barbarian soldiers pile together and become the target of artillery. His Royal Highness, there are many traps on the outside. These traps are covered with turf and are not easy to detect. The defense strategy of the city wall this time is all being formulated by Zhang Xingqiang: trenches, stone pillars and so on. Nu Ben said to Xiaoming, "This young man is good and sinister enough. Now the barbarians are here, but they are suffering." Zhang Xingqiang said depressed, "The governor, are you complimenting me or hurting me?" "Of course I'm complimenting you." Nu Ben laughed. "He is like Pang Yukun, who loves talents." In his opinion, Zhang Xingqiang is much stronger than many powerful children. Xiaoming was also very satisfied with Zhang Xingqiang's layout, because between the stone pillars, Zhang Xingqiang also used twine to trap the tung oil-soaked rattan on the stone pillars. These rattans are very strong after being soaked in tung oil, and it takes a while to chop with a sword. During this time, the crossbowmen on the wall can shoot at full force. "Good job," Xiaoming said with satisfaction. Generally speaking, siege is relatively difficult, and it is difficult to win a siege with 5 times the strength. The more obstacles set during the siege, the greater the loss of the siege party. Turning around the city wall, Xiaoming remembered not seeing Lu Fi and Liu Oxin. He asked, "Old General, where are Lu Fi and Liu Oxin?" Mentioned that. Nu Ben gave a wry smile. He said, "Since receiving the binoculars from His Highness, these 2 people have not been idle. Instead, they take soldiers out to inquire every day." With this binoculars, you reading www.uukanzu.com can discover the barbarians in advance every time. Scout, this makes it impossible for them to take a shot. Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. He took the binoculars and went out, just like a non-nearsighted bully. The two were talking, saying cow cow. Cow cow arrived, and saw a pair of cavalry in the distance. The two in front were Lufa and Liu Oxin. When they got closer, the two also saw Xiaoming. Entering the city, the two immediately went up to the city wall, and Lufa was panting. His Royal Highness, the Huan Chuo tribe speeded up the march. It is estimated that they will arrive under the city at noon tomorrow. This time Huan Chuo's entire tribe migrated to Kangzhou City. There is a lot of meaning to be stationed here. It seems that the barbarian army is behind. They are providing cattle and sheep for the subsequent army to eat. Nu Ben asked, "What about the number of troops?" "Only the Huan Chuo department has 20,000 cavalry. And there are countless slaves." Liu Oxin looked solemn. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 172 Bloody Battlefield. In the early morning, plumes of cooking smoke floated in the city of Kangzhou. Had it not been for the soldiers running back and forth in the city, Xiaoming even suspected that he had returned to the mountain village of his childhood. But after living here for a while, for him, everything here is just like the countryside. In the past, he always thought that the ancient royal family lived like on TV. Only when he came here did he discover that the royal food was similar to modern ordinary people. This is not a matter of shortage of materials, but the level of technology here. Xiaoming didn't sleep last night. Facing a large-scale cold weapon war, he was not strong enough to look like a gay person. After eating a bowl of rice porridge and meatloaf from Luluo, he put on a tailor-made armor and boarded the city wall. At this time, all the soldiers were on guard on the city wall, and many people in the city gathered under the city wall, ready to help at any time. The news from Liu Oxin and Lufa last night meant that the first wave of attack in Kangzhou City was coming soon. His Royal Highness, here comes. Before noon, the sky was floating like a black cloud, and it was black and black. At this moment, Nu Ben pointed to the north and said to Xiaoming, picking up the telescope. Xiaoming looked over, and through the enlarged image, he saw a large swath of barbarian cavalry. Lufa and Liu Oxin immediately went to their positions. Because the area of the city wall is very long, there is a school lieutenant in charge of each distance, and Nu Ben is responsible for the control of the entire battle. Our trap is probably useless. Putting down the telescope, Xiaoming sighed. Standing by his side, Zhang Xingqing, he was also using binoculars to observe. The barbarians drive so many slaves ahead, our trap is about to end. Before the barbarian cavalry, they were slaves with ropes. These slaves had the same appearance as the people of Dau, and they were once the people of Dau. Nu Ben said, "This is nothing. The barbarians will definitely use slaves to rush into the battle before attacking." "Your Highness, you can't be soft-hearted at this time. They are indeed the people of Great Yu, but you are also the people of Great Yu. It was because of Emperor Yong's relentless heart that Shanhai Aiguan let these expelled people enter the city before the battle. As a result, I never thought that some of these slaves were already willing to become barbarian eagle dogs. This actually led to the seizure of the city gate and the barbarian cavalry." Nu Ben continued. Xiaoming nodded lightly. There have been countless examples of this in wars throughout the ages. The barbarian cavalry is getting closer and closer. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, and 500 meters. Finally, at a distance of 500 meters, the barbarian cavalry stopped. The battlefield was silent, and the guards of the city would be the cavalry fixed on the barbarian. The barbarian cavalry also fixed their eyes on the soldiers in silver armor in the city. The two sides faced each other for a while, and a loud horn suddenly came from the barbarian formation. At this time, the barbarian cavalry suddenly dismounted, and the driven slaves were skilled in taking all kinds of things from their horses. They are camping on the spot. Nu Ben said at this time. The Huan Chuo tribe is a purely nomadic tribe. Wherever the cattle and sheep go, they are the resident. This time the Huan Chuo tribe brought slaves and drove the cattle and sheep. It seems that the barbarians are preparing to besiege Kangzhou City. Xiaoming looked at the artillery wrapped in black cloth on the city wall. The artillery he produced this time had a range of 3 to 4 miles. At this time, the distance where the barbarians were stationed was within range. One shot can definitely hit them on their backs. but no matter how itching is in their heart, they have to hold back because the real important role has not yet appeared. If the profuse sweat of the barbarian really appears, then it will be the time when the artillery fires. The barbarians camped leisurely, and the soldiers on the city could only watch. No way, these barbarian soldiers are cavalry when they are mounted, but infantry when they are dismounted. At this time, if the cavalry is sent to harass, the face will be 20,000 horses and shoots, and there will be no return. A slave is here. Nu Ben suddenly sighed. Xiaoming saw that some of the slaves in Hua and Buluo who were camping at this time suddenly walked towards Kangzhou City. These slaves lined up and walked towards Kangzhou City step by step. Zhang Xingqiang gritted his teeth. These barbarians are simply devoid of conscience and don't treat the people of my great Yu country as human beings. More than just looking at it as a human being. Don't you know another name the barbarians call the people of Dayu country? What? Zhang Xingqiang asked. Nu ran looking at the slave who was constantly marching towards death and said, two-footed sheep, two-legged sheep. Xiaoming frowned slightly. This term has appeared in modern history. This two-legged sheep, as its name suggests, is a sheep with only two legs. At that time, Huaxia was in the era of 5 Wild China. The Han people called the double-footed sheep were not only slaves to the barbarians, but also food for the barbarians. This double-footed sheep came from. Nu Ben continued, there was a shortage of food when the barbarians invaded Yaozu. At that time, the barbarians ate Han people as their food. This is the origin of the double-legged sheep. These words made Zhang Xingqiang clenched his fists. He had never thought that the barbarians would be so vicious. What? A scream came, and the slave who was walking on the grass suddenly fell into the trap, and suddenly screams came from the dirt pit. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the barbarian cavalry who followed behind the slave. On the city wall, the soldiers watched everything. They were holding the weapon and turned white because of too much force. They know what the barbarians are laughing at. They are laughing at their hard-working traps that can only kill their own compatriots. Xiaoming watched everything silently. This is war, a battlefield that can do everything. There is no mercy or sympathy in this battlefield. The only purpose of the two sides is to kill each other. The chased slaves appeared in a panic. They hesitated to advance. This angered the barbarian cavalry. They waved their scimitars and slashed at the slaves who refused to advance. A shrill cry sounded on the empty battlefield. The slaves trembled and moved forward again. The traps were destroyed one by one, and the barbarian cavalry finally stopped at a distance of 200 meters. At this time, there were only 100 slaves of 500 people in front of them. At this time, the barbarian cavalry took out their bows and arrows and continued to shout for the slaves to advance. His Royal Highness, these slaves can no longer be allowed to advance, otherwise all the traps will be over. Zhang Xingqiang almost gritted his teeth and said, this is the hatred of the barbarians. Looking at the barbarian cavalry standing 200 meters away, Nu Ben took a soldier and handed a bow and arrow. He said, His Royal Highness, you must not be a woman at this time. A war may only be due to a few traps. Will change. The old general will do it by himself. Xiaoming looked solemn. It turned out that this was a battle to defend the city. Swish! A sharp arrow shot, followed by a scream. Xiaoming clearly saw a blood burst out of the chest of the slave who was walking in the front. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 173 Bloody Battle. The screams sounded again and again on the battlefield. Nu Ben's lips trembled, but the bow and arrow in his hand were as ruthless as death's sickle. Every time he kills a person, his heart feels more guilty, but he knows that behind him are thousands of people of the country of Dau, and he can't be merciless. This ambivalence stirred his heart like thorns. Xiaoming's heart was also uncomfortable. Killing one person and saving thousands of people, rationally speaking, this was right, but now that he did it with his own hands, a strong sense of guilt continued to strike. These are all unarmed and ravaged by the barbarians of the people of Dau, and it is the tongues they miss day and night that shoot them. It's just that Xiaoming understands that they must bear it, even if they are criticized by thousands in future history books, they must bear it. The slaves fell one by one, and the barbarian cavalry laughed louder. They seemed to be mocking Nu Ben for doing a futile thing, because soon another group of slaves were driven over. "General, let me go out. What is this?" Luff suddenly ran from the area he was defending, his face flushed with anger. "General, let's go out of the city, otherwise what's the use of us cavalry?" The soldiers following Luff shouted. "Shut up," Nu Ben said angrily. His voice was like Hong Zong, "not to mention that you only have 1,000 people. Each of you is as skilled as the barbarian cavalry with bows and horses. Will you go out to die? Could it be that you just watched the people come to die? They are also the people of the Great Yu country." Luff's eyes split. Liu Oxin also walked over at this time. He grabbed Luff and said, "Lieutenant Liu, don't be fooling around. Isn't the life of the soldiers a life? Is the people's fate a fate? For you lords who are long in Chang'an, are the people all untouchables?" Luff shook Liu Oxin's hand. Nu Ben stared at Luff angrily. "If you continue to make a fool of yourself, Q will be ruthless, and you will be punished by military law." "I'm not afraid, as long as I get out of the city to kill the enemy. You can look at my head when you come back," Luff shouted. "Luff, this king knows that you will cause trouble, and you know why you have done so well. Does this king refuse to let you be the governor of King Zhu? If this king asks you to command the defense of the city, I am afraid that the 20,000 King Zhu soldiers and now you have fallen under the bows and arrows of the barbarians. You seem to be brave in doing this, but in fact it is just a brave man. You will not only ruin the 1,000 cavalry who followed you out of the city, but also ruin thousands of people. Can you think more about you?" Xiaoming scolded. Luff was also anxious, and it was only when he came back to his senses that he gradually understood. "The barbarians. You'll beat me hard later." Luff stomped his foot and smashed the city wall hard before turning back. Nu Ben sighed. "This one is stunned. If you don't suffer a bit, this temper can't be changed." At this time a new batch of slaves had arrived, and they walked towards the trenches again. "Let go." Xiaoming gritted his teeth and gave an order. These traps were used to kill barbarians, not these people. His heart was bleeding. "People, for Kangzhou City, sorry. Until next year's Qingming festival, this king will pour a bowl of rice wine on your graves." Whizzing arrows poured down from the city, and the people driven by the barbarians continued to fall in a pool of blood. But the barbarians continued to drive wave after wave of slaves, not only to destroy the trap, but also to destroy the stone pillar. From noon to evening, the guards at the head of the city have been tense, and until the sun sets, the barbarians stopped driving the people to destroy the defense facilities in front of the city. There is no moon tonight, and it's as dark as ink everywhere. A bonfire gradually rises in the barbarian camp, and the smell of roasting sheep keeps floating from there. After tonight, tomorrow will be a battle. After returning to the line to rest for a night, Xiaoming was awakened by the deafening cry of killing the next day. He ascended the city wall and saw thousands of slaves carrying a ladder and rushing towards the city wall with knives, guns and clubs. The barbarian cavalry stood far away, staring at the siege slave like a supervising army. At the 500-meter city wall, the position of the barbarians' attack was concentrated on the city gate. At this time, Xiaoming was standing in this position. Yesterday the barbarians almost found out all the traps they had set on the outside. Today they repeated their old trick and drove the slave soldiers to attack the city. These slave soldiers were also the people of the Great Yu Kingdom, but at this time they became the slave soldiers of the barbarians. Arrow! Nu Ben roared. The crossbowmen on the city wall immediately poured arrows down, and the slave soldiers carrying the ladder in the front fell to the ground one after another, while the slave soldiers at the back carried the ladder and continued to rush forward. The first batch of assaulting slave soldiers totaled 3,000 people, and they were densely distributed on the battlefield with great momentum. In Xiaoming's eyes, this was more shocking than the entire school doing exercises on the playground. The city is still dominated by crossbowmen. Since he can only defend passively in the next few years, Xiaoming has increased the number of King Zhu army crossbowmen. 5,000 of the 20,000 King Zhu army are crossbowmen. At this time, these crossbowmen exerted terrible long-range killing ability, and the power of crossbow arrows within a range of 100 meters was great. However, These slave soldiers seemed to have also been trained. Soon there appeared a row of slave soldiers holding shields in front of them, and their speed slowed down. But this formation allowed them to reduce casualties. Zhang Xingcheng frowned. His mood was complicated at this time, and his sympathy for these slaves suddenly disappeared, because at this time they became fierce enemies again. 60 meters! Zhang Xingcheng suddenly yelled. As soon as the sound fell, the slave soldiers rushing in front suddenly disappeared, and a large number of slave soldiers rolled into the trap. One by one, the traps at 60 meters away were all triggered by the slave soldiers, and all the traps that Zhang Xingcheng dug this time were gone. The other slaves did not stop for him. They can only survive by capturing Kangzhou City. In this choice, they can only choose to live on their own. Liu Xuan, are you really sure that King Qi has a very powerful weapon? In the barbarian camp, a barbaric with bare arms and a white cloak asked. Beside him was a big Yu country smuggler in a blue t-shirt. There is nothing wrong. Although I didn't see it, many people heard a loud noise when King Qi attacked Liu Bao, and when I passed Yu Bao, I saw a big hole in the wall. Liu Xuan said, well, Khan will come with a large army soon. Before that, we must test the true face of this weapon. If it is really there, I will give you a few words in front of Khan. Liu Xuan looked flattering. Thank you for the head of the Gultai banner. If the Khan captured Kangzhou City and killed King Qi, he would also avenge my Liu family. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 174 Barbarian Archer. PS. Today, there are 4 more updates. There are 4 more in the evening. Please recommend. Ask for monthly pass. Ask for reward. The sound of fighting and roaring intertwined on the battlefield, and blood stained the grass on the ground. On the land, the corpses of the slave soldiers gradually piled up, and the subsequent slave soldiers still rushed forward without fear of death. The barbarians' bows and arrows are behind them, and the arrows of the soldiers of Kangzhou City are in front of them. There is still a glimmer of hope of survival. When they capture Kangzhou City, if they can't attack the city, they will all be killed by the barbarians. This was the order of the head of Huai Chuo Banagutai before the siege. In order to survive, they no longer care about their colleagues on the opposite city wall. Behind the city wall is the land of Dayu, the people of Dayu. No, they are not just for their lives. They actually have hatred in their hearts. They hate the country of Dau. When they hate their wives and children by the barbarians, why doesn't the country send troops? They hated that when their homeland was burned to the limit by the barbarians, why didn't Dau state send troops? When they hated King Yong, why didn't Dau state send troops when he was suing the palace? This kind of hatred was brewing in their hearts day and night, and the country behind the city wall gradually became unfamiliar to them, and a desire for destruction grew in their hearts. To die. Let's die together. Gultai smiled at the slave soldiers who were constantly attacking the walls of Kangzhou City. The strategy of using slave soldiers as the forward was very popular among the barbarians, and the victory of wars pushed this strategy to a lofty position. In their eyes, other nations are cowardly, and the threat of death and desire for life will make these slaves willing to be driven by the barbarians. And the most important point is that these slaves did not see any hope of returning to their homeland. No one nor any army can fight the barbarian cavalry on the steppe, and from time to time, they would instill in these slaves that their monarch abandoned their ideas, which made these slaves gradually lose the hope of the great Yu country. Liu Xuan was also watching these desperately fighting slave soldiers. His expression was complicated. His eyes couldn't tell whether he was sympathetic or sad. It's just that this emotion was quickly replaced by hatred. In the Golden Horde, there are many people who advise the barbarians in Dau. They have depressed scholars and merchants between the two countries. More are the descendants of the slaves. They have now fully integrated into the life of the barbarians, and the country of Dau is just a distant country to them. Like many merchants who traveled to and from the grasslands, he believed that it was only a matter of time before the barbarians attacked Dau. For him, the word barbarian is nothing but the prejudice of the Great Yu country against the barbarian. This is a country that has a complete bureaucratic and a military system that does not lose to the Great Yu country in terms of government affairs, people's livelihood, commerce, and skills. And because of the Hexi Corridor and the Silk Road in the Han Dynasty, the barbarians made a lot of money by taxing the merchants along the road. The dignitaries of the Great U State believed that the war between the barbarians and the Ottoman Empire was simply because the barbarians were bloodthirsty and militant, but they did not know that the barbarians and the Ottoman Empire were actually fighting for this trade route through the east and the west. After all, the strength of the Ottoman Empire also benefited from this trade route. They imposed heavy taxes on merchants from the west to the east, which resulted in excessively high trade costs. Therefore, in recent years, Western merchants gradually abandoned this trade route, open up a route to the east. This incident made the barbarians quite annoyed, and then there was a war between the barbarians and the Ottoman Empire. But the Ottoman Empire is equally powerful, and the barbarians killed 1,000 and wounded 800. Liu Xuan recovered from his senses and looked at the battlefield again. At this time, the slave soldiers rushed over the stone pillars in front of the city wall and began to build the ladder. At this time, the soldiers of the city wall attracted his attention, and all these soldiers were wearing silver armor that covered the whole body. He looked at Gutai. At this time, Gutai showed a playful look. He said, "You have also noticed that I have seen several similar armors in the Khan's palace. It is said that this armor is from the west. Pass it over." "It's the first time I have seen this kind of armor. I haven't gone back for a long time," Liu Xuan said. Gutai frowned and said, "This kind of armor is not easy to deal with. Ordinary swords are of little use to them, and it takes a lot of silver to forge this kind of armor. When will you master this kind of armor?" "Forging so many armors." According to the information I got, King Qi seems to have mastered the forging technology of this armor, so this King Qi is not easy. Liu Xuan reminded Gutai. "The nomadic tribe of the barbarians, one tribe is a banner, the small clan is the small banner, the middle clan is the middle banner, and the big clan is the big banner, and the leader is called the banner head. The Huayan Chuo tribe is only a central banner in the Golden Horde." Because of his outstanding contributions in the capture of Shanhai Aiguan, Tan Khan gave him all the land in Shanhai Aiguan. So for him, this war is particularly important to him, because it will mean whether he can continue to expand his tribe's territory. Over the years, the population of the Huayan Chuo tribe has increased a lot. If the land within the Plenty Pass is regained, he believes that becoming the leader of the banner is only a matter of time. There are few princes of Dayu Kingdom that are useful, so how about wearing these armors? Can they still withstand our bows and arrows? Change armored arrows. Gutai curled his lips. Seeing the slave soldiers rushing to the city, he waved to the cavalry beside him. 2,000 barbarian archers immediately lined up and moved towards the wall. On the head of the city at this time, the soldiers of the King's army kept throwing stones and rolling logs down and hitting the slave soldiers who were climbing the ladder. The slave soldiers on the ladder continued to be killed and injured by stones and rolling logs, but one after another slave soldiers continued to climb upward. Hot oil. Nu Ben looked at the battlefield situation and gave an order. The slave soldiers marched forward, and the arrows under the city were as dense as hedgehogs. The wounded slave soldiers wailed in pain under the city, and soon died at the feet of the subsequent slave soldiers. Inside the city wall, the hot kerosene has been boiled out, Nu Ben ordered, and the auxiliary soldiers immediately lifted the kerosene on the wall. These kerosene are used to deal with the ladder. As long as the ladder is not broken, these slave soldiers will keep climbing. Xiaoming had been observing the situation on the battlefield, when he noticed that the barbarian archers began to move forward. It's just that this is not where he cares most, because he also found that the slave soldiers under the city were digging the roots of the city wall. "You guys, kill those slave soldiers." Xiaoming directed a pair of crossbows to point at the slave soldiers who were digging under the wall. These slave soldiers had only one purpose of digging holes, and that was to blow up the city wall with gunpowder. The crossbowmen got the order and immediately fired at these slaves. In the scream of victories, these slaves immediately fell into a pool of blood. At this time, the archers of the barbarians were getting closer and closer. They were to cover the slaves from attacking the city. At this time, Xiaoming shouted, "Taylor, get on the gunpowder can." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 175 The Power of Powder Cans. With blood splashing, Luffy drew a long sword from the chest of the slave soldier. At this time, his body had been stained red with blood. Even though the stones and rolling logs were smashed down again and again, there were slave soldiers climbing up in the chaos on the 500-meter city wall. Pushed down the ladder. With an order from Luffy, the two soldiers picked up their forks to hold the ladder and pushed them out. The slave soldier climbing on the ladder screamed and fell from the ladder. Blaise yelled. Looking up in front of him, Luffy only saw the moment the barbarian archer bent his bow to shoot an arrow. He hurriedly shouted. The shield hand who was guarding the wall immediately tilted and lifted the shield, and then a sound like raindrops sounded on the shield. Da. When the sound ended, a soldier's shield was shot into a hedgehog, and the iron sheet attached to the outer layer of the wooden shield was shot through. Luffy looked at the arrow and cursed. Sundrama, brothers, be careful. Then he let a school lieutenant take his place, and he walked towards Xiaoming. His Royal Highness, use a catapult. Luffy was a little aggrieved. Until now, only the slave soldiers had died, and the barbarian archers had only thrown at a distance of more than 100 meters. It was safe. Several soldiers held their shields in front of Xiaoming. He said, I am preparing to inform you that the soldiers will throw the gunpowder cans. Remember, the three leads must be ignited at the same time. Okay, Luffy responded, turned and ran back, shouting all the way, blow up these for me. This time, Xiaoming specially ordered 3 fuses to be installed in the gunpowder canister. After all, the thrown gunpowder cans are easy to extinguish. The 3 wires can ensure the success rate of the explosive canister. The soldiers in charge of the catapult immediately put the gunpowder canister into the groove of the catapult, and one after another aimed at the barbarian archers. These barbarian archers stood at a position close to 200 meters, relying on their bows and arrows to constantly shoot the soldiers of the king's army at the head of the city. Many soldiers fell to the ground injured by bows and arrows. Let it go, gave an order. 50 catapults simultaneously ignited the gunpowder canister of the fuse. The barbarian archer who was shooting saw many black spots in the sky, realized that it was a stone thrown by the catapult, and immediately avoided. Boom, boom. A series of sounds. The gunpowder canister wrapped in thick straw hit the ground and made a dull sound. There were also some archers who couldn't dodge, and their brains burst directly from the gunpowder canister. The barbarian soldiers who easily dodged the gunpowder cans looked at the round objects on the ground and began to laugh at them, seeming to be proud of successfully avoiding them. It's just that their laughter ended with a loud explosion. The powerful impact and thick smoke instantly enveloped the barbarian soldiers nearby, and the barbarians within a radius of 10 meters fell one after another. The fragments of the earthenware pot exploded from the gunpowder pot, and the stench of iron nails mixed with stool quickly diffused. The barbarian soldier at the center of the explosion was blown to pieces, while the soldiers on the periphery were basically injured and fell to the ground wailing. The barbarian soldiers were so scared that they retreated. At this time, the second wave of gunpowder cans was thrown over by the catapult again, and the wounded soldiers who had not had time to escape were torn apart in another explosion. Good fight. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed loudly from the wall. This unexpected attack by the gunpowder cans caused the barbarian soldiers to retreat one after another, and the slave soldiers who lost their cover were again covered by the dense arrow rain on the city wall. Gulte held onto the reins to avoid that the seated horse flees madly because of panic. The continuous huge explosions made the barbarian horses panic, and the barbarian soldiers pulled their reins to prevent the horses from escaping. Is this King Chi's secret weapon? Gulte's face turned pale. Although separated by 300 meters, he still felt the slight vibration of the ground caused by the explosion. It should be. Liu Xuan said, I didn't expect that after the fire tube, Dayu State was using this gunpowder weapon again. Gutai said, HMPH. Soon they will understand that our barbarians also use gunpowder, and then I will blow their walls and soldiers into the sky. Liu Xuan nodded. He knew that there were many gunpowder kegs hidden in the camp. These gunpowder kegs were specially used to blow up the city wall. This trick was learned by the barbarians during the war with the Ottoman Empire. One purpose of this siege was to test the King Zhou army's defensive capabilities. The second is to keep digging holes into the city wall. When the army arrives, the city wall can be blown up with gunpowder, thus annihilating the defenders in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Liu Xuan had already seen the hope of victory. He said, however, it is said that Beshan Khan can throw stones at a distance of 500 meters this time. At that time, these Kangzhou city defenders were not beaten. Copies. Gultai smiled and said, yes, let these southerners live for a few more days. After speaking, he made the archers withdraw one after another, and didn't care about the life and death of the slave soldiers. The battle lasted from morning to night, and the barbarians drove out wave after wave of slave soldiers. At this time, the city was full of corpses of slave soldiers. The setting sun was like blood, making this scene even more desolate. The trenches under the city were now filled with corpses. Xiaoming watched as the retreating slave soldiers smashed the city wall. Until now, even the barbarians' fur hasn't been injured. Nu Ben comforted, His Royal Highness. This is the barbarians' usual method of warfare. Only when the opponent is exhausted and suffered heavy losses will they attack. Looking at the artillery concealed in the black cloth, Xiaoming nodded, and said, no matter, when the main force of the barbarians arrives, this king will definitely make them pay. At the end of the day's fighting, Nu Ben immediately asked the soldiers to prepare stones, rolling logs and other materials. This time it was just a tentative attack by the barbarians, and the real battle was still behind. He knew this well. However, judging from today's warfare, his confidence in this guarding battle has greatly increased. The full body armor of the King Zhou army played a great role in this battle, and there were few soldiers' casualties. The only time the injury was severe was a bow and arrow thrown by a barbarian archer, and many people were injured. Back to the hall, Luluo thoughtfully removed the armor from Xiaoming. Seeing the blood on the armor, Luluo worried, His Royal Highness, where are you injured? I am not injured. Xiaoming was a little tired. His nerves had been tense all day, and at this time he finally relaxed. Luluo sighed lightly, and his heart was beating with fright just now. At this moment, he said, yes, Your Highness. Pang Qingxi brought over and said that the Department of Equipment had 4 more artillery delivered to Kangzhou City. Really? At this moment, this king has heard the best news today. Xiaoming said. With the addition of these 4, there are 30 artillery in Kangzhou City, and soon, the main force of the barbarians will probably arrive. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 176 Barbarian Army. Last night, Xiaoming fell asleep after eating. The whole night was full of battles in Kangzhou City. The horrified eyes of the slave soldiers, the splattering blood, the blood mist raised by the explosion of the gunpowder canister. He was still an otaku who enjoyed a favorable environment in the laboratory more than half a year ago, but now he has to face this cruel cold weapon war to survive. This kind of scene is 100 times, 1,000 times more frightening than watching the street fighting in person. When the black crowd rushed over with an angry roar, this in itself was a kind of mental pressure. It's just that he has to bear these now, and he has to get used to it, because his future life is likely to be accompanied by such scenes. On the city wall, the supplies that were consumed yesterday were transported again. These recruits who had never experienced war seemed to have matured a lot in one night. Yesterday's victory made them understand that as long as they unite, the barbarians are not terrible. His Royal Highness, it is estimated that the barbarians will not attack again in the past 2 days. Nu Ben said to Xiaoming while looking at the barbarian camp with a single telescope. Xiaoming was also looking at the barbarian camp. At this time, a bonfire was still burning in the barbarian camp. The slaves were driven to remake engineering equipment such as aerial ladders as they shuttled between the camps. But the barbarians were roasting cattle and sheep around the campfire, and the smell of meat came out, which made many soldiers swallow. Don't be greedy. When you win, this king will let you eat meat, Xiaoming said to a type of soldier. Hey! The soldiers around immediately burst into laughter. Nu Ben said, His Royal Highness is right. The barbarians have always robbed us. When we win, we will also grab their cattle and sheep so that you can eat enough. It's hard to say. I'll take the cavalry out of the city and grab you a barbarian wife back," Luff said rudely without knowing when to come. Now the soldiers laughed louder. In the army, the soldiers don't eat it. After all, these soldiers are basically illiterate. The most important thing is to say something. He said, "Have you seen the land outside the city? Is this land fertile?" "Fertile," the soldiers shouted in unison. Xiaoming continued, "Well, from now on, every time you kill a barbarian, this king will promise you this 10 acres of land outside Kangzhou City. The more you kill, the more land. When one day this king leads you take back Shanhai Aiguan, you will become a big rich man." "His Royal Highness, are you serious?" Suddenly a soldier asked. This king spit on one nail. "Lieutenant Lu and Dudanu are all here," Xiaoming said to the soldier. The soldier showed an expression of excitement. He said, "His Royal Highness, I used to be a member of Yaozu, and I fled to Kangzhou. If I hit Shanhai Aiguan one day, can I choose a piece of land in my hometown?" "Of course," Xiaoming said. The soldier nodded with a firm expression. He said, "His Royal Highness, many of the Kingzhou army's hometowns are in Yaozu. For your highness's words, we must desperately kill the enemy." Nu Ben and Xiaoming glanced at each other and nodded in satisfaction. In the army, a soldier's desire to fight is a very important factor in winning the war. For a soldier, their desire for expedition is basically not great. This time the Kingzhou army can guard Kangzhou with high morale. A large part of the factor is that they are behind their land and their parents. In the future, if Shanhai Aiguan is to be retaken, these soldiers will have relatively fewer wishes. At this time, the wishes of the soldiers who originally lived in Yaozu will be stronger. Thinking of this, Xiaoming came up with an idea. "Dudanu, this king wants to build a special army called Guanning Iron Cavalry." "Guanning Iron Cavalry?" Nu Ben looked playfully, and he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this pass should be Shanhai Aiguan." "It would be Ningyuan instead." "It seems that His Highness has a long-term goal." Xiaoming nodded. This Guanning Cavalry was actually the 3 most capable armies in the late Ming Dynasty, and Guanning Cavalry was one of them. At that time, he followed the strategy of guarding the Liao soil with the Liao people and nurturing the Liao people with the Liao soil, and selected elites from the Liao people to form the Guanning Iron Cavalry that later made the Jin army frightened. Xiaoming had the same goal this time. It was precisely to form a cavalry with the old army of King Yong and the old people. This cavalry would inevitably be able to fight the barbarians with all his strength in his native land. "Exactly." Xiaoming then said his thoughts to Nu Ben. Nu Ben nodded. "Well, His Royal Highness thought for a long time, and will finally admire it. It's just that the country is short of horses. The horses of the cavalry formed are a problem. Without horses, we will find a way to grab them from the barbarians," Xiaoming said, looking at the horses in the barbarian camp. Nu Ben shook his head. He didn't believe that he could steal a horse from the barbarian in this situation. Defending the city is still insufficient, so the offense need not be mentioned. As Nu Ben said, the Huayan Chuo tribe has not attacked the city again for 3 consecutive days. On the 3rd night, a large army appeared in the north of Huayan Chuo camp. Looking through the binoculars, Xiaoming saw a wolf head painted on the flags deployed in the army. This is the king flag that only the barbarian Khan has the right to carry. At the same time, 4 artillery pieces from the equipment department also arrived in Kangzhou City, along with 500 gunpowder cans and a lot of granular gunpowder. That night, Xiaoming ordered the soldiers to erect all their artillery on the fort. This time the barbarian army could not be seen at a glance, and he could not judge how many barbarian army had come. But only at this scale, I am afraid that the number of slave soldiers is enough for him to have a headache. As the war is approaching, the atmosphere in the city suddenly rises, and everyone's face has a heavy look. Can you hold it? This is the question mark in everyone's heart, but the answer will soon be solved. The barbarian camp Gutai and Liu Xuan entered the king's account at the same time. Inside, a tall man like an iron tower was sitting. Gutai looked a little unhappy and said, "Bishan Taiji, hasn't the sweat come?" This person was Bshan, who was an emissary in Chingan City. He said, "Why does a little Kangsu city need a father to kiss him? Then Bishan Taiji carries the king flag. Isn't it disrespectful to the sweat?" Gultai's voice was a little hoarse. Bshan stood up from his seat and said, "This is for the Khan's order. Wang Chi is only here to scare the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom." "What?" Dissatisfied. "How dare I disobey the words of the Great Khan?" Gutai said. Bshan sneered. This Gutai had always been close to his elder brother, and he had never seen him. After all, he would be his elder brother to inherit the Khan status in the future, and he would only go to a remote place to establish his own Khanate. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 177 Artillery Strike. The flames in the camp were beating, and the black figures flickered in the candlelight. Bshan looked at Gutai and said, "This time the attack on Kangsu City, the Huayan Chuo tribe must obey my orders." Although Gutai was unhappy, he nodded. Bshan asked at this time, "How is Kangsu's defense situation?" Gultai talked about the situation during the siege. "In the previous few days, a gunpowder canister that will explode?" Bshan asked. Gultai nodded. "Yes, this kind of powder can is very powerful. Hundreds of our archers died in the explosion." Then he continued, "Moreover, the armor on the defenders this time is also very good. It seems that they are the most elite troops of King Qi." Bshan frowned, and he said, "I want to see the city in person tomorrow morning." Gultai nodded. This time Bshan personally led 50,000 barbarians to arrive, but the number of slave soldiers who accompanied him was 80,000, plus the slave soldiers of his own tribe. There were more than 100,000 people. Just these slave soldiers were enough to make the defenders of Kangsu City run back and forth. The next day, a loud cut through the sky, and the first ray of sunlight in the morning passed through the clouds and fell on the battlefield with dead bodies everywhere. Then there was a deafening cry of killing, accompanied by the explosion of a gunpowder canister. Outside the city, the overwhelming slave soldiers rushed towards Kangsu City like a flood. The slave soldiers carried hundreds of ladders. Almost every few meters, there was a pair of ladders on the wall, facing the mighty siege of the city. Every soldier on the wall tensed their nerves. They squeezed the steel knives in their hands and waited for these slaves to climb the wall. The order of defending the city is fixed: smashing stones, throwing logs, and pouring fire oil, but this time the gunpowder cans were used for the first time. 50 catapults kept throwing gunpowder cans into the dense formation of slaves. Smoke was everywhere. Blood was splashing, and the slave soldiers fell in waves on the road to siege the city. Under the defense of bows and arrows, stones, rolling logs, and kerosene, a thick layer of corpses soon piled up under the city. Retired. The explosion of the first round of siege powder cans ended. The slave soldiers attacking the city suddenly withdrew, when Liu Ben showed a confused look. "It's another tentative attack." Xiaoming looked at the barbarian camp. His eyes suddenly fell on a tall man who looked like a barbarian leader. And beside him, he saw a businessman with a hand face. He touched the artillery at his hand and wanted to give them a shot, but he knew that the accuracy of the artillery was so poor that it would be difficult to hit him, and at this time, the secret weapon of artillery could not be exposed. "How does your highness know?" Liu Ben puzzled. Xiaoming said, "The news I got is that Tan Khan of the Barbarian came here personally, and at the same time Bshan came." Wang Xuan said that the Huayan Chuo tribe has always supported Date Taiju Shugyu, and Bshan will naturally not. "I completely believe in this Gutai, and I have to see it myself." Unexpectedly, His Highness has already done so meticulously. Liu Ben nodded, agreeing. Xiaoming said, "This is also a coincidence. You learned about it after you caught a few profiteers on the grassland." His Royal Highness. "Look, there seems to be some big guy being assembled in this barbarian camp." Lu walked over and said. From the perspective of Xiaoming and Liu Ben, they didn't see any big guys. The two followed Lu to his defense zone. Lifting the telescope at this time, I saw that in the middle of the barbarian camp, many slaves were carrying some parts, and some slaves were assembling. From the looks of it, the base of this thing is very big, at least 10 meters long. This estimate is to return to the giant cannon. It is said that this is the siege weapon the barbarian learned from the western regions. Xiaoming frowned. The situation he was worried about still appeared. The barbarian came and brought the giant cannon back. Judging from the information obtained so far, the barbarians have not only mastered gunpowder. If there is another giant cannon, this will be a huge threat to Kangzhou City. Nu Ben had already learned from Xiaoming the range and power of this giant cannon. He said, "It seems that the barbarians are bound to win Kangzhou City this time." Lu Fu cursed. It doesn't matter what he returns to the giant cannon, as long as I, Lu Fu, want to break Kangzhou City, unless he steps over my body. Liu Oxin didn't know when he had passed by. He excitedly said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, this time I will light a cannon. There seems to be some fun in this barbarian camp. I will smash them all." "No time. Let them assemble for a while, and we will surprise them when the assembly is halfway through," Xiaoming said. It seems that in order to wait for the assembly of the cannon, the barbarians did not continue their attack after attacking once. For the next 2 days, the two sides were in a confrontation. On the third day, the barbarian camp could already see equipment more than 3 meters high. At this time, the barbarians pushed these instruments to a position of 500 meters, and lined up the half-assembled return giant cannons. "His Royal Highness, this Pashan is provoking His Highness," Nu Ben couldn't help but said when he saw the action of the barbarian. Xiaoming nodded. "This Pashan is said to be a man of arrogance. This is also a common problem of geniuses." At this time, the giant cannon was placed in front of the battle and assembled, obviously wanting Xiaoming to see how he broke Kangzhou City step by step. "In this case, it is time for us to return the gift," Xiaoming said. "The artillery is ready." As soon as his words fell, the soldiers were shocked, and finally the artillery was about to be used. These days, they just waited for artillery to smash these barbarians. Liu Oxin smiled and said, "These barbarians are hiding behind the big, this time to see where they hide, a group of cowards who can only drive slave soldiers." Then he shouted, "All in place, clean the barrel." Since Liu Oxin first fired a cannon, he has regarded himself as an artillery commander. Soldiers who go to the Department of Equipment for training are always led by him. Although the time is only more than a month, Liu Oxin knows all aspects of the performance of the artillery well. At this time, the soldiers lifted all the canvas covering the artillery, and the black metal texture of the gun body was exposed. Then they adjusted the muzzle and aimed it at the barbarian returning cannon that was being assembled 500 meters away. This Pashan thought that using Hui Pao could crush Kangzhou City with technology, but did not know that Xiaoming was about to crush him. "Load gunpowder." Liu Oxin issued a second order. "Cannonball." The third order was issued. After everything was in place, Liu Oxin looked at Xiaoming, waiting for an order. 30 artillery pieces on the turret would fire, and the cannonballs were shot at the barbarians. "Aim at 5 and return to the giant artillery," Xiaoming ordered. The purpose of this first wave of offensive is naturally to destroy the giant artillery. Otherwise waiting for this thing to be assembled would definitely cause a lot of casualties of soldiers. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 178 Gunfire PS. Today's 5 changes are over. In addition, I recommend a new 2-dimensional book, One Piece Invincible by a friend, and friends who like the 2-dimensional can read it. Aim and return. Liu Oxin shouted loudly, and every distance, a soldier would repeat his order. The 30-meter guns on the 500-meter city wall were almost 10 meters apart, and he needed to convey the order one by one. "Everything is ready." Xiaoming nodded to Liu Oxin. "Fire!" Liu Oxin shouted. "Fire!" One voice sounded. Suddenly, boom. The sound of boom sounded continuously. The artillery shot flames, and the black shells rushed straight toward the barbarian camp like a black sharp arrow out of the sheath. Barbarian camp, Pashan. Gultai are looking at the city of Kangzhou. Pashan is talking about his next siege plan. Once the return cannon is assembled, this large catapult will throw a tank full of kerosene onto the city wall. The kerosene tank will break apart and a large area will be wrapped in flames. At the same time, the slave soldiers will charge again, and a group of slave soldiers will continue to dig holes under the city wall. After the pothole is completed, another pair of slave soldiers will bury the gunpowder barrel under the city wall, and finally ignite the gunpowder barrel. As long as this step is completed, a gap in the city wall will basically be blown up, and then slave soldiers will flood into Kangsu City like a tide. As long as the city gate is captured, the barbarian cavalry will fill Kangsu City and completely wipe out the defenders in the city. The two thoughts coincided with each other, and everything just waited for the return to suppress the defenders on the wall. Suddenly they saw fire from the top of the city, followed by the sound of rolling thunder, and then only heard a swish. The barbarian cavalry lined up on the right side of Bshan suddenly flew out strangely, hitting a series of 16. The cavalry stopped. A scream followed, and Bshan looked at the first brute soldier, who had blood on his chest. The cavalry behind him was similarly miserable, with his arms weirdly broken, and his head directly broken. In an instant, Bshan was shocked in a cold sweat, but this was only the beginning. And then he saw soldiers near him flying out strangely like this cavalry. 30 noises came from the wall, floating corpses were everywhere in the camp, and 300 to 400 cavalry died tragically. This is what happened? Bshan looked at Gutai, and Gutai looked at Liu Xuan. The cold sweat on Liu Xuan's forehead instantly shed, and he said at this moment, "No. This is King Chi's secret weapon." "We were fooled." "What secret weapon?" Bshan felt that he was deceived by Gutai. He didn't believe in Gutai at all, and now it turns out that he is right. At this moment, a cavalry ran over and handed a blood-stained iron ball to Bshan, and said, "Chi, this is it." Bshan took the iron ball and looked at it carefully. It was a solid iron ball, and his brows wrinkled. "Gulte, you should give me an explanation." Bshan looked at Gulte coldly. "You deceived me. You are responsible for the death of hundreds of soldiers." Gutai's mouth opened. "Bshantaji, this is because the Kangsu garrison is too cunning, not my fault. I have tried my best." Boom! Another loud noise came. At this time, a shell suddenly concentrated on the returning cannon that was being assembled, with a loud noise. The whole returning cannon was broken up by the shell. Then the black shells bounced on the ground and hit other barbarian cavalry, followed by a series of screams. At this moment, the barbarian cavalry was in chaos. They were 500 meters away from Kangsu City. In such a distance, the soldiers in Kangsu City could still kill them in large numbers, which was an extremely fearful feeling for them. This feeling is like a target. But the rumbling noise at the head of the city also made the horses feel uneasy. They raised their horses anxiously. Among the barbarian cavalry, only Bshantaji's cavalry was immobile, like a sculpture. At the same time, hundreds of barbarians suddenly held their shields and stood in front of Bshan. These barbarians stood in 30 horizontal formations, thrusting their shields diagonally on the ground, looking solemn. Looking at the fire on the top of the city, Bshan said to Gutai, "Let your people attack the city with all their strength. I want this weapon." Bshantaji. Gutai hesitated. "Why? Do you want to disobey my order?" "This attack on Kangsu City is the order of Father Khan, and to disobey my order is to violate Father Khan's order," Bshan said sharply. Not only Gulte, but the cavalry under Gulte were destroyed by this strange way of death. They had never seen such a terrifying weapon. Even if it was a fire tube from the country of Dau, its range was only 200 meters, and it shot stone bullets. But this kind of thing that braved flames like a canister could kill more than a dozen people at a time from 500 meters away. Although he didn't want to consume his strength, Gultai still gave the order. All his 20,000 slave soldiers rushed to Kangsu City. The artillery in the city was still roaring, and the return artillery was destroyed one after another under the fire of the artillery. Looking at the miserable appearance of the barbarians, Liu Oxin laughed. "You barbarians who kill 1,000 knives, now you know how powerful we are." Luff held the binoculars and stared at the barbarian camp for an instant. Whenever a cannonball hit a row of barbarian soldiers, he would yell "OK." When he saw the artillery shells next to him hit the open ground, Luff raised his foot and kicked the soldier who led the gun, cursing, "Idiot, how are you hitting the ground?" The soldier was staggered, and said aggrieved, Just now this gun was aimed at by the captain. Luffy blushed, and he was about to hit him when he raised his hand. His Royal Highness. The old man is really convinced today. With this artillery, this barbarian will not be able to capture Kangsu City anyway, Nu Ben said with relief, stroking his beard. One shell after another killed the soldiers in the barbarian camp like a string of candied haws. The soldiers' morale rose, and excited smiles appeared on their faces. However, the slave soldiers who came in like a tide soon tightened their faces again. The return artillery was all broken into broken parts. At this time, Xiaoming said, "Free shooting." "Get the order," Liu Oxin said. "I'll keep an eye on each one, and call me wherever there are many people." Yes. The artillery got the order and aimed at the place where the slaves were densest. At this time, in the eyes of the soldiers, all those who attacked Kangsu City were their enemies, and defending Kangsu City was their only belief. Fire, fire. Dozens of solid bullets were fired, causing a string of blood fog on the ground, and half of the artillery still fired at the barbarian camp. These barbarians don't want to watch the play quietly. The thunderous sound made the slave soldiers frightened. Finally, for the first time, the slave soldiers collapsed before reaching the wall. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 179. Deferment retired. Looking at the slave soldiers disintegrating like a tide, many soldiers shouted excitedly. The corner of Nu Ben's mouth raised a smile, and he said, "His Royal Highness, the artillery scares the enemy." The first time I saw this kind of unprovoked weapon, it was normal to be afraid at first, but after they got familiar with it, it was a real battle. Xiaoming said. Nu Ben nodded silently, unable to comment. Up to now, they are basically in contact with slave soldiers, and they have not really fought against the barbarians, and the barbarians are the main force in this war. They have been using slave soldiers to consume the soldiers, ammunition and defensive materials of the King's army. His Royal Highness, the gunpowder cans and artillery should be used at the last minute. I am worried. Nu Ben hesitated and said, "This is also what Xiaoming is thinking about." Up to now, the barbarians have not shown any signs of being dispatched. If the gunpowder cans and shells are exhausted at this time, the last moment will be really difficult. Because this time is similar to Tanji's horse racing. The barbarians have been using inferior soldiers to consume his superior soldiers. "Stop shooting!" Xiaoming shouted at this time. Luffy, who was excited by the power of the artillery, walked over and said, "His Royal Highness, why is this? It's hard to make these brutal soldiers suffer." Xiaoming ignored him, but looked at Liu Oxin. "How many gunpowder cans and shells are there?" Liu Oxin was in excitement. Hearing this, he suddenly felt a little cold behind his back. He said, "There are more than 1,500 gunpowder cans left, and there are 2,300 rounds of shells." Luffy understood what Xiaoming meant. He stomped his feet dejectedly. "This is the same for Chen Wenlong and Chen Qi. Why can't we prepare more? What can we do now?" Only these slave soldiers can put the gunpowder cans, and the shells were exhausted. The return artillery has been destroyed. From now on, both the gunpowder canister and the artillery can be saved. Time is rushed, and the equipment department can't prepare too much ammunition. Now we have to drag it. Xiaoming analyzed. Nu Ben nodded and said, "Yes. The barbarians travel long distances. This food and grass logistics is more troublesome than ours. Moreover, there are a large number of them. But the food and grass they eat every day is countless. No bones are left, and we are just as the wheat matures. This large quantity of grain will arrive soon, and the longer it takes, the more artillery and shells we will have." Luffy and Liu Oxin nodded, and Luffy said, "But I'm afraid this barbarian will not give us time to delay." The four were talking, and suddenly a sharp arrow flew from the barbarian camp. When he reached the head of the city, the arrow was obviously weak in follow-up. Nu Ben moved agilely, and grabbed the arrow in his hand. "Your Highness, there is a letter on it," Nu Ben said. Xiaoming looked at the barbarian cavalry who turned back and said, "Take a look." Nu Ben took down the letter, glanced at it and handed it to Xiaoming. The opposite is indeed the barbarian Taiji Bishan. He is persuading His Highness to surrender. Bishan wrote in his heart, I read about the friendship between the Great Yu Kingdom and the Golden Horde for many years, and I do not want to see the lives of Kangzhou City. If King Qi is willing to surrender, Bentaiji can guarantee His Highness and safety. If you do not understand, Kangzhou City will be a movie that does not stay. Ha ha ha, this Bishan is really interesting. In that case, who wants to go out of the city to negotiate with the barbarians? Xiaoming said suddenly. Lu Fu was immediately annoyed when he heard this. He said angrily, His Royal Highness will be the thief who surrenders. I am the first Lu Fu to refuse. Xiaoming, I really misunderstood you. I even went all the way from Qing'an to surrender to you. Now that you have the chance to win, but you want to surrender, I don't agree. Liu Oxin said angrily. Nu Ben sighed, You two idiots. Don't you know what a slowing strategy is? Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. At this moment, seeing Zhang Xingqiang standing in front of him, Zhang Xingqiang said, His Royal Highness, it seems that I am the only one suitable to go. You really want to go? Bishan has a fickle temperament, and you are likely to go and never return. Xiaoming said. Zhang Xingqiang's expression was indifferent. He said, The king's loyalty, the head and tail, not the husband. A person's quality can only be seen at the moment of crisis, and Zhang Xingqiang's thin body suddenly becomes taller in Xiaoming's eyes. Lu Fu and Liu Oxin had understood at this time, and they all admired Zhang Xingqiang. Lu Fu said, Zhang Sima, there were so many offenses in the past. I hope to forgive me. I didn't expect you to be a true man. Zhang Xingqiang clasped his fists and said, It's all for your highness. You go to battle to kill the enemy. I'm just showing off. He then turned to Xiaoming. It should not be too late. Your highness should let me go out of the city. This time, Xiaoming just wanted to fool Bishan, so this incident would be very dangerous. He nodded and patted Zhang Xingqiang's shoulder again. At this time, Nu Ben asked people to take pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Xiaoming also wrote a letter, saying that surrender is fine, but the conditions for surrender need to be negotiated. Using the same method, Nu Ben shot the letter with a bow and arrow. In the barbarian camp, Bishan has a gloomy face, and the power of artillery and powder cans is vividly visible. After this retreat, the morale of the slave soldiers was greatly reduced. Although the barbarian soldiers in the back continued to shoot and kill the disintegrated slave soldiers, they were still unable to resist this defeat. This made them have to refurbish to attack again. At this time, the experience of dealing with the countries of the western regions made him decide to persuade him to surrender. Although he himself didn't believe in surrendering when the defenders of Kangzhou had the advantage, he was idle and he would never give up any opportunity. Only after the letter of persuasion was sent, he suddenly noticed that the artillery fire at the head of the city had suddenly stopped. After a while, the scout delivered a letter, negotiating. Bishan's expression was brilliant. The king of Qi actually agreed to surrender. Liu Xuan was almost stunned when he heard this. This is completely beyond his understanding. He said, Qi, this king of Qi is sinister and cunning. This is probably a slowing strategy. Bishan smiled. It's natural, but it doesn't hurt. Everyone is a slowdown. After a pause, he said to Gutai, take advantage of the night tonight. You must blow up the city wall. Yes, Gulday said. During these attacks, the slave soldiers under his command suffered heavy losses. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he did not dare to disobey Bishan's orders at this time. On the battlefield, there were many flag leaders who were beheaded by this Bentaiji for defying orders. After waiting for a while, Bishan saw a person coming down from the wall of Kangzhou City. It was probably an envoy who had been sent. Bishan said to Liu Xuan at this time, you Han people know Han people best. You can do this. If King Qi really surrenders, you come and find me. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 180 Night Attack. When Zhang Xingqiang came out of the barbarian camp, the surrounding barbarian soldiers whistled contemptuously. This time he was responsible for coming to negotiate with the barbarians, but he had not seen that Bentaiji. It was a Han Chinese named Liu Xuan who met him. He immediately put forward the conditions for King Qi's surrender. The barbarians withdrew from Shanhai Aiguan, and assigned Yaozu and other places to the King of Qi. From then on, the King of Qi became a minister to the barbarians. Of course, This condition belongs to the lion's open mouth, and as he expected it did not achieve any results. The barbarians also gave the condition that they open the gate of Kangzu. They will not harm King Qi, they can give King Qi a state as a fief. Naturally, Zhang Xingqing would not agree. However, Zhang Xingqing did not refuse in a word, but said that he went back to the city to ask King Qi for instructions. His Royal Highness, this time we can postpone for 3 or 5 days before we go out and continue talking. Zhang Xingqing said, but in my opinion, this barbarian is not too sad about this matter. This Bishan warfare has always violated the rules. It's hard to predict what he will do next. Just stop quietly. But this negotiation is generally conducted while talking. After finishing speaking, he said to Liu Oxin, don't be idle tonight, just give the barbarian camp a few shots, let them sleep and don't want to sleep peacefully. His Royal Highness, leave this to me. Liu Oxin said bloodthirstily. This negotiation was originally dispensable. Xiaoming was just washing Bishan, but he knew that Bishan might also be washing him. In this case, everyone continues to hurt each other. Anyway, he is not in a hurry. The siege is always more anxious than the defender. After a day of fighting, the sky gradually darkened. In the evening when the barbarians were burning and cooking, all of a sudden the artillery on the city wall blasted, and black solid bullets flew toward the barbarian camp. In the spectacles, the barbarians who were eating were in chaos, and many barbarians were hit by artillery shells. Bishan was eating at this time, and the movement shocked him. He immediately ran out of the camp, holding a shield to protect himself, fearing being hit by an iron egg. Gultai was pointing at the city wall of Kangzu at this time and yelling at him. They never imagined that as soon as the messenger of the negotiation had left, the defenders would attack. The brutal soldiers who were eating immediately regrouped. But they waited for a long time and there was no second sound. There was no other movement on the wall, so he decided to eat again. As night fell, the bonfires in the barbarian camp were extremely dazzling. Obviously, these barbarians did not know the Kangzu city guards. They looked at them more clearly than they looked at the Kangzu guards. Liu Oxin has been on the city wall, and he is always holding a telescope to stare at the barbarian camp. Every once in a while, he will fire at the barbarian camp. Then the barbarian camp will be chaotic for a while. After all, no one wants to be killed by an iron ball in his dream. This fear made many barbarian cavalry unable to sleep at all, but kept staring at the fire on the wall. They found that every time the iron eggs would arrive in the camp after the fire, so whenever they saw the fire, they would run around trying to escape. At this time, Bishan couldn't sleep either. Even though the guards held up shields to protect him, he couldn't sleep. One because of the constant sound of artillery, and the other was waiting for news that the city wall was blown up. It's just that he quickly saw the fire shining under the Kangzu city wall, and the defenders of Kangzu city seemed to pour fire oil below. Encourage me at night, Your Highness said. This barbarian might send someone to bury the explosives at night, and then we will go to heaven together. Luf will watch the night tonight. He poured the kerosene down, and the corpses piled up under the city and the broken ladder instantly burned. Since Xiaoming saw that the barbarians were planning to use gunpowder to break the city, he made the defenders on the wall always pay attention to the slave soldiers who dug holes. Therefore, every time such slave soldiers appeared, the defenders at the head of the city would always shoot them first. Yes, Lieutenant. The soldier was frightened by Luf's words, and the sleepy people immediately opened their eyes. As they were talking, they suddenly saw a figure in a corner that was not covered by flames. A soldier shouted, "There are people down there." Suddenly, the arrow flew to that corner, and a scream came out one after another. Only this figure fell down, and another wave of figures ran over again. Luf frowned, picked up a torch and threw it down. The flames shining brightly with a dense group of slave soldiers. Taking advantage of the darkness, the slave soldiers attacked the city again. "Throw the gunpowder can, quickly," Luf shouted. The barbarians were also really cunning, and in order not to be targeted by artillery, they even attacked by night. Boom! The voice sounded again. This immediately shocked everyone in the city. Xiaoming, who had just fallen asleep, immediately got up and boarded the city wall. At the same time, the sound of bows and arrows breaking through the air came from the sky, and the archers of the barbarians also hid in the dark and shot. In the darkness, the Kangzhou garrison could not see the savage soldiers hiding in it, and could only counterattack indiscriminately. The casualties suddenly increased compared with the daytime. The gunpowder cans were thrown under the city wall. Xiaoming shouted as he stepped on the city wall. At this time, Shan organized an attack, with the only purpose of burying the gunpowder keg under the city wall. He must not be allowed to succeed at this time, so you can no longer worry about consuming the gunpowder cans at this time. The shield hand built a shield wall in the dark, and the soldiers at the head of the city kept throwing gunpowder cans down. The screams and explosions piled up layers of corpses under the city. Looking at the barbarian camp in the distance, Xiaoming looked serious, and this Shan was indeed a difficult character to deal with. The artillery had no target, so naturally it was impossible to fire it. This night was destined to be difficult. After another night of fierce fighting, more than 600 gunpowder cans were consumed overnight. The corpses under the city wall piled up thick. However, these gunpowder cans were not thrown in vain. The corpses of the slave soldiers had already filled the trenches and naturally filled the pits dug by the barbarians below. It won't be that simple to make holes in the walls, His Royal Highness. If this continues, the powder cans will not be enough. Liu Oxin worried. I wanted to save the use of gunpowder cans, but Shan's move completely broke Xiaoming's plan. If there were a few more night attacks like this, I'm afraid the city wall would really be over. Nu Ben saw Xiaoming's concern, and he said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, don't worry, the sharpness of the artillery is unstoppable. This can naturally defeat the barbarians. But why did your highness forget that the victory of the war lies in every big the people of Chongqing? When there are no artillery and powder cans, we can still use flesh and blood to block the barbarians' attack. Xiaoming was taken aback. He looked at the soldiers on the city wall. Yes, when there is nothing, at least he still has these soldiers who are not afraid of death. What fear he has. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 181. Run out of ammunition. Cruel wars always last and are long. After the night attack, the city of Kangzhou and the barbarians began a tug of war. They attacked the city repeatedly every day, leaving behind the corpses, retreating, and then attacking again. Zhang Xingcheng went out and came back, talked, and bullshit, and after he left, either the guards bombarded the barbarian camp, or it was another night attack. On the fifth day, Xiaoming's gunpowder cans were finally consumed, and only less than 300 rounds of artillery were left. However, the consumption of these ammunition has also brought about the desired results. Hidden behind the slave soldiers, the barbarian regular army finally stepped onto the front desk after consuming the slave soldiers 7 or 88. Some soldiers of the Kingzhou army also fell down forever. But the auxiliary soldiers silently put on the armor of the casualties, picked up their weapons, and stood in their positions. At this time, the look of every soldier was exhausted, but their eyes exuded an unprecedented fierce light. The grind of the war has transformed them from ordinary people into real soldiers. Their spirits are high, their will is as strong as steel, and they defend their homeland to the death. Finally here, Lu fixed his eyes on the barbarian soldiers rushing towards the wall. These barbarian soldiers looked cold, and their shouts were full of murderous aura. Unlike slave soldiers, these real barbarian soldiers looked fierce and as dangerous as hungry wolves. But at this moment, they have more advantages. These days, slave soldiers have been dying for them, waiting for 10 days to work. But the Kangzhou garrison has fought continuously for 10 days. This is the cunning of the barbarians. Using this way of warfare shameless by the Great Yu country, they captured one city after another, and one country after another. Nu Ben also dropped his bow and arrow at this time, holding a sharp sword in his hand, waiting for the moment when the barbarian soldiers stepped onto the wall. The stones were gone, the rolling logs were gone, the kerosene was gone, and the arrows of their bows and arrows were gone. All they had left was the steel knife in their hands. The barbarians seemed to understand this, and at this moment they finally couldn't help showing their sharp teeth. In the camp, Bashan smiled, but there was some bitterness in his smile. A mere 20,000 defenders prevented them for 10 days, and nearly 100,000 slaves were casualties. This was the most difficult war he had ever encountered. If it was before, he might order a retreat, but this time he was gone, and he told him directly that he must kill the 7th prince of Great Yu Kingdom. This can be done now, and when he really grows up, it will be a nightmare for the barbarians. At the same time, he was eager to obtain the weapons in the city. Only when he mastered such weapons, the city of Great Yu Kingdom would not be an obstacle in front of him. Snow Wolf Guard. Kill. Thoughts floated by. Bashan raised the scimitar in his hand, and his most elite army launched a charge towards Kangzhou City. In Kangzhou City, looking at the barbarians like the tide, Nu Ben shouted, "Finalize!" Immediately, the Kingzhou army on the city wall became a formation with swords and shields in front and spearmen behind. Boom! The artillery sounded again at this time. The solid bullets shot out, bounced among the barbarians, killing and wounding one after another, bringing up a string of blood fog. However, there were too many barbarians. 30 artillery pieces seemed very inconspicuous at this moment. After 300 rounds of artillery shells were fired and thousands of enemies were killed, the artillerymen took up their weapons. The ladder was leaned against the wall, and the barbarian soldiers swarmed up. The first barbarian soldier appeared on the wall of Kangzhou City. Stab! With a loud shout, the first barbarian soldier who charged up was pierced by several spears, and screamed and fell from the wall. Then one after another barbarians came up from the ladder, increasing in number. Some barbarians flexibly dodged their spears and rushed down. They slashed their scimitars on the armor of the Kingzhou army. With a sound of Kang, the Kingzhou army that was cut down was intact, and the brutal soldier was stunned. "Go to hell!" The soldier roared and chopped off the brutal soldier's head with a knife. Xiaoming was wearing armor and fighting with the soldiers. He did not hide in the city, because he knew that as long as he was there, it would be a banner that would never fall. The soldiers of the Kingzhou army will fight the enemy bravely when they see their feudal kings fighting side by side with them. At this moment, the barbarians kept jumping off the ladder, and the two sides immediately fought into a ball. At this time, these brutal soldiers discovered that they were all wrong. The most terrifying thing on this city wall was not the weapon that could spray flames, but the seamless and hard armor of the Kingzhou army. Their scimitar slashed on the soldiers of the Kingzhou army could not kill them at once, and the opponent with the second stab would kill them. In these days, the Kingzhou army has been killed by bows and arrows more, but lost the least during the real close combat. These steel cans are blocked on the city wall at this time, which is no different from a steel city wall. A brutal soldier jumped off the city wall and rushed directly to Xiaoming. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were fighting with brutal soldiers at this time. Although Xiaoming hadn't exercised during this period, he still had the foundation of his predecessor. In the old days, Xiaoming was adept at bowing horses. Out of instinct, Xiaoming avoided the scimitar swung by the barbarian and kicked the barbarian to the ground. He held the long sword in his hand and pierced the barbarian's heart severely. Blood flowed from the mouth of the brutal soldier. Xiaoming's expression was cold, and the temper on the battlefield had made him indifferent to death, whether it was for himself or the enemy. Killing this brutal soldier, Xiaoming inadvertently looked at the city, and saw several carriages galloping in the city, coming towards him, carrying bags after bags. The auxiliary soldiers under the city immediately moved the contents of the car to the city wall. "Your Highness, be careful." Zhao Long's voice sounded. Xiaoming was short when he was in this king, and a cold wind swept across his head. Looking back, a barbarian soldier was behind him. He rolled over to the side of the barbarian along the way, and stabbed the barbarian with his sword. More and more brutal soldiers rushed on the wall, but Xiaoming clearly saw that the Kingzhou army had an absolute advantage in close combat. One is the high quality brought by the protective effect of the plate armor, and the other is the high quality brought by the condescending. It is no wonder that the ancients said that without 5 times the strength of the troops, one must not attack the city. In the barbarian camp, Bashan's expression became more and more ugly. He thought that as long as he climbed the city wall, he could easily defeat the defenders at the city head. But the fact is that every batch of soldiers who climbed the city head will soon be submerged in the torrent of silver steel. He said to Gutai, "What are you waiting for? Let your people bring the gunpowder keg to blow up the city gate to me." Gutai nodded, and immediately ordered the soldiers to move to Kangzhou City carrying a huge wooden barrel. Bshan then said again, "The cavalry is ready." He gradually understood that without the advantage of cavalry, they could not win. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 182 Return. His Royal Highness, Kangzhou City sent 10 more artillery pieces, and the people who came said that some great bombs were also sent back. On the wall, an auxiliary soldier shouted to Xiaoming, "Is the great bomb finally here?" Xiaoming suddenly had an urge to cry, because the production of grape bullets is very troublesome. Although the equipment department has been producing them, the quantity is too small. Although these grape bullets are also solid bullets, these solid bullets are very small, and one cannonball contains dozens or even hundreds of small solid bullets. These grape shells fired out of the artillery are similar to shotguns. Their range will be reduced, but the area of damage will be greatly increased. Because of this, the production of one grape bomb is equivalent to the production of dozens, hundreds of solid bombs are as troublesome, although the amount of materials used is basically the same. Now that the grape bullet was delivered, it was an excellent weapon to deal with the siege soldiers, but when he looked outside the city, his expression suddenly changed. He said anxiously, "Set up all the artillery brought over to both sides of the city gate, hurry." Upon hearing this, the auxiliary soldiers ran down the wall. At this time, Xiaoming found Liu Oxin in the crowd, and he shouted, "Bring 10 groups of artillery down with me, hurry up, it's too late." Liu Oxin's red eyes were killing, and he calmed down at this time. He glanced outside the city and suddenly understood Xiaoming's meaning. The two quickly got off the wall. At this time, there were more than 2,000 emergency soldiers under the city. Xiaoming shouted, "Place a hollow square at the city gate." When the soldiers heard the words, they immediately changed their formations into 5 hollow phalanxes that crossed back and forth. In the phalanx, 2 spearmen were in front and 3 rows of crossbowmen were behind. They had the last arrows in their hands. At the same time, the artillery immediately moved the artillery to both sides of the hollow phalanx, and the artillery stuffed the bundled bags that were as thick as the muzzle into the artillery. These bags contained solid bullets one by one, and together they are grape bullets. Just now, both of them saw barbarian soldiers rushing towards the gate carrying a dozen powder kegs on the wall. Originally, the city gate was the deepest place in the entire trench, and it was impossible to climb under the city gate like a cliff. But for days of battle, the trenches under the city gate were filled with corpses. At this time, the barbarians outside the city were still filling the trenches with corpses, which was basically completed. At this time, the barbarians carried out the powder keg, just to blow up the city gate with barbaric urine. After the city gate was broken, the cavalry charged below. Because of this, Xiaoming specially set up a simple hollow phalanx to deal with cavalry behind the city gate. This hollow phalanx was a phalanx after the development of firearms and was used specifically to deal with cavalry. The hollow phalanx is surrounded by shooting soldiers, and the front and rear eyes protect each other to ensure that fire can be fired in any direction, so as to avoid being outflanked by the cavalry flanks. The cavalry in the center of the hollow phalanx will shoot from several sides. At this time, Xiaoming placed artillery on both sides again, which made up for the shortcomings of the hollow square array's lack of firepower. Boom! A thunderous noise flew along with the shattered sawdust of the city gate, and the entire city gate collapsed. Through the city gate, Xiaoming saw the barbarian Iron Clang rushing towards the city with the scimitar in his hand. All of the leading cavalry had blood-colored wolf heads pierced on their arms. This was the strongest cavalry under Bshan. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. The rushing cavalry arrived in a blink of an eye. As soon as the cavalry rushed into the city gate and entered Kangzhou City, Xiaoming shouted, "Fire!" Boom! Continuous cannon sounded, and the barbarian cavalry rushing over turned into a cloud of blood, falling down in pieces, and the horses were broken. The cavalry behind saw this scene horrified, but they couldn't stop. They could only continue to rush forward. It was just that the three artillery fired together, and hundreds of cavalrymen died instantly, and the remaining cavalry rushed into the hollow square. At this time, the crossbowmen immediately fired 3 shots, and the cavalry who rushed fell halfway. The cavalry who was lucky enough to rush to the front saw the erected spear, the horse neighed, and the spear pierced the neck. A wave of cavalry fell, and a wave of cavalry rushed in. At this time, 3 more artillery fired at the cavalry. The grape bullet turned into a rain of bullets and rushed towards the cavalry when the artillery came out, and another cloud of blood exploded. The third wave of cavalry arrived, when 4 artillery fired at the same time. When another group of cavalry appeared, the first artillery had been filled. The corpses piled up layer after layer, and the corpses of barbarian soldiers and horses at the gate of the city were piled higher and higher, and the subsequent cavalry could no longer ride in. They dismounted their horses, climbed the corpse mountain and continued to fill them. At this time, the formation of the soldiers of the King's Zhou army changed again. They became a very tight rectangular battle formation, tightly armored, and a well-trained battle formation that allowed the barbarians to rush to the city gate step by step like a steel machine. Gradually, the corpses of the brutal soldiers piled up like a mountain at the gate, almost blocking the gate. The barbarian has retreated. The barbarian has retreated. I don't know who shouted on the wall, and immediately a cheer of victory resounded throughout Kangzhou city. The brutal soldiers have retired. The brutal soldiers have retired. Liu Oxin was startled, and then shouted, but when he shouted, he suddenly started crying loudly. This battle is too difficult to fight. Almost everyone is overstretching their lives in this war. Every soldier never sleeps for days and nights. Xiaoming murmured as if still in a dream. The brutal soldiers have retired. Looking at the flow of blood at the gate of the city, he rushed on the wall like crazy. In his eyes, the barbarian army had already withdrawn from the city wall, and the original mighty barbarian army was in a mess at this time. At the gate of the city, thousands of war horses without owners were wandering. His Royal Highness, the barbarians have retired. Nu Ben was and his eyes were reddish. This time the barbarians really retreated, because these barbarians retreated so flustered, and the barbarian cavalry in the barbarian camp was slowly retreated. It's another day this battle fought from morning to night. Did the barbarians finally retreat? Can't be careless. Pashan has many tricks. Maybe there are tricks, Xiaoming said. Nu Ben said, His Royal Highness, no, this time the barbarian has really withdrawn, and the old man can guarantee that this time the barbarian has suffered a great loss. Even Bishan dare not continue to take risks. Really? But it's better to be more careful. I still can't relax my vigilance tonight, Xiaoming said. Nu Ben nodded and said, Yes, Your Highness. At this time, he and Xiaoming went down the city wall together, and when they reached the gate of the city, they saw a mountain of corpses. Nu ran down and took a breath of air. What happened here? Betting the city gate with the corpse. Before he asked, Xiaoming gave another order. Looking at King Qi in front of him, Nu Ben was silent. A war changed the prince a lot. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 183 Perturbed PS. Yesterday, the brothers in the group reminded that it was double 11 and asked to add more for comfort. There was no time last night, so I changed to add it today. There are 2 chapters in the evening and 3 chapters in the evening. The corpse mountain at the gate of the city silently stated what had happened. The blood gathered in the stream. The strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of corpses outside the city can be smelled in every corner of Kangzhou city. After the barbarians retreated, the soldiers defending the city did not dare to relax. No one can be sure whether the barbarians really retreated or if this is another trap. The city gate of Kangzhou was blasted open by the gunpowder of the barbarians, and the city gate was seriously damaged. Zhang Xingche immediately organized slaves to repair the damaged city gate, while other soldiers piled the corpses of barbarian soldiers into a wall to block the gap in the city gate. This is still alive. A voice came from time to time, followed by a scream of death. After fighting hard for 10 days and 10 nights, the soldiers of the king's army became calm and calm. When they saw the barbarian soldiers, they were no longer afraid, only raising the sword in their hands. For the barbarian soldiers, the king's army does not keep alive. This is an order from Xiaoming. The barbarians have been using this kind of war and intimidation tactics to threaten the country, massacre the city, and kill prisoners for so many years. Now Xiaoming is battling a tooth for a tooth. He wants the barbarians to understand that he is also a wolf, a hungry wolf that is 100 times more fierce than the barbarians. His Royal Highness, this grape bomb is so powerful, this cannon has to kill 40 or 50 barbarian cavalry. Liu Oxin gently stroked the grape bomb in his hand, loving it. Xiaoming gradually calmed his emotions from the battle. He said, "This grape bullet is specially used to deal with cavalry who charge intensively. This time we are lucky." The cavalry rushed in from the city gate. This made the cavalry very concentrated. Let the power of grape bomb be maximized. Luffy looked impatient. His Royal Highness, let me take a shot and see what is going on with this grape bomb. After coming down from the city wall, Luffy was shocked when he saw the corpse mountain piled up by the city gate. This kind of picture is really shocking. No wonder the barbarians finally chose to retreat in the end. Who is not afraid? This can't be. There are not many bullets. There are only 300 rounds in total. Maybe they will come again. How can I let you play around? Liu Oxin protected the ammunition like a chicken. Luffy wasn't happy. Liu Oxin, are you looking for a beating? Is this artillery yours? Why don't you let me touch it? Don't forget, you're a foreigner. This artillery wants to listen. Whoa. Before he could finish his words, Nu Ben drew a whip on Luffy's ass, and Luffy clutched his and almost jumped up. Turning his face to see Nu Ben's iron face, he just remembered that Nu Ben is also a foreigner. Didn't he scold Nu Ben too? He chuckled twice. Captain, let me see how the soldiers on the wall are preparing. Liu Oxin suddenly showed a gloating look. At this time, Nu Ben said, don't be too happy too early. Luffy's words are not unreasonable. This artillery belongs to the king's army. After this battle is over, your kid has to go back to Chang'an. Liu Oxin's smile gradually disappeared. He looked at the soldiers wearing silver plate armor who were busy cleaning the battlefield, and suddenly felt a little reluctant to touch the artillery in front of him. Strictly speaking, he was a general of the Forbidden Army, and Xiao Wenxuan was loyal to him, not Xiaoming. There are still some differences between monarchs and vassals. Noting Liu Oxin's look, Xiaoming said, Liu Oxin, this king will remember you. His Royal Highness, old general, you. Liu Oxin was in a dilemma, and Nu Ben and Xiaoming were clearly forcing him. Nu Ben and Xiaoming looked at each other and laughed. I have to say that Liu Oxin seems to be very talented in the command of artillery, and after experiencing this war, Liu Oxin will be more experienced in the use of artillery on the battlefield. If let him go, it would be a pity. But he couldn't force Liu Oxin to stay. This choice can only be made by him. Similarly, this battlefield also changed Nu Ben's idea of fighting against the barbarians. He said, His Royal Highness, now that we have artillery, it is really a clever strategy to develop the fortress development strategy. Thank you for the compliment of the old general. This barrel was a lot worse before, but this artillery can definitely make this plan successful. Zhang Xingcheng's voice came. At this time, Zhang Xingcheng was also wearing armor with mottled blood. At the critical moment, Zhang Xingcheng, a scholar who could not restrain the chicken, also took up the sword. Nu Ben laughed and patted Zhang Xingcheng's back, which was an identification with Zhang Xingcheng. The civil servants and military attachés of Dayu have always been wrong. So Nu Ben had a lot of opinions on a long history of the army at first. But this time, these weak scholars fought with the soldiers, which made him change his view. Although they are scholars, they are also soldiers. This plan is not an overnight thing, but it must be done from now on. If the barbarians retreat this time, you will organize slaves to build fortresses on the grasslands and advance them layer by layer. Xiaoming said. Although the barbarians retreated this time, Xiaoming was not arrogant enough to fight the barbarians on the grassland. The outstanding mobility of the barbarian cavalry still had no solution for him. Moreover, The King's army suffered heavy losses in the battle of defending the city, and it will take a long time to repair it. Like Sun Xingqing's idea, their current advantage is artillery and city walls. It is the wisest choice to use their own strengths to attack the others' shortcomings. Taking advantage of the barbarian retreat time, several people discussed the next thing again. The barbarians retired, but no one knows if it is not true. In the war, many enemies will pretend to retreat and confuse the other side, thus attacking again by surprise. So when the night came, the defenders of Kangzhou City were still tense. It was not until the next morning that they didn't see any brutal soldiers. Many soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. His Royal Highness, it seems that the barbarians have really retreated. I asked the soldiers to count the corpses. We killed more than 20,000 people in the siege yesterday. Many of them were the most elite Blood Wolf guards under Pei Shan. The barbarians. Qi is also in intrigue. Reading www.yuukanzu.com. Shan certainly does not want to consume all his elite in Kangzhou City. After all, he does not know how many people are needed to capture Kangzhou City. Luff said excitedly. Now he is the happiest person. This barbarian warhorse has been reluctant to leave outside the city, and is attached to his master. They were all caught by Luff at this time. 3,000 war horses, 1 cavalry and 3 war horses, so that another 1,000 cavalry can be equipped, so that the King's army has 2,000 cavalry. Nu Ben nodded slowly. His Royal Highness, the Enid General, also thought so. I have sent a scout to investigate. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming nodded. Outside the city, the soldiers were cleaning the battlefield. They piled up the corpses of the slave soldiers and the corpses of the barbarians and lit them with firewood, and collected the crossbow arrows that fell on the ground and the weapons in the hands of the dead soldiers. Some soldiers are responsible for searching for the fired shells, which are reusable materials. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 184 Triumphant Song on the Grassland. The barbarian cavalry with only more than 40,000 remaining people slowly migrated north. Gultai shuttled among his own people, and from time to time he could hear the woman crying. This time Huai Chuo Buluo was responsible for the siege of the city, and most of the tribe members never came back after they went. Say the Huai Chuo tribe and it will disappear. A word from Liu Xuan that day made Gultai made up his mind. He did not continue to send his tribe to fight the soldiers wearing steel armor, because it is crazy and there is no hope of victory. But after Bshan broke through the city gate, the 6,000 Blood Wolf guards never returned. He was silent for a while before finally ordering a retreat. Like Gultai, Bshan also couldn't tell how many people needed to take down Kangzhou City, and his purpose of coming this time was at least half achieved. The Huai Chuo tribe under the command of Daitaji suffered heavy losses, which is equivalent to breaking one of Daitaji's arm. Although Gultai finally wanted to understand this, what did it matter? A Huai Chuo tribe with only more than 5,000 cavalry was just a small tribe that was no longer visible, and he thought that the most important thing this time was not the life and death of the Huai Chuo tribe, nor the Blood Wolf guard that was lost, but the new weapon of the Great Yu Kingdom. He needs to tell his father Khan about this. That day Yu has mastered artillery technology. He understood it when the artillery was fired for the first time, and it was precisely because his Blood Wolf Guard had experienced war with the Ottoman Empire that the Blood Wolf Guard was so calm after the sound of the artillery. The shield to protect him also appeared on the Ottoman battlefield to protect him. Why does Dayu country have artillery? Along the way, Bshan's mind was full of this question. The cavalry of the Golden Horde crossed the grasslands, and only the Ottoman Empire, which faced the strong guns of the city, would lose, and now this fate once again appears in Kangzhou City. A bunch of idiots. Why doesn't anyone believe me? Bshan cursed. He led the barbarian cavalry to fight in the western regions. After 100 battles, he has always wanted to obtain this weapon since this artillery caused a lot of casualties to the cavalry. After returning to Chengdu, he suggested to organize craftsmen to study and produce artillery, but was ridiculed by Daitaji. Everyone was saying that he was frightened, and the cavalry of the Golden Horde did not need to hide on the wall and use artillery against the enemy. because no one would foolishly fight the Golden Horde on the grasslands. Recalling the past scenes, Bashan clenched his fists, and this time he would pass all the responsibility to the Huayan Chuo tribe and this artillery weapon. Brother, you can't blame me. For the future of the Golden Horde, I won't let people like you who only hide in the camp and play with women listen to sweat. A voice sounded in Bashan's heart. Looking back at the direction of Kangzhou City, Bashan looked cold, and the name of the seventh prince of the Great Yu Kingdom was deeply in his heart. Kangzhou City, I will come back again. Bashan's voice echoed across the open grassland, and the Blood Wolf guards roared loudly. Gultai coldly looked at Bashan's figure. His heart was bleeding. He was going to Chengdu to meet Wu Shugyu. He would not sit still. He wants to seek justice for the dead people. In Kangzhou City, the scouts soon brought news of the barbarians retreating to Shanhai Aiguan. The brutal soldiers have retired. We have defended Kangzhou. Xiaoming made the shout this time. After his voice fell, Kangzhou City walls suddenly burst into cheers. We won, mother, I'm still alive. The soldiers yelled, cried, and laughed. After 10 days and 10 nights of hard work, they finally drove away the barbarians and held Kangzhou City. At this moment they cried with joy. Xiaoming's face was smiling, and the barbarian race's defeat gave him some breathing time. Even if the barbarians reorganize their army, it will take at least a few months, and during this time more artillery will be produced on the Kangzhou City wall, and ammunition will continue to be sent. Next time, the barbarian army will face more intense artillery fire, and Kangzhou City. Will the barbarians understand that Kangzhou City is a mountain they cannot surpass? Nu Ben laughed heartily. Since joining the Kingzhou army, Nu Ben has been straining his face. At this moment, he finally laughed happily. From a criminal minister until now, and Xiaoming led the Kingzhou army to defeat the barbarians, he gradually adapted to his new identity and new life. He smiled and stared at Xiaoming, who was cheering with the soldiers, who was worthy of allegiance. His Royal Highness, I'm so happy. Luf, who has always been fierce, cried loudly. The first time he led the soldiers to recapture Kangzhou City. At that time, he looked at the corpses of the Kingzhou army all over the floor and wept with grief. This was the second time he cried, but it was tears of joy, because his eyes were full of barbarian corpses. Although the Kingzhou army suffered heavy losses this time, relatively speaking, more soldiers were injured, all thanks to the protection of armor. Although this siege was defeated by the barbarians, Xiaoming understood that this was only a loss of fur for the barbarians. After all, most of the dead were slave soldiers, and the barbarian soldiers only lost 20,000 people. Now he finally understood what Pang Yukun said. The barbarian can lose again and again, but he can't lose it again. After all, he is fighting a powerful northern steppe empire in the land of 6 states. Cry enough if you are happy. The defending battle was won. The soldiers should be indulged. He said to Nu Ben, search for all the wine and meat in the city. Let our soldiers eat and drink today. Enough. Long live your highness. Upon hearing this, a soldier shouted happily, I have some meat to eat. When the other soldiers heard it, they immediately booed, eat meat, eat meat, eat meat. Nu Ben smiled bitterly, His Royal Highness, you are giving me a big trouble. Where can I find so much meat? If it doesn't work, we will buy it from the people. Our soldiers are born and die. Isn't this king even able to satisfy them with this wish? Xiaoming said. Nu Ben nodded. I'm just waiting for His Highness's words. Xiaoming was startled. This Nu Ben was also an old fox, so he was afraid that Xiaoming would not give money. The continuous cheers came and went, and at this moment, the cheers of victory overwhelmed everything. Zhang Xingqian looked moved, but he still had a trace of calmness in his heart. He said to Xiaoming, Your Highness, it's time to announce the good news. At this time, it is estimated that every official in Chainan is waiting for news from Kangzhou City. Xiaoming showed a playful look. Kangzhou City held on, the royal family stood on it, and the rest of the trouble should be left to the vassal kings of different surnames. He said, How to report good news. Of course it was the victory of Kangzhou City. His Royal Highness led the 20,000 defenders in the district to kill 100,000 barbarians. Zhang Xingqing said. The brutal soldiers only have 20,000. Zhang Xingqing said silently, His Royal Highness, don't be so sincere at this time. If you give this kind of military exploits to King Zhao, you will probably beheaded 300,000. Not to mention the slaves are soldiers. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 185 Military Song. Zhu Sanxi and his companions dragged the dead horse out from the pile of corpses at the gate of the city. In addition to the 20,000 elite Kingzhou army, there are more than 30,000 auxiliary soldiers to provide support for them in the battle with the barbarians this time. For them, these soldiers should enjoy the fruits of victory just like them. It's just that there are more people and less meat. After scouring the entire city of Kangzhou, the chickens, ducks, cattle and geese brought by Nu Ben are far from enough to eat, so they rummaged through the pile of dead horses. It is said that Lieutenant Liu said that this horse meat is also very delicious. After receiving news of the evacuation of the barbarians in the early morning, the entire Kangzhou city was filled with a frenetic atmosphere. He also felt this kind of fanatical atmosphere. Many people rushed into the city and they cheered with the soldiers. And they also brought a lot of bread, eggs and fruits for the soldiers to eat. In this war, they are more worried about the safety of Kangzhou city than soldiers, because their home is in Kangzhou city. Zhu Sanxi. Here, a soldier handed the peaches to Zhu Sanxi. This is a soldier of the same age as Zhu Sanxi, named Liu Zixing, who belongs to the Kangzhou army. While defending the city, Zhu Sanxi rescued him when he was about to be pushed down the city wall by a brute. After the barbarian retired, Liu Zixing was grateful for Zhu Sanxi's life-saving grace, and kept calling his eldest brother. But after Liu Zixing's family came to the city, Liu Zixing immediately took out the peach to Zhu Sanxi. Lang Jun, thank you for saving my son. We have nothing to pay for. You can keep these peaches. Liu Zixing's father was excited when he learned that his son was still alive after the war ended. Zhu Sanxi glanced at Liu Zixing, and then at Liu Zixing's father. From the ragged clothes on Liu Zixing's father, it can be seen that Liu Zixing's family is not rich. He said, No. We are both working for your highness. This is what you should save Liu Zixing. Your highness said that you should give your back to your comrades in arms. I am behind Liu Zixing and naturally want to save him. Liu Zixing had the same capable face as Zhu Sanxi, and he said, His Royal Highness really said that? I really envy you in the Kingzhou army. You can often see your highness. His Royal Highness is also fierce sometimes. Zhu Sanxi suddenly whispered. After speaking, the two laughed together. Liu Zixing still stuffed the peaches to Zhu Sanxi. You should take them and eat them. These peaches are all mountain peaches. My father came here this time to give everyone the peaches to eat. This time he held Kangzhou city. Thank you. The food we harvested this year will not be taken away by the barbarians. Zhu Sanxi took a bite of the peach, and then walked a horse leg to the camp of the Kangzhou army and said, I am also worried that the food at home will be taken by the barbarians. By the way, you planted a few acres of land. As the two said, they walked towards Kangzhou Ding. At this time, many soldiers from the battlefield carried horse meat smashed by shells towards the camp. Far away, the bonfires lit up in the big camp, and the thick smell of meat wafted far away. In the camp, Liu Oxin and Lu Fu were arguing. Lu Fu was scolding Liu Oxin for not understanding the people's sufferings. They bought all the cattle from the people's house and were asking Liu Oxin to send them back. Xiaoming and Nu Ben sat next to a campfire and watched the show. At this time he and Nu Ben are not bothering them, and they should be free for a while. This barbarian horse meat fruit is really fragrant. While Nu Ben was eating the horse meat, he stared at the hip flask in front of Xiaoming. This time Xiaoming only brought a bottle of drunk Kingzhou over. The battle was urgent, and the wine had been kept in the line. Now that the war is over, he took the opportunity to take it out. The last time I was drunk in the cheap palace, Nu Ben has always remembered this drunk Kingzhou. When I saw it again this time, I couldn't help but become greedy. At this time, I was drinking from the cup and looking at the bottle. I was greedy. Seeing that Xiaoming poured out another large glass of wine and drank it, Nu Ben immediately followed and drank a glass, filling himself again, for fear that he would miss a glass. After Liu Oxin and Lu finished their quarrel, seeing Xiaoming and Nu Ben drinking like this, they immediately recalled. The two sat down opposite. Lu reached out to get the flask. Snapped. Nu Ben raised his hand and hit Lu's hand. Lu was anxious. His Royal Highness, old general, you are eating alone. What to eat alone? Can you still have this jug of wine in Lu's hands? Put down the wine glass and I will pour the wine. Let the governor pour the wine. Isn't this upsetting the honor and inferiority? Lu's eyes rolled randomly. Nu Ben knew Lu's guts well, so he didn't bother to care about him, so he poured a half glass of wine into Lu's glass with the jug. Lu was crying and looked at Xiaoming imploringly, meaning that Nu Ben was simply a wine tyrant. Xiaoming pretended not to see it, and drank the wine on his own. At this time, he also couldn't bear the wine in the jug. In this joyful atmosphere, everyone wanted to drink more. But unable to stop Lu's poor eyes, he said, after returning to King Zhu, I will send someone to send you 10 jars. Hey, just wait for His Highness to say this. Lu was satisfied. Nu Ben remained silent, but Xiaoming promised to give him 20 jars of wine. The night was getting darker, and all the soldiers who participated in the defense of the city arrived on the wall except for the soldiers on duty. The atmosphere in the camp gradually heated up, and the soldiers laughed loudly and vented the depressed emotions in their hearts these days. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Xiaoming suddenly stood up. The drunken spirit and the victory of the battle made him feel excited. Since then, his fief has finally been saved, and he has gained a firm foothold. General, I think our army should have its own military song, Xiaoming said suddenly. Military song? Nu Ben asked with drunken eyes. His Royal Highness, what is this military song? Lu and Liu Oxin didn't drink much this time. Because they didn't want to drink much, he smiled and said, His Royal Highness must be drunk. This king is not drunk. An army needs its own army soul, and military songs can boost the morale of soldiers. Don't believe this king will sing for you, Xiaoming said. It is not a strange thing to sing and dance among the aristocrats of the Great Yu country. In fact, at the banquets in the homes of the aristocrats in Qing'an, the aristocrats often listen to the songs and dance, which is similar to the dances of the nobles in the West. Lu has always been a person who is not too big to watch the excitement. He stood up and said loudly, Be quiet, Your Highness will sing for everyone. The soldiers immediately looked at Xiaoming in surprise. In this joy of victory, eating and drinking is nothing but emotional catharsis, and true catharsis is always the resonance of the soul. Xiaoming is not aimless. He wants the soldiers to remember this war and remember the indestructible will this time. This time he is going to sing a song from a later TV series, Bright Sword. If the motherland has been violated, the hot-blooded man should be self-improvement and drink up this bowl of hometown wine. The strong man will never return, rolling the Yellow River and the Yangtze River, giving me life and strength, and let the blood dye the most beautiful flower red, sprinkle on my chest. The red flag fluttered and the bugle sounded, the sword was out of its sheath, and thunder and lightning flashed. It is always a narrow road that meets the brave and wins, moving forward. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 186. Class teacher back to court. The hoarse voice echoed in the empty Kangzhou camp. Blood was boiling in Xiaoming's heart. This song is the unyielding will of a nation when facing foreign enemies. This song is the soul of an army who dares to shine. At this moment, Kangzhou Dang calmed down, leaving only the sound of a bonfire burning. The soldiers looked at Xiaoming standing in front of the bonfire, and suddenly a soldier sang along, If the motherland is violated, a hot-blooded man should be self-reliant. Another voice rang. Then, the soldiers stood up slowly. They followed Xiaoming and learned to sing sentence by sentence. At the end the soldiers stood together and sang loudly. This powerful song gradually turned into blood poured into everyone's heart in the roar of soldiers breaking through the sky. In this situation, how well this song fits the emotions that are difficult to express in their hearts, and the depressed emotions suddenly erupted at this moment. Some soldiers burst into tears when they sang "The strong man is gone and never returned." This victory was exchanged for the lives of their comrades in arms. At this moment of celebrating victory, how could they forget their comrades who had fallen and closed their eyes forever? Nu Ben stood up slowly, and began to repeat the song in his mouth. There are too many emotions in this song. Thinking back to his decades of battle on the battlefield, he couldn't help but sing along. Lu Fan and Liu Oxin also stood up. Xiaoming sang not just a song, but the blood buried in their hearts. Suddenly, like a tacit understanding, the singing stopped abruptly. At this time Xiaoming picked up the wine glass, and he said loudly, "Cheers to our dead brother." Cheers. The soldiers picked up the rice wine in the bowl one after another. Pop. After drinking it, Xiaoming slammed the wine glass to the ground. The soldiers followed suit and threw their wine glasses on the ground to vent their emotions. Tonight, they saw a different King Qi, a King Qi with flesh and blood and the same emotions as them. At this moment, they had never felt that King Qi was so close to them. Nu Ben's eyes were burning, and he had to admire Xiaoming. This army belonged to Xiaoming and will always be Xiaoming's. After the noisy night, the soldiers returned to their camps to rest in a warm atmosphere. After another 2 days of rest, they would return to King Zhu. Many soldiers of the King Zhu army can't wait to go back. Before them, the news of the great victory in Kangzhou reached King Zhu. Fan Zheng, who received the news, organized the newspaper to publish newspapers overnight. When the King's military class returned, he wanted to pass the good news to everyone. The day after receiving the news from Kangzhou, the newspaper was published in Kingzhou, and reporters from all walks of life took the newspaper to their own jurisdiction. Extra, extra, great victory in Kangzhou, my army beheaded 100,000 barbarians. Extras, extras, important news. Still early in the morning, a lot of immature voices suddenly appeared on the streets of Kingzhou City. These voices were heard by 7 or 8-year-old children. Since the use of newsboys in newspapers was banned, this title has finally returned to the right path. Because of the promotion of newspapers in Kingzhou City, some literate hyphenation gradually accepted the newspaper. The newspaper selling industry has gradually emerged. Many children from poor families will go to the newspaper office to bring newspapers to the street to sell them. What? Kangzhou victory. A scholar rushed out of the house before freshening up. Do you want a newspaper? A newspaper boy asked. The news of the Kangzhou City victory is in the newspaper. The scholar gave the newsboy a few copper plates without saying anything. He took the newspaper and looked out the door. The more he read the scholar, the more excited he ran into the house excitedly and shouted, "Father, Kangzhou City is guarded. There are 100,000 floating corpses of the barbarian. Withdraw to Shanhai Aiguan, we don't have to flee." "Really? Let me see." An excited voice sounded in the yard, and then more voices appeared. After surprise, there were cheers. Equipment Division. Chen Wenlong and Chen Qi looked at each other and smiled. His Royal Highness is His Royal Highness after all. This time I won, and the barbarians will not be able to break Kangzhou City in the future. Chen Wenlong said. Chen Qi also heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I sent the grape bullets in time, otherwise my highness will definitely chop my head when he comes back. Hey, Dad, do you think your highness will get me promoted this time? Promoted? Chen Wenlong's face suddenly darkened. If you are promoted to be a soldier, why you want to replace me? A cold sweat broke out on Chen Qi's forehead for an instant. Father, how dare I hit your idea? I'm just talking, he. At the same time, news in the newspaper continued to spread in Kingzhou City. All the people in Kingzhou cheered for joy. 3 years ago, the barbarian cavalry burned and looted here, and 3 years later, they no longer had to worry that the barbarian cavalry would arrive under the city again. The King of Qi is mighty. A voice suddenly sounded on the street. This is a scholar, he shouted excitedly while holding the newspaper. The content of the newspaper made him excited. Like many scholars, it's not that he doesn't care about state affairs, but the humiliating wars that have caused them to mention it in shame, especially the barbarians who broke Kangzhou City 3 years ago. For everyone, they need a victory too much. And this time Xiaoming sent them this news. which was no less than a long drought in the rain. The king of Qi is mighty. Another voice sounded. Then the voices one after another on the street. In the next few days, the nearby states and counties almost became a sea of joy. On the 5th day, a news came that the king's army class teacher came back. The people in the city received the news and greeted them with a pot of pulp. So there was a scene outside King's city where the people gathered on the official road to welcome the king's army. "Luff, I'm okay." Riding on the horse, Liu Oxin tied up his armor for fear that some dirt might affect his image. "Yes, Yashu is in the breeze, and is suave." Luff secretly wiped his nose behind Liu Oxin, while complimenting him with a few words he knew. Liu Oxin was overjoyed when he heard the words and raised his head even higher. When they were in Qing'an before, they had also fought against the barbarians, but there was never a scene where the people greeted each other with a pot of pulp. After all, the people know very well that they just lose more and win less. The beheading of 100,000 this time defeated Bishantaji's offense, which can be said to be something that Diaoyu has never had before. This incident is also related to the people's future life. It is normal for the people to be so happy. In addition, after the harvest, the people surplus a lot of food, which inspires the people's gratitude to King Qi. At this time, they were still a long time away from Kingsu City, but the scouts had told them that many people were welcoming each other outside the city to reward these expedition soldiers. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 187 Shock. I'm coming. On the official road of Kingsu City, a woman's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked to the north, and the king's army was approaching them in neat steps. The people who came this time included men, women, and children, and there were also many young women. The famous ladies of the country of Dau rarely walked around. But people's homes don't have so many rules, not to mention this is a happy event, and naturally no one cares. When the king's army saw so many people crossing the road to greet each other, the soldiers in the team immediately raised their chests and walked over one by one. But behind a serious look, the soldiers' eyes swept across the girls in the crowd. Some girls and the soldiers met with their eyes, and they blushed suddenly. Don't turn their heads. The king's army came, and the people immediately surrounded them. Standing on both sides, they took out the buns from the baskets and stuffed the fruits into the hands of the soldiers. Xiaoming rode in the middle of the team on horseback and was protected by the soldiers. With so many people gathered, they need to consider the safety of King Qi. Nu Ben's guard looked at Xiaoming and looked at the people around him vigilantly to prevent anyone from mixing into the people, which would be detrimental to Xiaoming. Looking at the beaming people on both sides, Xiaoming had a smile on his face. He had never thought that the people would greet each other on the sidelines. This kind of honor warmed his heart. This time, it was worth the effort to defend Kangsu City. Liu Oxin and Nu rushed forward, one by one as straight as if they were tied with a wooden stick behind their backs. The two of them waved to the people on both sides from time to time. Seeing this, Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. These two living treasures had to fight over anything. But the joy was mixed with crying. Some people were frantically searching among the soldiers, and the people who found their sons were elated, but those people who learned that their son had died in battle suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying, "My son, my son." A sorrowful cry reached Xiaoming's ears. He turned his head and saw a woman more than 40 years old, dressed in worn linen, crying silently under the support of a young girl, and the young girl's tears kept falling. When she saw Xiaoming, she suddenly shouted, "Your Highness, Your Highness!" "Stop!" Xiaoming shouted at this time, and the advancing King's army stopped immediately. Nu Ben dismounted along with Xiaoming and went to the girl's face. In the marching team, Xiaoming was surrounded by stars like a moon, making it easy to be recognized. The girl seemed to have noticed this and shouted, "His Royal Highness!" Seeing Xiaoming coming over, the girl knelt down. At this time, Xiaoming gently dragged the girl's clothes and said, "No gift. Are you looking for this king?" The girl cried and said, "Your Highness, forgive the sins. The little girl is also in love. My mother and I just learned from our fellow villagers that our brother died in battle. At this time, there is no other request. Just want to know where my brother was buried. It's good to go to memorial service every year. There was a sting in Xiaoming's heart. At this time, the crying on the side of the road gradually increased. He said, "Don't worry, girl. The soldiers who sacrificed this time have been transported back. They died in a battle. How can this king let them?" The soul returns to the homeland. His Royal Highness, there is nothing more for such a young woman. The woman cried. At this time, one of the people said, "Oh, pitiful, the only son is dead, and now only the mother and the daughter are left. How can we live this day?" This word reached Xiaoming's ears, and his heart was even more disturbed. The current victory was exchanged with blood by the soldiers. How could he let the soldiers who died on Huangquan Road also miss him at this time? He said, "The girl is righteous, and I admire it in my heart. The family members of the soldiers who sacrificed this time can go to the mansion to receive the pension. The girl must not forget. If the girl has any wishes, you can also talk to the king." "No need, Your Highness." The girl lowered her head, and slowly left the crying woman. After sighing, Nu Ben said, "His Royal Highness does not have to be too sad. Fighting is always deadly. Your Royal Highness will get used to it gradually." When he said this, Nu Ben's tone was full of vicissitudes, and his eyes were full of pain. He also came step by step, and countless soldiers around him came and went. How many of his former comrades are left? Looking deeply at the mother and daughter who left, Xiaoming sighed deeply. What he can repay these people now is to let them live a good life in the future. When this stopped, the smiles on the faces of the soldiers of the King's army disappeared, and the cries that sounded from time to time reminded them of their dead comrades in arms. How can they be absorbed in victory now? At the gate of the city, all officials in Kingsu came out to greet him, and Pang Yukan stood in the front. Seeing Xiaoming, Pang Yukan said, "Congratulations to your majesty for the great victory in Kangsu, and you are home." Xiaoming's mood was a little heavy because of the matter just now. He said, "It is not convenient to talk here. Let's go to the Dudu's mansion." Pang Yukan was taken aback. Seeing that there was no smile on Xiaoming's face, he thought something was wrong, so he nodded. Nu Ben and others went to the Dudu's mansion with Xiaoming. At this time Pang Yukan said, "His Royal Highness, what's the matter? Did something happen to Kangsu?" "No, Kangsu City is indeed defended." Xiaoming's words made Pang Yukan relieved. Then Xiaoming said, "This king is talking to you about the follow-up pensions. The pensions of the soldiers who died in the battle must be sent to the family members. Make no mistakes, otherwise this king will only ask you." Pang Yukan also scratched his head when Xiaoming told such a happy day. After Xiaoming said this, he left the Dudu mansion. At this time, Nu Ben said to Pang Yukan, "His Royal Highness has experienced such a cruel war for the first time, and it is inevitable to have some touches in his heart, but his words are correct. The follow-up problems of the fallen soldiers must be handled properly, otherwise it will chill the hearts of the soldiers." Pang Yukan understood, "So that's it, I understand." The army returned to the city and returned to Kingsu camp after a break. At the same time, news of the great victory in Kangsu also flew to all parts of the country with newspapers. On the day of victory in Kangsu city, Zhang Xingqing sent the news to Qing'an. Now the news is in Xiao Wenxiuan's hands. The great victory in Kangsu, decapitating 100,000 barbarians. Shan fled in embarrassment. Xiao Wenxiuan almost read the letter with trembling hands. He murmured excitedly, "We have been weak for decades. It's my great honor, a royal honor." He immediately called Xiaohuangman and said, "Quickly spread the news of the Kangsu victory." "Ha ha ha. Let me look at the faces of the officials." Xiaohuangman had never seen Xiao Wenxiuan so happy before. He ran out in a hurry. When he got outside the palace gate, he mounted his horse and shouted, "Kangsu victory! King Qi beheaded 100,000 soldiers." To be continued. URL Chapter 188 Chain and Influence. Great victory in Kangsu, King Qi beheaded 100,000 barbarians. Great victory in Kangsu, King Qi beheaded 100,000 barbarians. Along the Zhuke Street in Qing'an City, Xiaohuangman kept running up and down, shouting the news loudly. Not only Xiao Wenxiuan was pleased. Even though he is a little yellow door, a humble and incomplete man in the eyes of others, he still carries the rise and fall of the country in his heart. From the beginning of the Battle of Kangzhou City, Xiao Wenxian suffered from insomnia all night. There is no other reason. If Kangzhou City is lost, the fiefs of King Qi and King Wei will be occupied by the barbarians. From then on, the royal family of Great Yu will no longer be able to control the ambitions of kings of different surnames, and now Kangzhou City was defended. Xiao Ming, the seventh prince of Great Yu, beheaded 100,000 barbarians, forcing the barbarians to retreat to Shanhai Aiguan. From then on, Dao can straighten up and say no to Suigong, say no to cut, say no to my husband. On the street, merchants stopped, scholars stopped, officials stopped, and people who entered the city stopped. Kangzhou great victory. These four words came into their ears, exploding like thunder, and deafening. I heard you right, Kangzhou victory. King Qi beheaded 100,000 brutal soldiers? A scholar said to his companion. It seems that this is what King Qi can decapitate 100,000 barbarians? Bragging. This northern tiger King Zhao has never done such a feat. This little yellow gate must be crazy. The fellow scholar said, that's not right. The little yellow gate in the past seems to be by the emperor's side, and he has come to my house to declare and decree before the little yellow door next to the emperor. The other scholars were startled, and a scholar said, so, for the great victory of Kangzhou, the king of Qi won? Before they finished speaking, they suddenly heard a little yellow gate shouting Kangzhou great victory from the direction of the palace gate. Then there were even the guards in the palace rushing on horseback to spread the news. It turned out that Xiao Wenxian was so happy that he couldn't wait to let the entire Qing'an city know about this, and send palaces to announce the news one after another. It is said that your majesty is very happy. It seems that it is true. After hearing a dozen annunciation shouts, the scholar who had already sat down in the restaurant said. A scholar seemed to be a little dissatisfied with the scholar's words, saying, we have been weak for decades, and Great Yu has never had such a big victory. It is also natural for your majesty to be happy, but Xung Tai is not only happy for King Qi. On the contrary, it seems not puzzling. The scholar suddenly stopped talking. His father was under Zhao Wang, and his mind was naturally different. Ha ha ha. Anyway, this is a big happy event. I didn't expect that the once nasty King Qi can now resist the barbarian 100,000 masters. Come, for King Qi, I'll take this meal, a scholar said boldly. Other scholars showed incomprehension, and one scholar joked, weird, weird. This time Brother Xiao is rare and generous. It seems that we have fallen in love with King Qi. The scholar surnamed Xiao said deeply at this time, you geese don't understand. If someone else would definitely not be like this, King Qi would be different. When in Qing'an, King Qi and I had the same siblings, inseparable from each other, and knew him very well. At that time, I felt that King Qi could accomplish great things. Today, it really proved my vision. But it's a pity that I didn't fight alongside His Highness. Hey! The scholars looked at the scholar surnamed Xiao very enviously. If this news comes true, it would be a great honor to have a relationship with the Qi King. The scholar surnamed Xiao enjoyed the jealous gazes of the people with satisfaction, and wanted to go home immediately after dinner to write a letter to the King of Qi describing the old love of Qing'an. Luo Mansion, the residence of General Liu Oquane, who was passing the news, was suddenly blocked by Liu Oquane, who rushed out. The little yellow door was shocked, and immediately grabbed the reins, but this time he did not hit Liu Oquane. General Liu, what are you doing? Xiao Huangman's face was pale. Liu Oquane ignored Xiao Huangman at all. Instead, he stepped forward and pulled Xiao Huangman off the horse. He shouted, what did you say? Say it again. Xiao Huangman trembled in fright, thinking that he had collided with Liu Oquane, and then said, little slave asked the general, what did this do? I said the previous sentence. Liu Oquane shouted again, his expression excited. At this time, Xiao Huangman recollected, and said, General, Kangzhou City is defended, King Qi beheaded 100,000 barbarians, victory. When he was at home, Liu Oquane faintly heard the news from Xiao Huangman. He thought it was his own illusion. After this voice sounded again and again, He understood. Win, win, win. Liu Quan's body trembled slightly and kept repeating the news. Although they did not participate in the Battle of Kangzhou, the intelligence of Dayu Kingdom kept coming during this period. They knew very well that the barbarians had launched an attack on Kangzhou city. These days, he and the ministers sent by the main station felt as uncomfortable as a cat's claw. Now a feeling of ecstasy filled his heart, and then he asked, "Is there any news about my son Liu Xin?" "General, this is not the case. The letter from His Majesty King Qi to His Majesty is very short. There is only the news of Kangzhou victory and the beheading of 100,000 yuan. However, the letter says that after the rest, the situation of the battle will be published in the newspaper." "Come from Qing'an." "Really?" Liu Quan was excited and worried. After all, Liu Xin had no news at all. Xiao Huangman nodded at this moment. "The general, I have to continue to deliver the message. You go to my mansion and lead a horse." Liu Quan grabbed the horse from Xiao Huangman, and rode to the palace. Xiao Huangman let out a wry smile. This Kangzhou victory was defeated, and the general was crazy. "Kangzhou great victory!" Xiao Huangman yelled again while walking towards Liu mansion and leading the horse. East City. This is the gathering place of Cheng'an merchants. A dozen businessmen were gathering together and discussing excitedly. "This time Kangzhou has won. King Qi's fief is safe and sound, so we finally don't have to worry about our business." A businessman breathed a sigh of relief. These days, he has made a lot of money by selling soaps between Cheng'an and Kangzhou, but because of the war, the production of these soaps in Kangzhou has also been delayed. Now that Kangzhou city has embraced them, their business has also been preserved. "No, God bless King Qi, he finally won. Hey, my family all count on my business in Kangzhou." A businessman whimpered with tears. Another businessman said, "Everyone, don't talk about this now. Let's set off to Kangzhou to meet King Qi immediately." "Yes, this time King Qi can defend Kangzhou and defeat Tabshan, the best fighter of the barbarians. This shows that King Qi has great talents. Kangzhou city will be safe in the future." At this time, a businessman passed by them, and the carriage behind him gave a soft gift. The merchants asked strangely, "Where are you going?" "Now that King Qi can keep Kangzhou, it means that King Qi's fief will be safe in the future. It will be a good place for business in the future. I am going to settle in Kangzhou." "Wait, I will go too." A group of businessmen shouted. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 189 Mixed in August, the scorching sun toasted Chang'an city. The news of the Kangzhou victory made the hot Chang'an seem even hotter. Everyone is discussing the news in the streets, houses, and courtyards. The people are fanatical, and the officials of the main combat faction are fanatical. They rushed to the palace to congratulate Xiao Wenxiuan immediately, and their claims were confirmed at this moment. However, a few are happy and a little sad, and the officials of the Zhu faction are ashamed after receiving the news. But after all, this was a victory for the Great Yu Kingdom, and they also came to the palace to congratulate Xiao Wenxiuan. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, great victory in Kangzhou." King Qi was frustrated. The spirit of the barbarians, and the unreasonable demands of the barbarians can be ignored. In the Chengqing Palace, Liu Quanqiuxian said loudly. The other main station sent officials standing behind Liu Quan, looking at the main and sent officials with contempt like a rooster in a battle, meaning that you cowards, just look at it. The barbarians are no more. Xiao Wenxiuan laughed loudly when he heard the words, but he was even more happy when so many ministers came to congratulate him. Tongxai, Tongxai, this is a matter of universal celebration. Kui Hao and a group of civil servants squeezed out a smile that was more ugly than crying. This time the barbarians were defeated in Kangzhou, and they would definitely not go to Kangzhou again for a short time. The fief of King Zhao and King Liang is going to be uncomfortable. If the barbarians spread the grievances of this defeat on King Zhao and King Liang, these officials who depended on King Zhao and King Liang to live an extravagant life would have their money to sacrifice. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Kui Hao falsely congratulated, and then said, Your Majesty, Qi Wang's victory is certainly gratifying. Judging from the barbarian combat methods, Only 2 or 30,000 of the 100,000 soldiers are barbarians, and the rest are slaves. Soldiers. It can be seen that these losses are nothing more than fur to the barbarians. If the barbarians become angry and raise the army again, they will not be the same at that time. Therefore, Your Majesty, the King of Qi has won. It is gratifying, but at this time you must not act recklessly with the barbarians. At this time, you should send envoys to the Golden Horde to state that this is the behavior of King Qi himself and has nothing to do with the country of Great Yu. Your Majesty, think twice. The people behind Kui House said in unison. A group of cowards, traitors. This big victory can take advantage of this to cut off the tribute and let the barbarians return the Yaozu area to my Great Yu kingdom. How can they lick their faces and send envoys to fear offending the barbarians? Liu Oquan cursed. Xiao Wenxuan's smile gradually disappeared. He said, I once said that if you win this time, you can no longer talk about tribute, land cessation, and peace. I think you are a member of the Kui family. When you haven't said it, if you mention it again, don't blame me for turning my face and ruthless. Kui Hao trembled with fright. Xiao Wenxuan's tone was very cold. It was definitely not a joke. He didn't dare to say any more. It seemed that the insult to Xiao Wenxuan by Bshan last time made him completely hate the barbarians. In front of the minister, the prince and other princes also arrived at Chengqing Hall. At this time, the prince and the others had mixed feelings, and now the fool could see how happy Xiao Wenxuan was because of this, and it was foreseeable that their seventh brother was favored. The prince was in a particularly complicated mood. On the one hand, his grandfather Zhao Wang hoped that Kangzi would fall and relieve the pressure on the state of Zhao. On the other hand, he thought of getting Xiaoming's support in this great victory. In Kangzi, Xiaoming's position among the feudal kings will definitely rise, and if Xiaoming's support is obtained at this time, his throne will be another guarantee. But because of Wang Zhao, he couldn't like Xiaoming anyway. But after hesitating, he still said, Father, the seventh brother is a great achievement this time, and should be rewarded a lot. Well, the prince said yes, this is what you should say as a big brother. Xiao Wenxuan nodded with satisfaction. The prince was overjoyed and continued, this time the seventh brother has made outstanding achievements, and the further should lift the ban of the year. In this way, the seventh brother can often return to Cheng'an province for marriage. Well, it goes without saying. Now that King Qi can be alone, he is the royal pillar and deserves this treatment. Xiao Wenxuan felt that the prince was more sensible today. The second prince and the others were sour in their hearts. They had never seen Xiaoming, a feudal lord far away from Cheng'an, who was easy to be forgotten. Now this person has re-entered the center of Cheng'an, and only this battle merit is worth all the credit for what they have done, which really makes them unhappy. But they also knew that this was not the time to say bad things about Xiaoming. After all, Kui Hao had already touched the stone. The second prince said, Father's vision is far-reaching. Sending the seventh brother to Kingzhou is really a precaution. This time the seventh brother's victory over the barbarians is indispensable, but the achievements of the further are worthy of history. Ha ha ha! Xiao Wenxuan laughed heartily, even though he knew that the second prince was just flattering. But these words really made them look good in front of the officials. The third prince glanced at his elder brother, and let him say what he wanted to say. This prince didn't know Xiao Wenxuan's character of great joy, and at this time he put a little credit on him. He will naturally have a better impression of who is. However, he is not a vegetarian. He said bluntly, Father, the sons and ministers have already let the civil officials write down the words of the emperor's father who refused to resist the ministers on the Japanese court. This Kangzi victory can be recorded in history. It was said that it was better to do. The three emperors immediately crushed the second prince, and the second prince suddenly showed an unpleasant color. The prince was even more angry, and this time he made wedding dresses for others. Xiao Wenxuan glanced at the third prince with satisfaction, and then looked at the fourth prince who had been silent. He asked in a deep voice, Fourth, why are you not talking? The four princes heard the words and said, returning to the father, the children can't be said, the heart is already 5 body. Xiao Wenxuan laughed again since ascending to the throne. He has never laughed so much in a day. Liu Quinn and other officials of the main battle faction all looked happy. Liu Quinn said, "Unfortunately, the specific situation of the Kangzhou battle is still unknown. Only when the newspaper enters Chang'an can it be clear." When mentioning this, Xiao Wenxian also showed expectation. He said, "This King Qi is also a betrayer to me. It seems that he is waiting for the newspaper to enter Chang'an so that everyone can understand his achievements. After all, this is indeed a great achievement. Understandable and understandable." Liu Quinn smiled. This Kangzhou was guarded. When he was happy, he was also concerned about his son Liu Xin. He still didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Seeing Liu Quinn's thoughts, Xiao Wenxian said, "The general does not have to worry. Liu Xin will be fine, otherwise King Qi will say it in the letter." He stood up at this moment, refreshed, and said to the officials, "When the Kingzhou newspaper arrives, I will celebrate this with a banquet in the palace." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 190 Newspaper arrived. Liu Quinn was walking on the way to his home in Fiji, holding a newspaper from Kingzhou in his hand. Compared with the last time, this time the newspaper from Kingzhou not only did not raise the price, on the contrary, it also dropped a lot. The words of the merchants of the newspapers sold made him still fresh in his memory. Although a certain is a businessman, he is also a citizen of the country of Dau. How can he only have money and integrity in his eyes when he is celebrating? As he walked, Liu Quinn sighed that Xiao Ming's victory came too timely. When the people of Dau were numb and insulted by foreign enemies, this victory awakened many people like a huge thunder. In the past, no one was willing to talk about national affairs. Now the roadside sesame seeds are all talking about the great victory of Kangzhou. Thinking about this, he has arrived at F's house. At this time, the butler of the mansion was already waiting for him at the door. Seeing Liu Quinn came, the butler said, "The master knew that the general would come, and the old slave was waiting outside to open the door for the general." "Really? This old fox?" Liu Quinn laughed and followed the butler into the mansion. At this time, Fiji was waiting for Liu Quinn in the main hall. When he saw Liu Quinn, Fiji raised the newspaper in his hand with a smile. You, it was faster than me this time." Liu Quinn smiled. In these days, the main party in the DPRK has completely lost the arrogance of the past, while the main station party is very powerful. Liu Quinn, as the first person to send to the master station, is naturally in a good mood these days. Fiji laughed and said, "I can't do it. This Kangzhou great victory really made a sigh of disgust for the people of the Great Yu country. I just finished reading the newspaper and I was very excited. No, I almost shouted after reading the newspaper on the road. The content written in this newspaper is detailed. It is not easy to win this battle," Liu Quinn said. Fiji stared at Liu Quinn and said, "You're happy to be Liu Xin." King Qi in this newspaper commended the generals who performed well in this battle of defense. Liu Xin is ranked first. "I can't say that. The first person should be Nu Ben. If it weren't for him to manage the army, Liu Xin's ability would not be used at all. But it is a pity that Nu Ben is a sinner." It is estimated that King Qi also considered this, did not let his name appear in the newspaper, lest Gui Hao and others take the opportunity to make trouble. Liu Quinn said modestly, but everyone could see the happy expression on his face. The Liu family also had a contribution to this Kangzhou victory. How could his father be unhappy? And with this credit, Liu Xin's future development is just around the corner. Fiji knows Liu Quinn's character well, and naturally also knows Liu Quinn's thoughts. This guy just came to show off his son with him. He said, "You can't say that. If you don't speak well, I'll speak for you this time, and ask for help for Liu Xin before your majesty. How about?" "How does this make it?" "Liu Xin, this kid is just drenched in the light of King Qi, and your majesty will naturally think about it." Liu Quinn declined. Fiji's smile is even stronger. Compared with Nu Ben's uprightness, Liu Quinn is obviously more sleek, otherwise he would not be a master, and he still holds a high position. The first is because Liu Quinn's military exploits are outstanding, and the second is that Liu Quinn knows how to advance and retreat, and he is not rigid. If Liu Xin is promoted this time, The Luo family's prestige in the army will also be even better, and his confidence will be stronger when facing those ministers who seek peace. No need to mention it at this time. Luo Xin's credit must be mentioned, Fiji said bluntly. Luo Qin was overjoyed. He pretended to be more in front of Fiji. He smiled and said, "Thank you, brother. I will invite you to drink someday." After talking about this, Luo Qin turned around and said in a low voice, "I heard that your majesty personally proposed marriage to King Qi this time. I don't know how brother considered." This made Fiji frown. He sighed and said, "It's true that your majesty asked me to talk about it again," and his tone was quite tough. "It means I won't give up unless I agree, but you know about Yue's body. I don't want her to marry King Zhu far away. Your majesty is in a great mood this time. This is naturally to reward King Qi. I think about it, and only this thing is worthy of King Qi's merits. Moreover, his majesty's consideration is also very far-reaching, and it is also for the future stability of King Qi." Fiji said, "Your majesty naturally considers this, but I am even more worried. This time the king of Qi is humble, and of course it will arouse the hatred of other princes. At the same time, the barbarians will inevitably regard him as a thorn in the eye and a thorn in the flesh. The thing is, King Qi destroyed the rich family of the fief. This matter is not tolerated by the world's rich family, and the future will be difficult and difficult." These days, Luo Qin was just happy. He suddenly understood what Fiji said, and his heart sank. "Brother said it is extremely true. I ignored this. Although King Qi's achievements are great this time, he is still weak, and the throne has always been in order. Moreover, his mother, concubine Zhen, does not have a powerful maiden. I am afraid that this throne has no chance with him." "Exactly, that's why I am troubled with this matter. With this credit alone, it is enough for him to marry my daughter of the family. What I worry about is whether he will end up with King Ning in the future." When the word Ning Wang was mentioned, Luo Qin's expression suddenly changed. He looked around and saw that there were no people all around and said, "Brother, why are you so confused? How dare you mention this matter about King Ning? Your majesty is the most taboo at this time." At this time, the minister above the court intercedes for King Ning. "I don't know how many are dead. Isn't this lesson enough?" Fiji was suddenly awakened. If these words were heard carefully, there would be a minister in the court impeaching him to sympathize with King Ning. At that time, even the head of his clan would inevitably lose the fate of being dismissed from office. He arched his hand. "Thank you, Brother Luo, for reminding me. I'm just giving you an example. Whenever the new emperor is enthroned, he will be afraid of the prince who has done so well. I don't want my daughter to suffer along with it." After sighing, Luo Qin said, "This is not necessarily true. I see King Qi as not someone else. Think about it. This city of Kangzhou has only been broken for a few years, and he has brought the King Zhu army to revenge and hate him. Think about it. This shows that Qi Wang has great talents. It's just that he didn't have to work hard before. Now he is on the right path, and maybe he can become a person like Wai Wang and guard the frontiers for the Great Yu country for generations." Fiji was also upset at this time. He said, "Fine, nothing, let's not mention this for now. Walk around, we are really bored at home, let's go for a walk." After all, the two turned and walked out. Before leaving, Fiji glanced at the corner of the side of the main hall. As soon as he left, the two figures immediately slipped out of the corner. Xiaohun laughed and said, "Miss, did you hear that? The emperor is about to propose marriage for King Qi and the master." "Congratulations, Miss is getting married." Fue blushed immediately after hearing the words, and said with a sip, "Dead girl, I will let you talk nonsense." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 191. Have a girl? Hee. The maidservant is not talking nonsense. This is what the master said. Xiaohun avoided Fu's ear and stretched out to twist her hand. Dead ringlet, still say. Fu's face was even more red, and she was ashamed to mention the matter of men and women. Xiaohun laughed and said, "Miss is not a fool. Miss and Wang Qi are the same age. They should have been married long ago, but the master has been distressed by Miss's body and has been reluctant to bear her. Now the emperor personally proposes marriage. The master cannot refuse. Besides, The Qing'an city is all talking about King Qi's merits. The girl who thinks about spring said King Qi is a great hero, and has not yet been married. Many ministers' family members rushed to see the concubine Zhen in the palace. I want to marry my daughter. The events of Kang's victory were spread very strongly in Qing'an city, and Fua naturally knew it too. At this time, she remembered the poem written by King Qi before, and now compared to Kang's great victory. She also thought of the emperor's proposal of marriage, and her heart could not help but bang. Looking around, Fu Er saw the newspaper on the table. She ignored Xiaohan, but picked it up and read it. The entire page of this newspaper published news about the Kangzi War, how to defend the city on the first day, how the barbarians attacked on the second day, and the Kangzi city gate was broken on the last day. The scenes in the text seemed to appear in front of her. Seeing King Qi, after the city gate was broken, personally led the soldiers in the city to fight the barbarians' battle at the gate, and finally completely defeated the barbarians. She also seemed to fluctuate with the text. Which girl does not think of spring? Fu Er has been very simple since she was a child, but every time she read a touching love story in her boudoir, she couldn't help but fantasize. Thinking of this at this time, I couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Miss Xiaohan stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Fua, and said with a grin, "Is the miss thinking whether King Qi is ugly or beautiful? Is it tall or short? Is it flat or round?" "Nonsense. Who is flat, and who is round?" Fua gave a small white ring. "If you can't say that King Qi is Bian, how could he be so powerful and can stop the barbarians?" Xiaohan asked in confusion. "You girl will talk nonsense. King Qi has done a great job now. If you say this to him, be careful of being beaten." Fua squeezed Xiaohan's face. Xiaohan's eyes rolled around, and she said, "Miss, you have to speak for King Qi before you get married. If you really marry Xiaohan, you can't live." "Bad girl, I'll let you say." Fua raised her hand to hit. Xiaohan immediately smiled and ran away. Ahem. When the two were fighting, there was a coughing sound. Xiaohan looked in the direction of the voice and immediately bowed and said, "Master Biao." Fu Er turned around and saw an elegant young man looking at him not far away. He was dressed in white and suave, and it was his cousin Panyu. "Cousin, why are you here?" Fu Er asked. Panyu was bitter in his heart. He heard everything the two said just now, and he couldn't help but stare at Fua. Fua was weak since she was young, and she went deep into it. Few people have seen Fua's appearance, but even so, Fua's fame still resounds in Qing'an, and she has become the coveted wife of famous children. Among them, the reputation of family is naturally outside, and the most important thing is that all the famous children who have met Fua are all overwhelmed by them. And once a famous student used his own memory to paint Fua a picture, which later did not know how to shed out, making countless romantic talents crazy about it. In addition, Fu Er is proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and many poems are circulated in Qing'an, and Fua's reputation is widely circulated, ranking second in Qing'an beauty. And the first one is Princess Pinyang. But everyone knows that this is just some ministers under the skirt to please Princess Pinyang. In Panyu's heart, how could Fua's allure of the country and the city be comparable to that of Princess Pinyang? Panyu's mind was in confusion, with the words Qi Wang. He stared at Fua's flawless and delicate face, and said bitterly, "Cousin, don't be fooled by the nonsense in this newspaper. You don't know what Qi Wang's previous temperament is. He is domineering in Qing'an city, bullying men and women. No one is pretentious. 3 years ago he was scared to escape back to Qing'an. How could he become a gentleman in less than a year? If you marry, not only your uncle will be worried, I am also worried, because no one knows whether he is a beast in disguise." You read that the first credit in this newspaper is Liu Oxin, which means that this time it is Liu Oxin's credit. Fua couldn't help taking a step back with Panyu's hideous face. Her face turned pale. She had never seen Panyu show such a fierce color. Xiaohan took the opportunity to hold on to Fua. She had always been dissatisfied with this young master, because he always ran to Fua's house every 3 to 5 The master was also inconvenient to say because of the face of his nephew. But this is a conniving Panyu. Every time he comes to the mansion for visitant Fiji, he is actually close to Fua. Fua seldom goes out and doesn't know anything about the world, but Xiaohun is very shrewd. He can naturally see Panyu's thoughts, but this Panyu doesn't have a skin bag, and it's just a straw bag inside. Cousin, how about King Chi? Above the court, the people have their own arbitration, not to mention that the prodigal son will not change the money. This time the great victory of Kangzhou. The credit of King Chi is recognized by the civil and military. How can you be so slanderous? Even if he was a villain before this time, saving people from fire and water is worthy of his previous mistakes. What's more, the newspaper says that the people are welcome. If the king of Chi is so unbearable, are the people blind? Fua's voice was soft and gentle, but there was a slight anger in the words. Panna felt like a knife. Cousin, do you agree with this marriage? Do you think King Chi is worthy of you? Fua's eyelids drooped, and she said softly, marriage matters. The orders of my parents, and the words of the matchmaker, I will marry whatever kind of family my father promises me. This is the life of a daughter. King Chi, if dead, agrees to the emperor. Even if he is a scourge, he is still my husband. When Panyu heard the words, he felt that he couldn't make a sound in his heart, and he was so bored that he sneered twice and slowly said, I only hate my father who is not today's saint, but Xiaoming may not always be the prince. What's the meaning of my cousin? Fua was shocked. Cousin shouldn't talk nonsense about this. Outsiders are disrespectful if they hear it. Panyu opened his mouth to say something, and suddenly swallowed again, hesitated and said, Cousin, I am doing everything for your own good, and the future of King Chi will not be so easy. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 192 Military Burial. In the scorching sun, the sound of cicadas rang out from the branches of the trees, disturbing people's minds. Fua frowned slightly. She had read through history books since she was a child. She knew well the humiliating history of foreign invasions. Although she was a daughter, she had many men's expectations for the country and the prosperity of the nation. It doesn't matter whether she wants to marry the Prince of Qi, but Panyuki's words made her quite unhappy. No one has a conscience. He can't slander the great victory of Kangzhou, and slander the King of Qi who is guarding the city in Kangzhou at this time. She said lightly, Cousin, please come back. How is the future of King Chi? I have my destiny, and I am not very comfortable, so I will go back to rest. I hope my cousin will spend more time on studying in the future instead of I wasted time here every day. When Panyu heard the words, his face turned pale again. Fua was rushing people and told him not to come again. He said, Cousin, you have to believe me, I do it for your own good. After that, Panyu sighed and turned and left. Seeing Panyu walking away, Xiaohun muttered, no matter how unbearable King Chi is, he is better than you. Who doesn't know about your spending time outside? Little ring. Fua's voice was stern. Xiaohun is her personal maid, but after all, she is just a slave. If this is heard by others, Xiaohun will inevitably be punished. Gently put the newspaper in her hand back to the original place. Fua gently shook her head, and walked back with the ring. In Qing'an City, the sensation caused by newspapers has just begun. At this time, newspapers are really hard to find. Businessmen from Kingzhou are surrounded by merchants, scholars, and officials. Everyone, don't grab. A Kingzhou businessman smiled. He was originally an ordinary scholar in Kingzhou. Because his family was poor, he wanted to do business to subsidize his family. When King Chi returned from victory, the whole Kingzhou was in joy, and every household was celebrating the Chinese New Year. After the newspaper that published the Kangzhou guarding war came out the next day, the newspaper was even looted. When he thought about it, this battle of Kangzhou was not only a matter for King Chi, but also a matter for the Great Yu Kingdom, especially Qing'an. So he borrowed a large sum of money from a friend and bought 1,000 newspapers to Qing'an City. When he came to the most lively Jiangpu in Qing'an City, he was surrounded by the Kingzhou newspaper. As soon as he shouted out, he was almost scared to run away, but seeing these people rushing over with the silver in his hand, he suddenly calmed down, thinking that it would be worth it to let the silver blow to death. However, this newspaper was so popular that he didn't dare to sell it too expensive. After all, King Zhu only had 3 or 4 pennies for a newspaper. In the end, he decided 1 or 2 pennies. But even so, these thousands of newspapers were sold out in an instant, and even some scholars bought hundreds of them. The newspapers were sold out, and the scholar looked at the pile of silver in front of him. This is real gold and silver. He is worried about silver for the first time now. This 1,000 tals is not a silver ticket. These thousands of tals were calculated based on the catties issued by King Zhu when it purchased grain this year, but it was 100 catties. How could he be able to move a person without the power to hold a chicken? This is really a happy pain. But happier than Yinzi was that he suddenly felt an unprecedented respect. These Qing'an scholars have always looked down upon the scholars from King Zhu, and every year he goes to Beijing to rush for an exam. He is often scolded by people for such bad words as Tan Shenyu. But at this time, the scholars who surrounded him were very envious, and kept asking more details about this great victory in Kangzhou. This made him suddenly feel a sense of pride, the pride of being Qi Zimin. For the first time, he began to wonder whether he would continue to go to Beijing to rush the exam. Perhaps staying in Kingzhou is also a good choice. Even if he can't fly in the officialdom in the future. He looked at the silver on the ground. It is not bad to make some silver, he was thinking, and suddenly saw a group of powerful children arguing about something, as if they were about to fight. Listening carefully, he couldn't help laughing. It turned out that when these powerful children were arguing that Xiaoming was in Qing'an, which of them had the closest relationship with Xiaoming, and he looked very familiar with King Qi. He shook his head, thinking that if King Qi knew that there was a heated discussion about him in this city of Qing'an, he would not know what it would be like. But in his opinion, I am afraid that the maverick King Qi will not care what these people talk about him. The maverick has always been the style of Qi King. And as he thought, Xiaoming didn't have time to care about Qing'an's reaction. At this time, King Zhu was enveloped by a slightly heavy atmosphere after a brief celebration. Unlike the scorching sun in Qing'an, it was raining drizzle in King Zhu at this time. If it were before, the people had been hiding at home in such days, but today, the muddy streets of Kingzhou City are full of people. In this great victory in Kangzhou City was kept, the food of the people was kept, the pockets of the merchants were kept, and the stability of the 6 states was kept. But behind the victory, how many soldiers lost their lives and how many parents lost their children? Victory is worth celebrating, but soldiers who won and lost their lives will also be remembered forever. So after a short rest, Xiaoming decided to bury the soldiers who died in this battle in a specially designated tomb of martyrs, so that the people will always remember these martyrs who died in the fight against the barbarians. For this era, this has never happened, but Xiaoming thinks it is necessary because this is not only to commemorate the dead soldiers, but also to inspire hatred of each soldier against the barbarians, and to make thousands of people understand that their deaths are glorious, their deaths are worth remembering, and history should not be forgotten. Those ordinary warriors who shed their blood for the nation, they are dead, but they still live in everyone's heart. Although the body is destroyed, the spirit remains forever. On the street, the Kingzhou army soldiers lined up in 2 neatly arranged groups walked silently and slowly outside the city. In the middle, the soldiers carried the dead soldiers with heavy steps. On both sides, reading www.uukanzu, the family members of the dead soldier were crying in sorrow, which moved the people who came to see them off. Xiaoming, Nu Ben, Lu Fei and Liu Oxin were walking at the forefront of the team. At this time, they all wore the armor of the Kingzhou army and walked like ordinary soldiers. They also carried the body of a Kingzhou army soldier. At this time, facing these fallen soldiers, there was no respect between them, only the friendship between them. The soldiers pressed their lips tightly, their eyes fixed on the 4 highest-ranking generals who were walking in front, and a wave of blood was flowing in their hearts. Once upon a time, ordinary soldiers like them could enjoy such a privilege. They thought that even if they died in battle, they would have no regrets. And those young people who have not yet joined the army are full of anger towards the barbarians, and many people clenched their fists, waiting for the army to recruit soldiers next time. They must join the army to avenge these dead soldiers. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 193 King Zu Army Soul. The drizzle is still falling. King Zu City at this time is like a silent movie screen that makes people feel suffocated. This is a backlog of anger in my heart. From the eyes of the people, Xiaoming saw this anger. They could only suppress the anger in their hearts before. 3 years ago, suffering from the barbarian invasion and the cruel exploitation of them by the powerful clan in collusion with foreign enemies, these painful people have been silently enduring, and now this anger has finally exploded and turned into hatred of the barbarians and the powerful. It is precisely because of this that the people who have gotten rid of their shackles will firmly support him to fight against the rich and the barbarians. At the same time, he also understood that if he wanted to survive in this world, he could only rely on the people in the fief. For him, only the kingship based on the recognition of the people is the most stable kingship, otherwise it will only be played by these tycoons with applause. After all, the great family of Dayu has a long inheritance. Compared with him, these people are good at playing power, but he lacks this aspect of events and does not have the advantage at all. However, Xiaoming is not a stupid person. It is a fool to compare his own shortcomings with the strengths of others. His advantage is only to lead the technological knowledge of this era. This is also the advantage he plans to actively expand next. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and tricks are paper tigers. The barrel of the gun tells his enemy that the bullet is much harder than the tongue. The funeral of the fallen soldiers was of course proposed by Xiaoming, and he and Nu Ben also proposed the promotion of officials. For him, a soldier's funeral is a respect for the fallen soldiers, and it is also a must for shaping the soul of the army. The shroud of horse leather is tragic and strong, but it is too desolate, and this can comfort them. In one morning, the remains of thousands of soldiers were buried in the soil, and the King Zu army suffered heavy losses during the Battle of Kangzhou. If the barbarian did not choose to retreat at that time, he would not be sure whether this Kangzhou city could be defended. This battle to defend the city was a gamble for him, and it was also a gamble for the people in the fief. Fortunately, they eventually won. This battle gave them time to breathe, and the enemy will pay a heavier price for attacking Kangzhou in the future. Back to camp. At the end of the funeral, Nu Ben shouted. The King Zu army turned around neatly, and slowly left the cemetery. Lu's eyes were reddish, and he did not cry in Kangzhou city. He did not cry when he returned to Kangzhou, but he cried at today's funeral. He looked at Xiaoming and said, "His Royal Highness, thank you for your kindness. The brothers on Huangquan Road have received this honor, and they can walk safely. This is the treatment they deserve. Soldiers who died for their country in the future should be remembered." Xiaoming said. This funeral was not only unexpected by Pan Yukun, but also surprised Nu Ben and others. Since ancient times, no funerals have been held for ordinary soldiers, and Xiaoming, the king of Qi, even carried the coffin himself. If this were to be spread, it would have caused countless criticisms. But for the people, for the soldiers, their hearts were warmed, and this was enough for Xiaoming. Liu Xin's eyes were deep. In the past few months, Xiaoming had given him too many surprises, but this time, it was an accident in an accident. He had to admit that in the eyes of the nobles, the common people were just a cheap fate, and the soldiers did the same. In a war, the generals are always vying for the credit, and the life and death of the soldiers are related to several people. On the battlefield outside the Great Wall, the bones of many unknown soldiers are still lying, and Xiaoming not only transported the bodies of all the soldiers who died, but also carried out a collective burial, which is an honor for all soldiers. Looking back at the monument standing in the middle of the tomb, the four walked out of the cemetery. Nu Ben said at this time, "His Majesty, the great victory in Kangzhou is now about to be spread out in Qing'an. Next, Your Majesty will definitely tell His Majesty to go to Qing'an to receive the reward. I think it's better not to go to Your Highness. This time, the other princes must be resentful because of the outstanding merits of Your Highness. If it is against Your Highness at this time, we are beyond our reach." Lu shook his head. Liu Xin said, "It's just that if the imperial decree arrives, You can't help your highness not go. Otherwise, you won't say that the emperor will be angry. Other princes and ministers have more reasons to attack his highness, and it is even possible that your highness is unruly. These courtiers have a lot of flowers. Nu Ben nodded. After all, Liu Oxin understood the affairs of this officialdom better than Luf. He said, Liu Oxin's words are good. Your Royal Highness has to go now. This King Zhu has me staying behind. You two and your Highness will go to Beijing to receive the reward. Yes. Why are the two of us? The old general is the first one this time, Luf said. Nu Ben showed a bitter smile. Xiaoming saw this in his eyes. He said, Old general, I can't push off this trip to Qing'an. The mother and concubine's letter also asked me to go back. This time, I will definitely plead for the old general to the emperor and remove the charge from the old general. No need. Nu Ben said, this look is actually pretty good, but it's easy and comfortable in King Zhu. If I were not charged with this crime, it would be difficult for the ministers to ask me to return to the imperial army. Xiaoming thought about it, and it seemed that it was the same reason. What Nu Ben said was better than he knew the officialdom of this great Yu country. He couldn't help but nodded. Nu Ben continued, His Royal Highness, this time I am going to Qing'an. For the sake of safety, please bring all the 1,000 cavalrymen of the King Zhu army. I'm afraid of 10,000 in case. In fact, Xiaoming didn't want to return to Qing'an either. To him, it was a smoggy place, and the interweaving of power was too complicated. And it seems that he has few people worthy of nostalgia. However, concubine Zhen told him in the letter that before the Battle of Kangzhou, Xiao Wenxian promised that if he held the city of Kangzhou, he would propose marriage to the Fiji family and betrothed Fiji's youngest daughter Fiji to him. Xiaoming had been single in his previous life, and no one had ever married him. Now Zhen found him a daughter-in-law. This made him feel nervous. After all, he had never seen this Fua. Generally speaking, the marriage of this great Yu country would basically not meet before entering the bridal chamber. If he comes back after marrying a dominatrix, he will be sad for the rest of his life. As for Fua's family, Shif's family, he did not have any special ideas, but he also knew that this was Zenf's idea of arranging F's daughter for him. It's just that Xiaoming's idea is hard work, self-reliance, and relying on others will eventually stumble. Therefore, he doesn't care about the family background of the family. After sighing, Xiaoming was a little helpless. After all, he lives in this era. Some things can be changed, but some things have to be done in the countryside. This important marriage event, the orders of the parents, and the words of the matchmaker are difficult to change. Even in contemporary times, many people are forced by their parents to get on a blind date. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 194 Post-war meeting. His Royal Highness, now many people are rectifying the villages. Should you care about this matter? After the military funeral, the war in Kangzhou finally came to an end. With the power of the great victory in Kangzhou, the remnants of the rich and powerful in the 6 states are like mourning concubines. The militia team formed by the inspired civilians was highly motivated and launched a campaign against the remnants of the wealthy in the 6 states. Many of the wealthy remnants hidden in the deep mountains and forests were wiped out by the militia and local defenders. At the same time, the militia arrested Lising, who used to work for the wealthy family, and dragged them to the village to parade. And they have the potential to completely smash the foundation of the wealthy 6 states. Now Xiaoming is in the governor's mansion. Luzhu Governor, Chengshi, Pang Yukun, Zhang Xingcheng, Nu Ben and other King Zhu army generals are all gathered here. At the end of the war, Xiaoming felt that it was necessary to conduct a summary meeting of the war in order to summarize the war into a case and lesson plan, and accumulate experience through practice, so as to make continuous progress. This question was raised by Pan Yukun, and it is exactly what the government officers of various prefectures and counties have reported to him in the past few days. Strikes against the remnants of the rich is not a treat. It does not need to be polite. On the contrary, the fight against the rich is another kind of war. The people have been oppressed by the rich for so many years, and now they have finally turned their backs. Clear the imprisoned thoughts left by the rich in their minds, so that the rich have no place to stand. Xiaoming said to Pang Yukun. After a pause, he said again, so, not only can this incident be stopped, the people should also be encouraged to turn over the old accounts of the wealthy people, and the wealthy people in prison should be pulled out to criticize the people. The government must cooperate with the people in this matter. Only in this way can the style of the tyrants no longer appear in the fief. Pang Yukun nodded, and at the same time memorized Xiaoming's. In this matter, he also agreed with Xiaoming's approach. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he must not let the wealthy family resurrect, and let the land of the 6 states have no soil for the wealthy family to survive, and let the wealthy family become rats in the street. Everyone shouted and beat. Answering Pang Yukun's question, Xiaoming looked at Chen Wenlong and said, this time at the crisis, the Department of Equipment delivered ammunition. This is also a great achievement and worthy of commendation. Let's go. Your father and son will each receive a reward of silver. Chen Wenlong and Chen Qi were overjoyed and bowed and said, Your Royal Highness. Xiaoming nodded, and then said, Chen Qi, you have done a great job this time. You are puzzled why this king won't promote you? Chen Qi never trims the borders, because he is not so familiar with the world as he studies technology. Xiaoming asked this, but he answered truthfully, saying, Yes, Your Highness. I want to ask too, but my father won't let you ask. Chen Wenlong really wanted to slap him to death at this time. This Bump is so humble. The others suddenly laughed, and Chen Qi went straight and did not shy away. Xiaoming liked Chen Qi's character very much. After all, he had done research before, and he knew that this kind of people had a simple mind and was devoted to scientific research. It is precisely because of this that he made Chen Wenlong always his boss. After all, Chen Wenlong is much more experienced than him. He said, You won't be promoted this time, but there is a major issue for your equipment department. When Chen Qi and Chen Wenlong heard the words, they showed expectant expressions. Xiaoming continued, This king is going to build a special military workshop. This military workshop will be responsible for the production and development of weapons in the army. Chen Qi, this king is going to hand over this military workshop to you to manage. What do you think? Kind? His Royal Highness, really? Chen Qi said excitedly. Ever since the artillery came out, Chen Qi has been obsessed with the production of this artillery. This is a challenging technique. Well, will this king lie to you? But if you accept this military workshop, your burden will be heavy. You will be responsible for the production and research and development of military weapons and equipment. Xiaoming said, His Royal Highness, this is no problem. But I want to take away the skilled craftsmen in the Department of Equipment. Chen Qi said. Now the surrounding environment does not allow Xiaoming to develop the economy first and then develop the military, so he thought for a while and decided to use both hands together. He nodded, You can choose the craftsman, take it away with you, and the slave can choose it at will. Chen Qi nodded excitedly. Chen Wenlong looked worried. His Royal Highness, this Chen Qi is gone. What about the equipment department? Don't worry about this. The military workshop is still under the management of the Department of Equipment, but there is only one more branch. At the same time, the functions of the Department of Equipment will be increased again. When the military workshop is established, a scientific research institute must be established to select outstanding students from the Bowen Academy to enter and be responsible. Research on various aspects of technology, including chemistry, physics, and equipment. Xiaoming said. Chen Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief, saying this is tantamount to indirectly promoting the two of them. But this chemistry, physics, equipment, these things. He was dizzy when he heard them. These are all things in the Bowen Academy. As for the location of this research institute is located in Bowen Academy. Chen Qi, you are also one of the people in the research institute. Xiaoming said before Chen Qi asked. Chen Qi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The military workshop and the scientific research institute did not conflict. For example, Lutong made gunpowder and artillery complement each other. The reason for this restructuring, Xiaoming also suffered from lack of ammunition in Kangzhou City. The previous equipment department was like a hodgepodge. All technical matters had to be taken care of. Now, Xiaoming has thoroughly refined the industrial classification, especially the military industry, focusing on training, and the Scientific Research Institute has gathered many talents and will be responsible for the research and development of various aspects of the industry in the future. When talking about the military workshop, Nu Ben and the generals showed approval, which shows that Xiaoming attaches great importance to the army, and I am afraid that the army will also be reformed. Sure enough, after talking about the Department of Equipment, Xiaoming looked at Nu Ben. You must also have a deep understanding of the power of the artillery in the war. Nu Ben and others nodded. Therefore, in the future, the King's Zhou army will build an independent service called artillery, and in order to equip more firearms in the future, this king has decided to reform the army system. The army will be divided into squads, platoons, companies, battalions, regiments, and brigades. Division of army. When he said this, Nu Ben and others showed a dazed expression. These things were unheard of. The reason why Xiaoming is reforming the army now is to equip the army with firearms to let them adapt in advance. The reason for the abandonment of the military structure, such as the governor, the school lieutenant, the Guokang school lieutenant, the centurion, the corporal leader, and the corporal leader, is because such an army cannot adapt to the future firearms. After all, the King's Zhou army is now divided into cavalry, crossbowmen, sword-shieldmen, and pikemen, and the future will be all firearms. The organizational structures of squads, platoons, companies, etc. are more suitable for firearms operations. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 195 Military Reform. In the Governor's Mansion, a group of military generals quietly listened to Xiaoming's explanation of the new military organizational structure. In fact, compared with the military structure of Great Yu, this military structure is simpler and easier to understand. Coupled with the auxiliary effect of the technology spar on memory, Nu Ben and others quickly mastered the new army structure, but the name is strange to them. However, King's Zhou is full of new things at the moment, and only by removing the old can innovation. The organizational structure of the army needs to be reformed, and at the same time the army needs to set up a dedicated logistics department. The soldiers responsible for combat are only responsible for training, while logistics is responsible for the army's food, grain reserves, arms procurement, battlefield medical officers and other issues. Xiaoming continued. Nu Ben nodded and wrote down this question. He agreed with the fact that the soldiers perform their duties. In addition to these, Xiaoming also talked about military uniforms. After all, this armor is used in combat. In order to distinguish between soldiers and ordinary people, he plans to design special uniforms for the army, which is also a necessary factor for the regularization of the army. In addition, he plans to strengthen the training in military discipline. The first discipline training is military salute. Subordinates must salute when reporting to superiors. Soldiers were trained in the camp to fold quilts, walk in pairs, 3 in pairs, and military posture. He didn't care about such things before. Xiaoming always thought that folding quilts, walking, and military posture in the army were ridiculous. But after reading through the Science and Technology Library, he realized that these usual humble habits are for training soldiers' discipline. And if one day firearms are equipped with troops, discipline is precisely what is needed most. In the era when the firearms shooting errors were very large, the firearms troops relied on tight and neat formations, which means that later generations were ridiculed and shot in line. Many people will also see drummers beating the drums in the marching team. This is actually for the rhythm of the army marching, similar to the slogan of 1-2, 1-2, because once the formation becomes disorganized, the opponent will not be able to organize an effective counterattack after a volley. Nu Ben and the others were dumbfounded when they heard the words, but later they gradually understood Xiaoming's thoughts. The issue of military discipline has always been a serious issue, and they naturally did not dare to be vague, and later they did not object. The military industry was reformed and the military was reformed, and the military has temporarily come to an end. Xiaoming didn't want to say too much. After all, the few points he mentioned were enough for them to keep busy for a while, and when these were completed, They would continue to carry out detailed reforms. This time the barbarians were forced to retreat by artillery. As long as Bshan was not a fool, he would definitely value firearms. What he is most worried about now is that the barbarians obtain firearm technology from the Ottoman Empire. After all, it is now the end of the 17th century, and the 18th century is about to enter, and gunpowder technology has already spread to the West following the conquest of the West by the grassland tribes hundreds of years ago. And because the Ottoman Empire lay between the East and the West, the two civilizations developed independently as if they were locked in an isolated island. What does the ghost know about the West now? At least there is no such information in Xiaoming's hands. However, he has asked Li San to send someone to collect this information. Generally, according to the navigation route, if the West opens a route, the first arrival should be near Guangzhou. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoming has no way of contact. Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help feeling a bit of urgency. If the capital evil beast of the West is released, this evil beast will eat people. But now the country of Diau is full of crises as in the late Qing dynasty, and the rich and powerful are living and dreaming, and they are in a corner of peace. So now he must spare no effort to reform, and now that the rich family is removed, he already has the soil for reform. Next, he will take Qingzhou step by step toward the Industrial Revolution, the Renaissance, unlock the wisdom of the people, and release the potential of the people. After talking about the reform of the army, it is a summary of the experience of this battle for the city. Nu Ben was the first to stand up and sum up. The first one was to scold Luf. According to His Highness, Luf is unorganized and undisciplined. You can do whatever you want on the battlefield. This must be severely punished, so that other generals will not be damaged by you. Nu Ben said angrily. Luf shrugged his head, when he didn't control his temper. Liu Xin also said at this time, also, Luf fired cannons indiscriminately and wasted shells, so he should be fined. Hearing that Luf was anxious, that little bastard, I told him to stop talking. He also said, go back and see how I can deal with him. Nu Ben sighed, and said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, look at Luf's death, and it's useless for me to flick him a few whips. You must find a way to fix Luf's thorns in the army. In this battle, many people followed Luf's behaviors and temperament, which also caused many unnecessary casualties. This is easy to handle. The army has to set up a military court to restrain the behavior of soldiers and generals. As for what is a military court and what the relevant laws are, I will discuss with the veteran general later, but I have a way to punish such generals. Fight. Don't scold. Just close this small black room for a few days. Little black house? Nu Ben and the others showed a confused look. Luf had a bad premonition. This King Chi had always had any tricks. He said, His Royal Highness, you can forgive me. I really won't dare next time. Xiaoming and Luf had a good relationship, but this time Luf did have some temperaments during the war. He said, this king is serious. I must give you a long memory this time. This king is for your good. Otherwise, you will lose your life next time and you will not have time to regret it. Then he said what a little black room is, but in fact this is confinement. The thing in this world that is more painful than the body is torturing the spirit, shutting a person in one place. No one talks, no one pays attention. It is estimated that this person is basically crazy in 1 week. After listening to Xiaoming's words, Luf's face suddenly turned yellow. He used to be a big mouth, but now shutting him in a dark brown winter, where he is alone, is more uncomfortable than killing him. Nu Ben opened his eyes again. The Qi Wang Zhengzi also managed so elegantly. Then the generals summed up their experience in the defense war, especially in the use of projectile powder cans and artillery. Moreover, many generals have confidence in their eyes when they talk about the barbarians, instead of changing their faces when they talk about the barbarians. Finally, Xiaoming concluded with one sentence, the barbarians are paper tigers. A group of generals burst into laughter when they heard the words, and they said, His Royal Highness is too right. The barbarians are paper tigers. They scare people and break them with one poke. Looking at the generals laughing, Xiaoming thought that the goal of this battle had been achieved, and he had lost 3 points of his momentum before the battle by fearing the enemy. A group of people were discussing enthusiastically, when a family member of the palace walked in. When he reached Xiaoming's ear, he said, "His Royal Highness, this decree has arrived." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 196. On departure, Feng Deshui looked at the Qi Palace. He set off from Qing'an 7 days ago, and arrived in Qingzhou today. This time the Kangzhou victory shook the government and the opposition, and the arrival of the newspaper in Qing'an made the details of the Kangzhou victory known to outsiders. On that day, Xiao Wenxian was pleased to entertain the officials, and the next day, he was sent to King's rice paper. As the imperial Xiaohuangman next to Xiao Wenxian, Feng Deshui personally came to Kingzhou, and he could also see how much Xiao Wenxian attached to Xiaoming. After arriving in Kingzhou today, he was led to the Qi Palace by soldiers after showing the token in front of the city gate. His Royal Highness King Qi is here. He was looking at the slightly simple Qi Palace, and suddenly a voice called. After a while, he saw a young man with a three-point look similar to Xiao Wenxian coming in. This was Xiaoming, the current king of Qi. Old slave Feng Deshui has seen His Royal Highness. With a smile on his face, Feng Deshui bowed deeply when Xiaoming entered the main hall. Shilang Feng exempts the ceremony. Xiaoming had a faint smile on his face. The of the Great Yu country is collectively called Xiaohuangman, and Feng Deshui belongs to the imperial in the palace, and his official position is Huangman Minister. Feng Deshui smiled even more, and he did not dare to take airs in front of this feudal king. Everyone knew that this prince would be favored by Xiao Wenxian in the days to come. I haven't seen him in 3 years, and His Royal Highness has become more handsome and handsome, suave. Yashu is in the wind, and the old slave almost never recognizes His Royal Highness. Feng Deshui's words contained a hint of flattery. There is no one in the world who dislikes being put on a high hat. Although this is a polite remark, Xiaoming still laughed and said, "I haven't seen you in a few years." Feng Shilang is even more able to talk. Feng Deshui smiled into a gap, then took out the imperial decree in his arms and said to Xiaoming, "If you don't say a lot, Your Royal Highness must know why the old slave is here this time." "Naturally, my father wants me to return to Qing'an," Xiaoming said lightly. Feng Deshui nodded and unfolded the imperial edict. Seeing the imperial edict, according to the rules of the country, Xiaoming had to kneel down to accept the edict. Although he had won a battle, Xiaoming knew very well that his current foundation was still weak. The battle to defend the city not only weakened the king's army, but also cost him a lot of money. Only this ammunition and gunpowder cost hundreds of thousands of silvertals. Therefore, he has not been so rampant that he despises imperial power. He stood in front of Feng Deshui, straightened his body, ready to take the order. At this time Feng Deshui supported Xiaoming. "His Royal Highness, there are only you and me in this main hall, so you don't have to follow the rules. Your Highness read the imperial edict, and it is better to follow me back to Qing'an as soon as possible." Feng Deshui's eyes flashed shrewdly. Xiaoming understood, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. It was Feng Deshui to show his goodness again. The rules are dead, and people live. This gave the Huang clan a maneuverable space for the decree. "Thank you so much, Sir Feng." Feng Deshui gave face, and Xiaoming had to do it. He took the imperial decree and shouted to the outside, "Come here, bring the present." Not long after, 3 servants walked in, each with a plate covered by a cloth. "Feng Shiling, a little respect, please smile," Xiaoming said. Feng Deshui's smile grew thicker. This King Qi was a sensible person. He said, "So, thank you, Your Highness." Xiaoming gestured to the 3 servants, and the servants uncovered the cloth. "The first plate is filled with gold. The second plate is filled with a bottle of perfume in a glass bottle, and the third plate is filled with exquisite glass crafts." Feng Deshui's eyes lit up suddenly. This gold is second. After all, he has seen a lot of gold and silver. The most important thing is perfume and glass. These things are difficult to buy with money. After all, these 2 things are only produced in Kingzhou, and there is no semicolon. His Royal Highness is so generous. How dare the old slave suffer? Feng Deshui walked to the glass and looked carefully. This glass looks like a cow. There is no such glass product in the palace. Xiaoming smiled and said, the servant came from afar. This is not enough. Feng Deshui is a person by Xiao Wenxuan's side. Maybe he will be able to use him more or less in the future. He still understands this basic etiquette. As a feudal king, you can't be too petty. If you can change the contacts in Chang'an, it would be worthwhile. Feng Deshui picked up the perfume again, smelling it, and said, His Royal Highness treats the old slave so kindly, and the old slave can't take these things for nothing, right? There are some things that your highness should pay attention to when I go to Chang'an. Please say the servant. Xiaoming frowned. Feng Deshui said, His Royal Highness Kangzu's victory is certainly a great achievement, but the courtiers may chew their tongues in some matters. The old slave heard that the master Kui Hao was about to talk about the artillery. Artillery? This incident did not go beyond Xiaoming's expectations. He knew that after the great victory in Kangzu, this artillery would definitely be concealed. In addition to this artillery, His Royal Highness seems to have promised that the soldiers will give them the homeland of King Yong. Another one is that most of the 100,000 barbarians killed by His Royal Highness were once citizens of the Great Yu Kingdom. This Highness must also understand that there will be a letter from that great scholar accusing His Highness of indiscriminate killing. Before going to Chang'an, Your Highness should think about these things. Feng Deshui said solemnly, slowly nodded. Xiaoming was right to want to give this old a little benefit. The news about these people in Chang'an was very good. As he thought, someone still wanted to make him ugly. After all, this time his contribution was too great. If Xiaoming's merits and demerits could be offset, they would be at ease. After thinking about it a little, Xiaoming said, the servant is temporarily staying in Kingzhou for 2 days. Rong Ben Wang is somewhat prepared. How about? Easy to say, easy to say. Feng Deshui is now focused on the gift Xiaoming gave him. Nodded. Xiaoming asked Hasta to clean up a room for Feng Deshui. He sent Pang Yukan and Zhang Xingcheng to the main hall to discuss the news brought by Feng Deshui. His Royal Highness, my guess is really good, Pang Yukan said with a smile. These courtiers can't do things, but they are very clumsy. Especially Kui Hao. Your Highness, don't underestimate him. Speaking of it, Xiaoming is not very clear about the entanglement of the forces in Chang'an City. He said, now you don't want to go around the corners. This time I go to Chang'an and I don't ask for a reward. I just want to come back safely. Of course, if you can win some of the most powerful, it is good. Zhang Xingcheng and Pang Yukan looked at each other, and there was a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. Compared with other princes, Xiaoming is single and lonely. If he still doesn't know how to draw some courtiers to support some forces in the DPRK, if there are changes in the Great Yu Kingdom in the future, Xiaoming will be very passive. After all, it is crazy to use the land of 6 states to fight the entire Great Yu Kingdom plus the barbarians. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 197 Prosperous Chang'an. His Royal Highness, the official position of Kui Hao in the DPRK is Dr. Guanglu, who is in charge of the advisory response, acting on orders, and has no fixed functions. Pang Yukan said he had been in the officialdom of Chang'an, and he knew Kui Hao well. Furthermore, this Kui Hao was born in the Kui clan and has always been in close contact with King Yan. At the same time, this Kui Hao is also a well-known Confucian. He is highly respected in the DPRK and has a lecture at Zhengdong Academy in Chang'an. Officials have all been to Zhengdong Academy to listen to lectures. Zhang Xingcheng nodded. The reason why Kui Hao was able to become the leader of the Zhu faction is based on the respect of many officials from the Zhengdong Academy. These officials are faintly headed by Kui Hao and are quite strong in North Korea. So Kui Hao is forming a party for personal gain? Xiaoming asked. Exactly. This Kui Hao and other officials were privately called the Zhengdong Party in the DPRK, Pang Yukan said. Then why the father? Xiaoming originally wanted to ask why Xiao Wenxuan didn't attack the Zhengdong Party headed by Kui Hao, but after a little thought, he understood that this is the emperor's trick from ancient times. When Xiao Wenxuan wanted to go to war with the barbarians, He naturally needed the main battle faction to suppress the main battle faction, and when he wanted to make peace, he naturally needed the main battle faction to suppress the main battle faction. In this way, Xiao Wenxian can do his job with ease and will not be controlled by one side. Pang Yukun continued, "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry too much about this. Your Majesty didn't go to Qing'an, and these things came out. But Your Majesty didn't care about it. Don't you think it is strange? The Master of High Power?" Xiaoming laughed bitterly. "This is a lazy officialdom." When Xiaoming was in a scientific research unit in his previous life, every time Xiaoming made a contribution, the leader would praise him first, and then pick out some of its minor problems. One sentence has to continue to work hard. "Exactly. This time Your Highness deserves the credit." No matter how Kui Hao impeaches His Highness will be safe and sound. However, when His Highness is going to Qing'an this time, he can take the opportunity to win over the generals of the main battle faction. "These people are very good to His Highness." "Good impression," Pang Yukun said. Then Zhang Xingqing handed over a piece of paper and said, "His Royal Highness, Pang Qingshi and I have already listed the people who need to be wooed. There are both civil servants and military officers. Your Royal Highness may consider contacting them." After taking over the list, Xiaoming glanced. Liu Oquan was listed first, followed by Fiji, and there were many other generals in the Forbidden Army, first and second rank seniors. "Well, in that case, this king will go to meet these courtiers here," Xiaoming said. "He is in Qingzhou, and the officialdom of Qing'an City is unpredictable. At this time, he knows that this basic diplomatic method is necessary when he is not willful. Otherwise, if something happens in the city of Qing'an, he might not even be able to rescue her safely. Moreover, he did this so that Li San could also set up an intelligence collection system in Qing'an, so that he could get news from Qing'an in time for timely response. At the same time, he also wanted to express an attitude to the courtiers. Xiaoming is an important support of the royal family. Whoever wants to mess around in Dau must also consider his existence. The reason for this is also Xiaoming's strategic choice. It is now obvious that the barbarians are the life and death enemies of the Great Yu Kingdom. The next time the barbarians come back, the war will only become more cruel. At this time, he didn't want to see the civil chaos in Dau, because he still needed a stable environment for development, otherwise it would seriously affect the development of Qingzhou capital. After all, at that time, he could never let industrial products be produced and sold in the 6 states. For overseas, I am afraid that there are too many strong competitors. He does not have the advantage at all. Only by monopolizing the market of Great Yu country first can Qingzhou accumulate primitive capital. Therefore, for this purpose, Xiaoming went to Qing'an this time, saying that he must not make some attempts to stabilize the imperial power. Having said this, Xiaoming asked the two to go back, and he asked Tasta to prepare for him what he needs to bring to Qing'an, and at the same time inform Liu Ben to prepare an elite guard for himself. 2 days were prepared. On the 3rd day, Xiaoming and Feng Deshui set off for Qing'an together. This time Lu Fei and Liu Oxin accompanied him, and Asta and Lu Luo also returned to take care of his daily life. In 7 or 8 days, the group arrived in Qing'an. His Royal Highness, this is the Zhengde Gate. We are here. Feng Deshui smiled, looking at the tall city gate not far away, with the 3 characters Zhengdeman on it. Xiaoming had mixed feelings for a while. This was the first time he came to this world to go so far. He walked through city after city and saw different scenery in each place. This primitive and natural beauty made people happy along the way. As for Qing'an, the most prosperous place in Dau, his predecessors' memories are all about this city. It is said that Qing'an is rich, and it seems to be the case now. This is what a common person wears is much stronger than a common person in Qingzhou, Luf said. Liu Oxin proudly said, "Of course at that time. Otherwise how could it be called Qing'an?" Ignoring the bickering between the two, Xiaoming and Feng Deshui continued to ride forward. Behind them, 1,000 elite cavalry lined up in 4 columns. The leading knight carried a flag with a big Qi written on it. This is Xiaoming's Wang Qi. Seeing this banner, the people along the way frequently whispered, Presumably they are guessing Xiaoming's identity. At the gate of the city, the soldiers guarding the city immediately walked out, standing in 2 rows and crossing the spears in their hands. A man who looked like a general came out and asked, "Who is the one coming? Blind your dog's eyes, don't you even know His Royal Highness King Qi?" Feng Deshui said angrily. Hearing the words King Qi, the general immediately changed his face and said diligently, "It turns out that it is King Qi. I will die, and I will not let His Royal Highness Qi." And Feng Deshui is satisfied. Nodding his head, he said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, please. The Emperor can wait for you in the palace at this time." Nodding his head, Xiaoming entered Chang'an City with his horse. In front of him was the Suzaku Avenue, a straight avenue 50 meters wide. While riding a horse, Xiaoming stared at Chang'an. The prosperity of Chang'an remains the same for these years. After all, the war in northern Xinjiang is only related to King Zhao, King Liang and others. Most areas of Dayu have always been in a stable living environment. Because of this, the royal place and the territories of many vassals in the south have developed, and it is much more prosperous than King Zhou. Luf couldn't close his mouth when he entered Chang'an. The city of Chang'an was densely populated with people, merchants, scholars, and powerful children everywhere. At this time, the streets were full of traffic, with luxury carriages coming and going one after another, and servants and maids were almost behind each carriage. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 198. Father and son. The season is already in autumn, and the elm trees on both sides of Suzaku Avenue are stroking the leaves in the breeze. Luf, who was a little jealous of the prosperous Chang'an, said, "When will our King Zhou be as prosperous as Chang'an?" "This is very difficult. This Chang'an is the ancient capital of the 7 dynasties. This prosperity is handed down." Liu Xin was triumphant. "Nonsense. This prosperity is not about giving birth to a baby. How can it be passed down?" "Humphrey, as long as our King Zhou is here, it will definitely be more prosperous than Chang'an within a few years," Luf argued. Liu Xin curled his lips to express his unbelief. Xiaoming had a smile on his face. In fact, what Liu Xin said made sense. The prosperous Chang'an city and the rich and powerful from the entire Great Yu country were all concentrated here. To explain it with modern economics, high consumption has stimulated Chang'an's economy and promoted its prosperity. Now his strategy of attracting businessmen and King Zhou is exactly this purpose. The team was advancing to the middle of the road, and suddenly there was a rush of horseshoes in front of him. After a while, 3 cavalry in Forbidden Army armor arrived in front of Xiaoming. "Big brother!" Liu Xin yelled in surprise when he saw the person coming, who was Liu Xin's older brother, Liu Hong. Liu Hong glanced at Liu Xin, chuckled, dismounted and bowed to Xiaoming and said, "Liu Hong, Lieutenant Jin Wu, has seen His Highness." Knowing that it was Liu Xin's brother, Xiaoming's expression became relaxed. According to the rules, the 1,000 cavalry who followed him were not allowed to enter the palace. These cavalry would be placed in the barracks by the Forbidden Army of Chang'an City. If other people Xiaoming were still worried, but Liu Hong, he would feel relieved. "Free gift," Xiaoming said. "Xiao Liu came to set up the king's soldiers and horses?" "Exactly. The Enid General is here at the order of your majesty," Liu Hong said with a sharp glance. Compared to Liu Xin, this Liu Hong is much more rigid, something that Xiaoming had heard before when he was in Chang'an. At this time he said, "Luf, you can go with Captain Liu first and arrange the soldiers properly." Luf nodded, clasped his fists and said, "Yes, Your Highness." Liu Hong raised his eyes and looked at Xiaoming again, without saying anything, leading Luf and the cavalry to the east. Feng Deshui took the opportunity to say, "The Emperor still loves His Royal Highness, for fear that other princes will be in trouble and make things difficult for His Highness's soldiers, so that Liu Hong is responsible for receiving him. Liu Hong has a good character, and His Highness does not have to worry about it." Father's love is so deeply moved, Xiaoming said in agreement. This Feng Deshui often spoke for Xiao Wenxuan in front of Xiaoming along the way. He knew in his heart that Xiao Wenxuan was worried that he would hate what he had done to him before. This explained that Feng Deshui tried to ease the relationship between father and son. Qian City has a long road from south to north, and the palace is located at the far north. The group walked for an hour before arriving at the palace and stopped at the main entrance of the palace at Xuan Gate. His Royal Highness, let's go. Feng Deshui smiled, and his task was finally completed. Looking at the Qi palaces one after another inside the palace gates, the roads and steps paved with white jade stone, Xiaoming seemed to be in the forbidden city of his previous life. The only difference is that the building structure here is different. Following Feng Deshui and Xiaoming, he entered the palace, past Chengqing Hall, and the two of them passed a corridor and stopped in the hall in front of a lotus pond. Feng Deshui stopped a small yellow door and asked, "Is the emperor in the royal study room?" "Return to Shi Lang. The emperor is waiting for his highness inside," Xiao Huangman said. Feng Deshui looked at the room on the opposite side of the Bai Bridge on the lotus pond and said, "His royal highness, I won't send it to this old slave. The emperor is waiting for you." "Thank you Feng Shilang for your hard work along the way." Xiaoming arched his hands. "In the future, this king will remember Feng Shilang's benefits." Feng Deshui opened his eyes and smiled. "His royal highness said so. The old slave's heart is warm, your highness should please." Nodding his head, Xiaoming walked to the imperial study room. He was not unfamiliar with this place. After all, Xiaoming grew up in the imperial palace and was very familiar with the plants and trees here. And the Yashufang in front of him was the place where Xiaoming often played. It's just that Xiaoming is not Xiaoming at this time. Now he is about to seek Xiao Wenxuan, a cheap father, and he is also a little nervous. After all, this is the emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom, the 9th five-year lord. Crossing the Bai Bridge, Xiaoming arrived in front of the imperial study room, and the three large bronzing letters on it were shining with golden light. Entering the imperial study room, he saw a man wearing a dragon robe with his back facing him. He bowed and said, "The son, see the emperor." Xiao Wenxuan slowly turned around and his eyes fell on Xiaoming. Before Xiaoming entered Qian, Feng Deshui had sent someone to tell him. When he got the news, he had been waiting in the imperial study room, thinking of meeting Xiaoming for the first time in 3 years. His heart was a little ups and downs. This was thrown by himself in King's, and he was flogged and driven back to his son 3 years ago. How would he treat his father now? "You've grown up." After staring at Xiaoming in silence for a while, Xiao Wenxuan didn't say anything he had planned, but sighed. Xiaoming was taken aback. He raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Wenxuan. Xiao Wenxuan is now over half 100 years old, with white silk in his hair and a little rickets in his body, looking like a half-hundred-old man. But as before, the majestic aura on him has not weakened at all. Father is still unparalleled, and his majesty remains, Xiaoming said flatly. Hearing this, Xiao Wenxuan laughed. "When did you learn how to flatter? It seems that you have learned a lot in King's in the past 3 years." This is what Pang Yukun taught well, and the children only learned a little. Xiaoming threw the black pot to Pang Yukun. Xiao Wenxuan looked at Xiaoming again. He naturally didn't believe Xiaoming's words. He knew exactly what kind of person Pang Yukun was, and would not teach him flattering. After thinking about it, he realized that this was Xiaoming's evasive words. But he didn't want to entangle this question this time. Xiaoming came to Chainan for Kangzu. He said, "It's not early today. Go and see your mother. He misses you very much." "Yes, as for the matter of Kangzu, it won't hurt to say tomorrow." "Yes, father." Xiaoming said orderly. Just now when Xiao Wenxuan's eyes turned, he understood that what he said was wrong, and it seemed that in front of this emperor, he still had to be more careful. Xiao Wenxuan waved his hand. In fact, he had a lot to say to Xiaoming, but because of the dignity of a father and an emperor, there were some things he couldn't say. Instead of being so embarrassed, he might as well say it later. Xiaoming bowed and exited the imperial study room. His heart was also loose. He didn't know how to talk to Xiao Wenxian, and he was very embarrassed. Walking eastward along the imperial study room, the little yellow gate led Xiaoming through an arch, behind which was the courtyard of the concubines. At this time, Xiaoming became even more nervous. It was concubine Zhen, his maternal concubine in name. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 199 Reunion in the Bishui Pavilion. Liu Lai has been waiting at the door. Since the morning, concubine Zhen has come to ask several times, for fear of missing King Qi. But it's no wonder that it has been 3 years since King Qi left. For a mother, there is nothing more painful than this. After all, King Qi is the only hope for Zhenfei now. Leaning at the door, Liu Lai was counting the petals boredly. Hearing the footsteps, she instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Xiaohuangman leading a young master Pian towards the Bishui Pavilion. In this land of concubines in the harem, the only men who can communicate freely are the sages of the year, besides the princes. Looking at this young man at this time, Liu Lai was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Although Xiaoming's appearance has changed a lot 3 years ago, her appearance has not changed. She immediately ran back in surprise and shouted, "Niang Niang, Niang Niang! Your Highness is back, Your Highness is back!" Concubine Zhen, who was anxiously waiting in the Bishui Pavilion, was startled when she heard the words, and then 2 lines of tears flowed down. She put down the female worker in her hand and walked out quickly with the help of the maid. Xiaoming also arrived at the door at this time. He still remembered that the maid just now was Liu Lai next to concubine Zhen. Before he could go in, a beautiful woman in a purple palace dress walked out of the temple and saw Xiaoming. The beautiful woman greeted her with tears in her eyes. This is the mother of Xiaoming's predecessor, Zhenfei. Minga. When she got closer, Zhenfei cried and hugged Xiaoming, crying bitterly. When other court ladies saw this, they wiped the corners of their eyes, as if moved by this scene. Xiaoming's heart was even more embarrassed than seeing Xiao Wenxian at this time. This was the mother in his own name. For concubine Zhen, Xiaoming is grateful. In any age, mothers are great. Concubine Zhen, like all mothers, shelters herself from wind and rain in this dangerous place like Qing'an. If it weren't for Zhenfei's help, his own wine and perfume could not be sold so well in Qing'an. Among them, the fashion trend spreading in this palace is not small. According to a normal meeting, Xiaoming, his predecessor, would definitely cry at this time, but Xiaoming couldn't cry. After all, he was not the Xiaoming. Being hugged by concubine Zhen, Xiaoming didn't know where to put his hand for a while. After hesitating, he patted concubine Zhen's thin shoulder and said, "Mother concubine, son is back." Concubine Zhen nodded in Xiaoming's arms, then raised her head after a long while, constantly looking at Xiaoming, as if she wanted to see Xiaoming enough. Wiping her tears, Zhenfei grabbed Xiaoming's hand and smiled with tears, and said to Liu Lai, "In 3 years, my Minga has grown taller, and people have become more and more prosperous. Go and sit in the house." Xiaoming's heart was warmed by the gentle and graceful appearance of concubine Zhen, and this feeling of being cared for was always touching. Xiaoming thought that since he was already Xiaoming, he would no longer remember his previous life. After all, this was his new life. Thinking of this, Xiaoming suddenly let go. He accompanied Zhenfei into the Bishui Pavilion, smiling all the way. "Mother, this Bishui Pavilion is exactly the same as it was 3 years ago, but it hasn't changed." When the two arrived in the room, Zhenfei asked Xiaoming to sit down next to him, and then asked Liu Lai to make tea for Xiaoming. From Xiaoming entering Bishui Pavilion, Zhenfei's eyes never left Xiaoming's body. She said, "You have arranged many things for your mother. Every time you see these, your mother also has a thought, so I didn't let the subordinate move." Xiaoming nodded. He could see that concubine Zhen really cared for himself. He said, "Mother, you have been in the palace for the past 3 years. No concubine bullied you. If so, tell me, I will clean him up for you." Xiaoming's words made concubine Zhen's heart warm, and tears stayed again. There are not many people who can be trusted in this palace compound. They guard against each other and attack each other. Life is like walking on thin ice. Like every concubine, The only thing left for them is their children. No one dared to bully me. After your great victory in Kangzhou, the concubine in this palace respects the mother even more." Zenfei's eyes were red. Xiaoming took out a handkerchief from his arms to wipe away tears for Zenf, and said, "Mother, it's a pity that the child can't take you to Kangzhou, otherwise we don't have to separate our mother and child." Concubine Zen sighed. "The man's ambition is everywhere, not to mention that you are the prince of the feudal prince. As long as you can be well, my mother will be relieved. If you can be safe and peaceful, everything will be worth what your mother does." Xiaoming's heart was moved more and more. It was also a blessing to have a mother. Liu Lai's eyes were red and persuaded at this moment. "Don't cry, my majesty. It's a pleasure for your highness to come back. If you cry too much, it will hurt your body." "Yes, yes, don't cry." Zenf wiped her tears, and suddenly smiled. "Minga, there is a big happy event for you to come back this time. Your father is in Fiji to discuss how to mate your youngest daughter for your business." Liu Lai smiled and said, "His Royal Highness, this Fleur is a famous beauty in Chang'an City, and she is proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. The most important thing is that she is a family's woman. These Chang'an dignitaries have stepped through the threshold." It's useless. In his heart, Concubine Zen had already told him about it, and he said, "It's just that few people have seen Fleur in Chang'an City, so how do you know whether he is ugly or beautiful?" Concubine Zen stared at Xiaoming. "Why don't you change your temperament? You are the head of a knife. How can this important marriage matter only look at your appearance? As long as it is the daughter of the family, even if it is an ugly monster, others are vying to marry. But I'm still picky for this time. Your father doesn't know how much of his tongue was with Fiji, but Fiji is still ambiguous. This time you come to Chang'an, and you will visit Fiji after receiving the reward." Fiji has always been self-reliant, noble and high-minded, very face-saving. This matter will be done just waiting for you to visit. "Mother, this Fiji is too big. He doesn't listen to what the emperor father said. Isn't it going to be the opposite?" Xiaoming patted the table. Concubine Zen lightly slapped Xiaoming. "It is said that your temperament has changed. How I see it is the same as before. If your father makes an order, Fiji will naturally not be able to resist the order, but the emperor and his ministers have to talk about etiquette." "No, if that's the case, let the family work for your father in the first place. You can't force the cow to press your head without drinking water. This time you can't be as muddled as before in Chang'an, or the mother would rather die." Speaking of this, Zenf cried again. Xiaoming said helplessly, "Mother, I just listened to you. After tomorrow, I will visit the Fiji's house. I only hope that Fiji will not deliberately make things difficult." Zenf suddenly laughed. "It's pretty much the same. Don't worry, this trip to F's house is just a formality. Fiji will definitely not make things difficult for you." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 200 Artillery. The red sun just revealed the horizon, and suddenly there were bells ringing in the city of Chang'an. After the 3 rounds of bells, Chang'an City's shopkeepers opened the gates of the private buildings one after another. The people began to appear on the streets in the early morning, while a stream of cooking smoke slowly floated into the sky. Yesterday afternoon, Xiaoming stayed in the Bishui Pavilion until the palace gate was about to close, and Zenf had no choice but to let Xiaoming leave. In the city of Chang'an, Feng Deshui had already prepared an exquisite courtyard for Xiaoming. After 7 days, he was very tired. He came back last night and slept till now. His Royal Highness should have breakfast, and it is estimated that it will be time for His Highness to go to court in a while. After washing, Lulu Odin brought breakfast, which was made by the Wang Fu Pao Ding who came with him. With his current status and the current situation of Dayu country, he should always be more careful when he goes out. During his stay in Chang'an, he almost brought half of the people in the palace to take care of his daily life. This outsider is here. He is always unreliable. After having breakfast, not long after, the little yellow gate in the palace arrived. Xiaoming put on the purple round-necked unicorn gown belonging to the feudal lord. He wore a golden fish charm accessory on his waist. He wore 2 beads and wiped his forehead. The yellow gate went to the palace. Lu Fu and Liu Oxin were already waiting for him outside the door. Seeing Xiaoming and 2 salutes. How does it feel to live in the Jinuwai camp of the Forbidden Army? Xiaoming asked Lu Fu with a smile. This is the first time Lu Fu has come to Qing'an, and it is the first time he has traveled this far. Before Lu Fu could speak, Liu Oxin laughed. His Royal Highness doesn't know. Lu Fu kept putting the knife under the pillow this night. I called him in the morning and almost ate the knife. Lu Fu snorted and said, it's always better to be careful when you go out. I also want to be able to get on the horse to him at any time. Then you still sleep so dead. The two began to quarrel again. Xiaoming shook his head lightly, ignoring the two, but looked at the officials on Vermilion Avenue. The 100 officials of Dayu Kingdom basically walked to the court. So early in the morning, you would see officials wearing court clothes walking towards the palace in 2s and 3s. The 3 of them were walking, and suddenly a voice called Liu Oxin came. Xiaoming turned around and saw a man in a purple official gown walking towards the 3 of them. Seeing this person, Liu Oxin shouted excitedly, "Father!" This person is Liu Oquane. Xiaoming also knew Liu Oquane. He smiled and said, "General Liu O. It's been a long time." "See His Royal Highness." Liu Oquane first greeted Xiaoming. As soon as Xiaoming went out, he saw the 3 of them, so he took a few steps to greet him. Lu Fu learned that the famous Liu Oquane was in front of him, with a look of excitement on his face. After Liu Oquane saluted Xiaoming, he said, "In Xialif, I met the general." After exchanging each other, Liu Oquane said with a smile, "I have heard that Lieutenant Lu from Qingzhou is brave and brave. When I saw it today, I could tell a couple of things in this momentum. The general is overwhelmed." Lu Feixi scratched his head. Liu Oxin said dissatisfied, "Father, why do you never say that to me?" "HMPH, what do you have to say? You are far behind Lu Fu. This is in Qingzhou. You should learn more from Lu Fu," Liu Oquane said harshly. When Lu Fu heard the words, he was even more proud, and cast a provocative look at Liu Oxin. After greeted Lu Fu briefly, Liu Oquane walked to Xiaoming's side and walked towards the palace together. "His Majesty, this great victory in Kangzhou is really exciting. This time, Your Majesty is honored for his merits and deeds." "Your Majesty is glorious," Liu Oquane said, while walking. This Liu Oquane was also the target of Xiaoming's wooing this time. He bluntly said, "I don't care about merits and rewards. It's nothing more than yellow and white things. I only want this trip to Qing'an to be safe and not to be made difficult." Liu Oquane smiled bitterly. "His Royal Highness is too simple to think. How can no one make things difficult for such a great contribution? Otherwise, Your Highness will eclipse other princes, and many people will not be happy." "It seems that the general has already thought about the affairs of the court today," Xiaoming said meaningfully. "His Royal Highness left Qing'an at the age of 13. He didn't know much about the officialdom of Qing'an, but after a long time, the door became clear. But His Highness does not have to worry. The trick is that there is no need to leave any face to those civilian officials." Xiaoming nodded. "Thanks for the general reminder." After talking about this, Liu Oquane looked around and whispered to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, today's court is not about meritorious deeds, but the weapon used by His Highness in Kangzhou artillery." Xiaoming's expression moved slightly. Since the battle in Kangzhou City, he knew that this artillery couldn't help. Although he did not mention artillery in the newspaper, from Liu Oquane's point of view, the officialdom of Qing'an already knew the power of artillery in this battle. "The news about Qing'an City is really accessible. I didn't expect to learn about the artillery so soon," Xiaoming said lightly. Liu Oquane smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the news of the artillery Qingzhou is tightly sealed, but Bishan will not hide it from His Highness." Now in this Chengdu, Bishan is looking for an excuse for the defeat of the Kangzhou battle. "This artillery is his." "One of the reasons," he said, "the artillery is unparalleled. It breathes flames, and the sound is like thunder. Under the shells, the cavalry is broken, and one person will be killed in 10 steps." "Ha ha ha!" Liu Oquane's serious appearance made Xiaoming suddenly laugh. Showing a puzzled look, Liu Oquane asked, "Why is Your Royal Highness laughing?" Liu Oxin interrupted and said, Father, don't you want to think about it? Is this possible? What is possible to kill a person in 10 steps? Do not stay for 1,000 miles. This Pashan is obviously in order to avoid guilt, in order to shirk the power of the artillery. In fact, the artillery is just like a barrel. It's just a longer range. Really? Liu Quinn said in surprise. Now this Qing'an officialdom, artillery was spread so much, and many generals were looking forward to it. Many people immediately blamed the artillery for the battle in Kangsu planting firearms. It seems that as long as they have artillery, they can also turn the barbarian killers on their backs. It's exactly what Liu Oxen said. Xiaoming said, the general said so. It seems that today in the courtiers will definitely let this king hand over the art of artillery. Liu Quinn nodded, this time not talking about the master and faction. The Master Station faction also has the same idea. The Great Yu country has been weak for decades. If they can change the weakness between the Great Yu country and the barbarians because of the artillery, they will naturally want to get the art of this artillery technology. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming asked, does the general think so too? Liu Quinn said, no, I only want the Imperial Army to get artillery. As for other vassals, giving them artillery is tantamount to giving them a sword that will kill the royal family.